To Dub Nation.
Steph Curry from downtown again.
And to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here.
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Yeah, I'm about to do my third different show with my third different host in 3 days. And I think I'm going to keep doing it until the Giants do something right. Oh, my God, it's too early in the morning to be raising one's voice. This is supposed to be a nice start to the day. Have a sip of coffee. Have a chat. Gaze out at Marchbank Field. Look at the fog and the Daly City Har. And instead, we're furious at the Giants for stumbling and bumbling and losing to the theoretically bad Miami Marlins. But I'll tell you what, right now, give me the Marlins over the Giants. Give me the Marlins. In fact, as Gabe Kapler might say, hey, where are the Marlins hats? You going to find this before we welcome in our host today? We're going to do this. Look at Young Tone finding. Yeah, this is me right now walking into a store. You should probably have this on shorter leash here, buddy, since we call for it so much. Here's me this morning.
Hey, where are the Marlins hats?
They're all right. All right, so we're going for host number 3. You know him, you love him. The very familiar voice of Giants weekend pregame host, sports editor of the San Francisco Standard, pride of the Sunset, St. Ignatius Wildcat, currently broadcasting from Bentonville, Arkansas, as one does Carrie Blanken Crowley. Yeah, there's some applause. Good morning, Carrie.
Murph, it's been a while. Saw you on Sunday when I did the Terry Francois two-step for the first time, Giants and Valkyries game, and now I made the trip out to Arkansas, but a pleasure to connect with you here on 50,000 watts. But I will say, it's a little different when we do a show after the Giants lose 2 in a row to the Marlins in this fashion they've done.
Yeah, I was going to say, pleasure is not the word we're thinking of here, man. I know you're back there with your, you have your loved ones, you're doing your thing, you're having fun. You have to understand how pissed people are back in the Bay right now. I mean, there's so many different angles to attack our morning rage from. And again, it's Thursday. Generally, you're feeling good on a baby Friday. We got Reggae Friday tomorrow, the whole deal and everything. But man, oh man, I think if I had to put my finger, so obviously the big giant neon orange thing is Matty Williams at third base, right? That's the big one. But me, I'm more big picture. The Devers trade that I was so excited about has not panned out thus far. Now, of course, 8 games, I get it. We got 82 more. I get it. But still, you make a trade like this, you're at home for a long stretch of time. You're playing Cleveland, Boston, and Miami. You're about to go play the White Sox. You think, and Buster Posey, the famous quote, it's time to go. Well, right now it's looking like it's time to know, Carrie. So I don't know. For you, what's the biggest object of morning rage here?
Yeah, I think it's the fact that the offense looks so pedestrian right now, Murph. I mean, you come up against a guy like Edward Cabrera, and I know he's throwing 99. I know he's got 3-4+ pitches, but the ERA is what it is coming into last night's ballgame. The Marlins are what they are coming into this series, and the fact that the Giants can't string more than 5 hits together, just incredibly frustrating to watch. It's like this offense has not dramatically changed since the Lamont Wade Jr. designation for assignment way back at the beginning of this month. So you get him out of here, you bring in Dom Smith, you get Devers on the board, obviously Matt Chapman on the injured list, but we're still seeing an offense that it feels like 2-3 runs, that's a miracle for this team on certain days. And last night it felt like once they tied that ball game up against the Miami Marlins, once Christian Koss hits that sacrifice fly, okay, Giants are in control. They're going to win this game. They're at home. And then all of a sudden, they start to fall apart. Tyler Rogers gives up a few runs. Camilo Doval comes in the 10th inning, looks nothing like his normal self. And so I don't know where to spread the blame. And I think it's an issue for the fact that the Giants have 4, 5, 6 different people that you can point to and say they were a key contributor to a second consecutive loss to the Miami Marlins. That's never a good thing.
No, and it's supposed to be, like we said, the soft part of the schedule. I mean, I'm looking at the box score from last night. They have 5 hits. They have 5 hits last night.
Unbelievable.
Devers got none of them. He went 0 for 4. Ramos got 2. Might be the only guy swinging it right now. Yaz hits a home run to start the game. Even Pat Bailey, much maligned, as we like to say. You know my much maligned story, Carrie?
I don't know the full story. I'd love to hear it.
Yeah. Well, by the way, welcome to 4 Hours with me, buddy. We'll be digressing.
I'm ready.
Super Bowl 29. Super Bowl 20. What year were you born, kid?
I was born 94, so it was Super Bowl 29, 95?
It was January of 95, yeah. So you were...
Yeah, there we go. So the only Super Bowl I've witnessed in my lifetime.
Did you really witness it?
Yeah, vivid memories, Murph, at 6 months old, I'll tell you that much.
What's your birthday?
It was June, so I guess I was 7 months by the time they held that
Did
Super
we just
Bowl.
miss a Crowley birthday?
A couple weeks ago, so we're not that far off.
Well, belated. We had discussion on the show earlier about are you an over celebrator of a birthday or an under celebrator of a birthday? What are you?
Historically speaking, under celebrator, and when you get past the age of 30, any digit that comes after that, I think you want to be on the under celebration side, right? Like, I don't think it's appropriate past 30 years old to be doing much of anything until you get to 40, right?
Right. Well, we had, we've had people that, those people who over celebrate, start hyping it early.
Yeah. I know. There was a time I went to a Giants game and they put this guy on the big screen for his 40th birthday. Carlos Santana was in his row. And it was just like the biggest over celebration of all time. In fact, you might have been that guy celebrating his birthday there, Murph.
Very good call, buddy. Of course, that's a true story. Carrie Crowley,
it is.
For my 40th birthday, Candace threw a surprise for me and arranged all my buddies from even traveling from out of town to show up at the park. And we got club level seats and Lou Seal delivered a ball autographed by Tim Lincecum. And Candace even arranged to have the PA guy play Summer Wind, my all-time favorite song. And they put it on the board. So there it is, busted for over-celebrating, right? Oh, that's really funny. And Carrie was at that game. Hey, look at you now, buddy, broadcasting with that old man from Bentonville, Arkansas. But the point is that in January of 95, Niners won the Super Bowl. And after the Super Bowl, in the crazy locker room, it's crazy. There's a lot going on. There's national TV. There's international media. You're a beat writer just trying to get your regular guys. And Ricky Waters, who was a great 49er and probably never should have left, and it could have changed the entire history of the 49ers had he stayed. But he said that one of my all-time favorites, so Steve Young had been, not Joe Montana and not Joe Montana and not Joe Montana and not Joe Montana. And then he finally won his Super Bowl. And in the midst of all the sprays of champagne, Ricky Waters was rubbing champagne. He goes, man, Steve Young, he goes, much maligned. And then just kind of trailed off. And it was like, that was it. I just always loved that. Steve Young, much maligned. Blah, blah, blah. So it's one of my favorite phrases. One of my favorite phrases here. So who did I say was much maligned from the Giants? Where did I go from there?
Matt Williams.
Bailey.
I mean, the Giants.
Pat Bailey.
Pat Bailey.
Much maligned. Got the hit that they needed last night. And that's what led to the send. So we're in a situation now where a couple of weeks ago, the Giants were at Dodger Stadium, Sunday Night Baseball. Clayton Kershaw was on the mic in the dugout. I forget who hit the ball, but Dom Smith had a chance to score, and Matt Williams held him. And Clayton Kershaw said on the air, he goes, ooh, looks like we caught a break there because the ball got away. And then a couple weeks later, they're playing the Guardians, and Stephen Kwan is in left field, and they send the ball's kind of medium deep. Dom Smith hits it. It's a tie game, and he holds Jung-Hoo Lee. So those are the two kind of things that had happened leading up to this week. We're talking about third base coach Matt Williams. And then we get so what's today? Today's Thursday. So we get Tuesday night's game in which Rafael Devers is on first base. Elliot Ramos hits the double, the clutch double. And here comes Devers. I wouldn't say lumbering, but definitely not breaking world speed records coming around third. He sends him, and we're all like, whoa, that was a bad send. And, you had a few people defending him. No, they had to make two throws. We had FP Santanzo in here yesterday saying, teams don't take infield anymore. They don't practice relays. You try to take advantage of a left fielder who doesn't frequently make that throw to the shortstop, and a shortstop who doesn't frequently make that throw to the catcher, and a catcher who doesn't frequently have to, scoop one hoppers with as FP called it, a frying pan on his hand. So that one was Tuesday night. You had a little tiny minority that was still saying, no, it was okay to send Devers. And then you get to last night. And Bailey flips that single in the left. Pat Bailey, much maligned. He singles into left, and they tie the game. There's one out, and Jung-Hoo Lee's on second base. And it's, I'd say, medium shallow. How would you describe left field where Kyle Stowers fields that ball?
I mean, I don't know that I've seen a setup like that since I coached Little League. You were essentially 180 feet from the infield right there, which is where Stowers was set up. Murph, you have to see that in some of the games that you coached back when Declan was playing ball. I mean, he was on the brink of the infield where he fielded that ball in left field.
Yes, so it's just you have an instinct as a baseball fan, as somebody watching, you have an instinct that, okay, that ball's shallow, tied the game, awesome, let's go, hold him up. And instead he sends Jung-Hoo Lee, and he's out by a significant margin, even with a poor throw by Stowers up the line or out to the left of home plate. The Marlins catcher, who his name is Nick Fortes, is that who it was? Grabs the ball.
They've got like four catchers, by the way.
Yeah, I know, but something to talk about later in the show. But he tags out Lee, and you're like, wait a minute. Had you kept Jung-Hoo Lee at third base, you have first and third with one out. And instead now you've waved him home, and now you only have a runner on second with two outs. And it was just so patently obvious to the naked eye and to every baseball instinct you've had that it was a bad send, Carrie. And it just kind of put a cherry on top of the turd Sunday that has been their baseball of late. 3-5 since the Devers trade, 5 hits last night, bad sends everywhere. I mean, man, oh man, what are we going to do? So Matt Williams is our, he's the hum baby. He's the big Marine. He's the guy. He's Bob Melvin's guy, but he's in a slump, Carrie.
Yeah, he's in a slump, and so is the rest of this Giants team. I mean, that's how desperate they are for offense. That with one out in the ninth inning, an opportunity for a sacrifice fly to drive a guy home to win that ball game, that he feels the need to send Jung-Hoo Lee in that situation. I mean, it just speaks to the relative struggles and the amount of pressure that's now on this coaching staff. Murph, I think we'll get into this over the course of the next 4 hours. Things were ratcheted up. The moment they traded for Rafael Devers, it was not the Giants are a nice story. It is the Giants need to win in October, and they need to win a series in October for the first time since 2014. I think everyone's kind of playing tight. I think everyone looks tight out there, and something's got to happen. Maybe it's a Devers explosion that really enables this team to feel differently. But Matt Williams and the rest of this coaching staff, to me, it is now readily apparent that they are all feeling this increased weight, increased pressure of the moment that Buster Posey created for this team.
Okay, man, stuff to talk about. Good takes from Carrie Crowley, who you always hear. By the way, what is your schedule these days on weekends? Because sometimes it's Lasky, sometimes it's you. Help me out, buddy. As a Giants fan, as a KNBR weekend fan.
It's been me 95% of the time. I wasn't able to do Sunday because I was come back from a wedding in Tahoe, so Lasky's filled in 3 times this season. I just want to say my record's not quite Marty Murray, Bill Lasky level, but my record's been pretty good. You can ask Mike Kohler. I feel like I've stepped up to the plate this year.
Are you on this weekend?
Oh, yeah. Saturday, Sunday, we'll be ready to go. Yeah. Right. Giants, White Sox. We got pregame for 2 hours on Saturday, 1 hour on Sunday. We're ready to go.
All right. You're ready to go today and tomorrow here. Appreciate you hopping on from Bentonville. How was Bentonville, Arkansas this morning?
A beautiful place. I will say it is now 77 degrees, so temperature is continuing to get hotter here. I feel like Matt Williams. Things are cooking for me.
The heat is ratcheting up on both Matt Williams and Carrie Crowley, man. I just hate that they're 3-5 since the Devers trade, man. I just hate it.
It's not good.
It's bringing back bad memories of Beltran, which, it's funny. Mind plays tricks on me. The first thing you said to me this morning was, hey, Beltran had a 900 OPS, and I was like, no, he didn't. And you're like, yes, he did. I'm like, that's just that's not my memory. You know what I mean? My memory is it just didn't work. I'd have to go back and look at his. I think he might have padded that late when they were eliminated.
Well, he had 7 homers in 44 games. I mean, the guy produced.
I want to say
it was the early injured list trip, and he goes on the IL when the Giants are in first place. He comes off the IL. Giants lost the grip on the division, and from that point forward, it was over for the rest of the team. Beltran was fine. He was padding his stats late, but the fact that the lead slipped away when he was on the injured list at that critical time, that's what we'll remember, I think.
So just by the way, Devers, since he became a Giant, 6 for 31, 193.
Yeah.
By the way, just if you want to,
looks bad too.
The week prior to his trade, he was slumping with the Red Sox too. He had gone 3 for 18. So he's 9 for his last 52, dating back to June 9th, which is 173. So he's in a bit of that's almost a 3-week, he's almost a 3-week skid here. June has not been good to Devers. Maybe that means it's just one of those things and he will be okay. Yeah. Or I don't know if there's something with his groin or something with his timing. But I would imagine, I'm guessing he's not washed, Carrie. Is what I'm guessing. Not washed. So
no. With 8.5 years left on that contract, not washed.
All right.
The kids would say.
Good to have Carrie here. Warriors going to make a draft pick? today. Pick at 41.
You hope so. You hope so.
Right. We'll see if anything happens with Kuminga, et cetera. But either way, we will get you guys through your Thursday morning. We'll get the guest list from Young Tony on the other side. It's great to have Carrie Crowley alongside. My third different host in 3 days, and the Giants haven't won any of them. Come on, man. Let's change this S on The Sports Leader.
Stowers at the wall to catch it up against the wall. Tagging from third is Smith. He'll come in and score. Tagging from second is Schmidt. He goes to third. Adames, oh, so close to a game ender. Bailey lines it into left field, base hit. Lee coming to third, they're going to send him. The throw from Stowers. Lee will be out at the plate. Fortes took the throw and lunged back and got Jung-Hoo Lee as he tried to evade the tag. The Giants have tied the game on the hit by Bailey. Matt Williams definitely took a gamble there.
Oh, man. Tough to hear it on radio, although young Tony's trying to sort of soften the blow by bringing back the memories of September 07 when Summer Wind was played at an over-celebrated birthday. If you listen to the first segment, you know what we're talking about. Thank you, young Tone, softening the blow. I think they call that I learned this in Psych 10. Is it cognitive dissonance where you're like experiencing two different things at the same time? Like the rage of that loss set against the greatest Sinatra song of all time. So very good. Thank you, young Tone. In fact, Carrie Crowley is in today hosting our third different host in 3 days. We're going for the anti-Cal Ripken streak. We're going for, but Carrie will be back tomorrow. Carrie, you heard it on the radio there. Did it sound even worse when you hear Dave Fleming sort of flatly say he's out at the plate? And then you hear the crowd go, oh.
I mean, you can even tell how surprised Fleming is in the call that he's being sent around third base. I don't think Dave, who gears up for those moments so well, was anticipating that at all. With how shallow Stowers was playing in left field, it seemed to me like he was stunned, and then he wasn't going to say it in the moment because the action's unfolding so quickly in front of him. But, the fact that Fortes had to dive across to get Lee, who actually made a really nice attempt at sliding home last night, it kind of saved Matt Williams in some regards, but in many regards, there's just no way he should have been sent in the slightest. So, yeah, it's all depressing because you put it in picture context here, Murph. Giants have lost 2 in a row. Like you said, they're 3-5 against opponents since the Devers trade. This offense hasn't picked up at all. Matt Chapman's still out on the injured list. They're clearly missing him, even with Casey Schmidt hitting the ball pretty well. The bullpen has given up runs in 5 consecutive games. Just a laundry list of issues with a team that's now sitting in the final wild card spot. And it's way too early to look at standings, but Giants are tied for that third wild card spot with the Padres now. And there are plenty of other teams creeping up in the National League Central, like the Cardinals, the Brewers. It's going to be a long race.
You're absolutely right. And by the way, today is game 81. So if you want to do your little halfway check, it's not the
by Logan Webb and Robbie Ray that keep you in games. And the bullpen has been good enough this season that even if they regress like they did last night, they're going to win you a number of games over the course of the second half of the season. It's just a matter of, can this offense score 4 runs in 60% of their remaining games? I really think that might be the magic number for this team, Murph. And so 90 wins very much in play. The question is, what is the magic number this year in the NL wildcard race? Because in previous years, it's been 86, 87 wins. Do you think that number's spiked a little bit now that you've got a number of teams going for it in the National League? The Brewers look good. They just brought up the 103-mile-an-hour flamethrower who doesn't give up hits. The Cardinals are getting more great production out of Nolan Arenado. The Mets and the Phillies are locked in a battle in the NL East. I don't think that 86, 87 wins gets it done this year. So that is my big concern for the Giants, is that Buster and Zach, and we'll have Zach on later this morning. I don't want to give away too much. I know Tony hasn't given us the guest list yet, but they need to put their foot on the gas pedal more so than just saying, okay, we got Devers, now we're good, right?
Yeah, and by the way, you didn't mention Cincinnati Reds with Chase Burns in the middle of all that, too.
Chase Burns, another 100-mile-an-hour guy.
Yeah, everybody, where's my Chase Burns? Where's my Mizorowski? The Miz, they're calling him. That guy, actually, I had a little situation yesterday where I got home and had a little open window post-snap, and the kids were home before they went out and did their stuff, and we had the Brewers-Pirates game on at our house.
Wow.
Well, I have 2 baseball fans, which is great. You raise kids today in America, they're not necessarily going to be a baseball fan. But they had that game on, and it was like, Skeens versus Mizorowski. The young generation is glomming onto these young. I hope I'm saying his name right. Am I Mizorowski? The Miz?
I think so, yeah. Miz.
I was very touched on a serious note that he had cleats honoring the Parkinson's Disease Foundation because his dad has Parkinson's, and I lost my father to Parkinson's disease. So all of a sudden, that guy, when you connect with somebody on something like that, it makes you that much closer to a guy. So the Miz, very cool deal and a way to raise awareness of something that a lot of people go through.
Yeah.
So, all right, guest list on a Thursday, June 26, 2025, 6/26/25. There is Young Tone. Young Tone, we have our third guest host in 3 days. You're the same. Thank you for showing up, buddy. How do you feel about our third in 3 days?
I love Carrie Crowley. I'm a Carrie Crowley guy.
Now, he's an old head to you, right? You're a
No, he's a North Star guy. He's a North Beach guy. He's a runner. We're all related here. We're all similar interests.
It's all family here.
We got to. Speaking of family, one of his best friends in life happens to be my cousin. So let's say we got eyes and ears on this situation. We got eyes and ears on the situation. Yeah. All right. So, what do we got?
You remember Murph when I gave away that he had a tattoo on the air and your cousin was listening? So
yeah. What is the tattoo?
Didn't go over well with the family.
Yeah.
Arizona State pitchfork. Arizona State pitchfork on that right foot.
Oh, that's good. It didn't, and it was. I think his dad didn't know, right? Is that right?
Yeah, it was a surprise to the family. Surprise.
Very good. See, who knows?
Gave that away with hosting with you.
What surprises we'll give away today here? What do we got, Tone?
All right, well, today's Thursday, so we got our executive show. Zach Manazian going to join us at 7:30 this morning. We'll have the big hit at 7:50, and then at 8:15, we're going to talk to David Samson. If anybody doesn't know, he's the former president of the Miami Marlins. He's also got a great podcast, Nothing Personal, with David Samson. I really enjoy listening to it. He can talk NBA, WNBA. He's got a ton of great experience. He's also a lawyer. Guy's really smart. Also a triathlete, Carrie. Pretty crazy. This guy's been running for his whole life. And then we got the cooler content at 8:30 this morning.
All right. Sounds good. And it should be interesting. And Manazian at 7:30, we'll have to answer some questions here about what they're going to do. And to say what we're going to do, we spent the first half hour mostly talking about the frustration of the 3-5 start with Devers. Matt Williams. But, man, the other story last night is these hit by pitches. And Casey Schmidt, and what are the Giants going to do? Bob Melvin and Logan Webb addressed it after the game. Next on The Sports Leader.
Not swing, and Schmidt slams the bat down. He's furious with Fauché. The Giants hitters keep getting hit. And Schmidt is barking at Fauché. Got him on the hand. And hopefully he's all right. Well, this is getting to be ridiculous.
Well, there was yet another bummer from last night. Was Casey Schmidt getting drilled on the hand. This is after Dom Smith had been hit earlier in the at-bat on one that kind of grazed his jersey. And this is, of course, even after all the incidents of hit batsmen, I should say, earlier in this series, including Elliot Ramos, who's been getting hit a lot. In fact, was it 3 in the game? Was it 3? I had the note right here. I just lost my notes here. But either way, it's happening a lot, and Casey Schmidt looked kind of bad, guys. It looked kind of bad because it was up in on the left hand. Even though it looked like he might have had a little protective padding on that left glove, it didn't hit. Yeah, it was Dom Smith, Casey Schmidt, and Jung-Hoo Lee all got hit yesterday. The Giants are getting hit a lot. They go up and in on Ramos a lot. They got 3 hit batsmen yesterday, and still no of the traditional bad blood. Bench is emptying, shoving, pointing, screaming. In fact, we even saw the Dodgers and Padres go farther than that last week, and it ended with Padres closer Robert Suarez getting suspended for 2 games. I believe Mike Shildt and Dave Roberts, he's got suspended for a game too, I think, but I'll have to go back and check my notes on that. But either way, there was a lot more open frustration about the hit batsman in the Dodger-Padres series than there has been with the Giants getting hit of late. So before we welcome Carrie Crowley back, who's pinch hitting today and tomorrow, so it's great to have the kid, the weekend host, who will be doing the stuff this weekend on KNBR as the Giants go to Chicago to take on the White Sox. God forbid that series. My God, after what's going on here against the Marlins. Holy moly, the Pale Hose are looking like the freaking 98 Yankees now. But here we go. A little bit of Bob Melvin on the frustration. Well, first, actually, Young Tone, the cut on Casey Schmidt, his health update, because I'd be surprised if Casey Schmidt played today the way he was really concerned about that thing last night. Bob Melvin's post-game injury update here.
Yeah, he got hit on this part of the hand, so he's getting an x-ray right now. He wasn't going to be able to hit Weiser was going to have to hit for him. We'll see how he is tomorrow.
So we'll find that one out tomorrow. And then here we go, Bob Melvin on what's going on about getting hit. Cut eye, Tony.
No, it doesn't feel great. I was looking at the hit-by-pitch numbers the other day. It's not like we're extreme, but it seems like here recently we've been getting hit by some pitches and some of our key guys. So that doesn't feel too good, no.
Anything you can do about it with your pitchers coming back, or no?
Not something I certainly want to speak about, but obviously we need in situations to protect our guys too.
Okay, so not something you can speak about, but things that he says that maybe they can talk about afterwards. And then finally, Logan Webb last night speaking openly about Giants batters. Cut L, Tony, about getting hit lately.
All the guys who've been hit recently. What's your perspective on that?
Yeah, I think I feel like the game finds a way to even itself out, and it will.
How so?
Yeah, I don't know. It's starting to get frustrating how many guys are getting hit. So I don't know. I think as pitchers we got to do a better job protecting those guys.
So there you go. Carrie Crowley joining me today, pinch hitting. Very happy to have him. So, Carrie, you heard all that. You've been around the game. You covered the Giants for years. You know what clubhouses are like. You've gotten a sense and a rhythm of what they can and can't say. What's your early take on this, man?
Yeah, Murph, I think the Giants are in this weird sweet spot. And sweet spot's not quite the right way to say it, but what I mean by that is, look, if you're the Dodgers or if you're the Phillies or if you're a team that's in control of the division, you've got some games to play with, you can afford to defend your guys by putting a base runner on, by hitting someone, by sending a message, by retaliating a little bit. And then on the flip side, if you're the Colorado Rockies, if you're the Miami Marlins, if you're the Chicago White Sox, one of your guys gets hit, it doesn't matter to you if you put another base runner on, because all it is just another tick in the loss column if that ends up being the decisive run. The Giants play every game in extremely close fashion. Most of their games right now are 1- and 2-run ball games. Their margin for error is extremely thin. The Giants don't really have the ability for Logan Webb to go out and start the 6th inning and plunk a guy. They don't have the ability for Hayden Birdsong to come back today with all of his wildness that he brings to the rotation to come out and plunk a guy in the 1st inning against the Miami Marlins, because that run could be the difference in the ball game for this team. So I think they're at a disadvantage because of their style of play and because of where they are in the standings right now. I don't think they can afford to send a message. So Bob Melvin's talking about it. Logan Webb's talking about it. These type of things have a way of evening themselves out. And that's kind of a hint that, hey, we'll hit a guy, we'll protect someone here and there. But can they really protect Elliot Ramos? Can they really go up and in on a Marlins hitter? Or are they going to do this if the Chicago White Sox come out and plunk them 4 times this weekend? I don't think so, just because they don't have the luxury of being able to do that because of where they are in the standings right now.
Yeah, it's a good point. The old head would say it doesn't matter. One base runner, 90 feet's not going to kill us. We're gonna go be a unit. We're gonna get our blood boiling. We're gonna get the adrenaline pumping. The old, I'm old enough to remember the Billy Martin and Earl Weavers of the world who wouldn't even hesitate. I don't care about a one-run blanking game. I'm coming in on you, and then let's go fight in the tunnel after. Those guys. I once read that John D'Acquisto was a fireballing pitcher for the Giants in the 70s. He wrote an incredible book that I don't think enough people read called Fastball John. And it was epic. He described it. He was at a game. He pitched in a game in St. Louis. I want to say 74, something like that. And he and Bob Gibson were yelling at each other across the field because each guy had gone up and in. And after the game, he says he was at Believe in Busch Stadium, and the elevator opened and Gibson was in the elevator, and he lunged at him. And the two of them alone had a frickin' fist fight in the elevator, like vestibule or whatever. Did I just say vestibule, by the way? So these are the kind of things that used to happen. The Giants for years have not done that. We used to joke about the Gabe Kapler era. I remember, Paul we did the joke. Yeah, the first man to raise a fist is the first man to run out of ideas. That's
so good. That's so good.
By the way, another digression. Curse of Gabe. He was there last night in the linen suit.
Yeah.
And he's like,
Miami Vice, Gabe Kapler.
Yeah, and he's like, I don't know if you checked the scores because last two scores. Have you guys checked the box scores? The Marlins are up 2-0 on he's wearing linen suits, and the Marlins are moonwalking across the Oracle Park turf, man. So, but anyway, you don't believe in the old-fashioned eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth because 90 feet is too much?
Look, I think that there are ways to handle it. You just mentioned, John lunging at Bob Gibson. Maybe one of these days a Giants player charges the mound. That is not giving up a free 90 feet for this team. It is sending a message to the other team. Maybe they come out of the dugout and, they spar with the team in the middle of the diamond and spar, probably exchange words with the team in the middle of the diamond. They're not actually throwing hands anymore in Major League Baseball. But I do think that there are ways to send a message without compromising this team's ability to win games, which should be paramount right now for the San Francisco Giants. I just don't think that you can go out there and say, hey, Camilo, go give him 90 feet, because all of these guys are prone to giving up walks and cheap base runners. And I know the bullpen's been really good, but Murph, you mentioned it, 5 games in a row they've given up runs. Last night it was Rogers and Camilo with the explosions in the late innings. I don't see how they start to turn things around from a plunking standpoint until they turn things around from a record standpoint and start winning these ball games. Then maybe they can start sending a message. But right now, free 90 is just way too much to give up for a team that can't hit at all.
Oh, man. Carrie Crowley's the voice you hear. He's pinch hitting today for Marcus Boucher, who's out. He's taking some nice summer vacation out until Monday, July 7th. I asked Waterboy, I said, hey, where will the Giants be when you come back? Actually, I don't know if I know. I don't know if I want to know the answer. Carrie will be with us again tomorrow, and then next week it's FP Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, before we all take a 4-day weekend. I hope everybody listening takes a 4-day weekend, my friend. Will you spend your 4th of July in Arkansas, buddy?
I will actually be back in San Francisco come the 5th of July. So 4th of July, we're going to Dallas, Texas for my fiance's grandmother's 80th birthday. Got invited to a wedding in London, passed that up this weekend. So we will be down in Dallas, Texas for a family birthday celebration, Murph.
All right.
Should be about 115 degrees.
Dude, the heat dome that's crushing the nation. You grew up not far from where we are now, right? By the way, were you West?
I played
Portal?
ball at Marchbank Park.
Did you?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's awesome.
We JV baseball for St. Ignatius.
We have our first proof that somebody played here because we didn't. Boucher played down in the South Bay, the distant South Bay, the home of Levi's Stadium, and there I was up in the sheltered climes of Marin County. I never got to play there. Young Tony, he was playing freaking ultimate frisbee. This kid.
Yeah.
But I do know my cousin, Mike DeBenedetti, who wanted to play in Gonzaga, said he used to play here. He said there were eucalyptus trees kind of where our building is that used to create a ferocious shadow that made afternoon hitting tough here. But so you played at Marchbank. All right, buddy.
Yeah, I played at Marchbank Park, showed up the studio 2 weeks ago, and I was like, you got to be kidding me. We are overlooking one of the diamonds of my youth. And really, I mean, you compare this to West Sunset, South Sunset, Sunset Playground, all the fields that I grew up on, McCoppin, and Marchbank Park had some of the best weather compared to those fields.
Wow.
So it was like a haven for us. It was a hitter's paradise.
It was like going down to Phoenix Chase Field where the ball was jumping or something, huh?
Exactly.
Did you
our Scottsdale Stadium?
Did you have a particular great memory here, buddy? You laced one into the gap, a walk-off? What do you got? No?
Yeah, we walked off a team, and I actually had the walk-off hit. It was JV baseball. It was like a Carlmont or someone like that. Or no, it was Gunn High School non-league play. And I came up backup catcher. I got about 14 at bats.
Was this Creative Tony catching? Coaching?
No, Creative Tony, yeah, he would have been coaching. He would have been coaching at the time. So amazing at all that Creative Tony sent me up to the plate, which is something that he never liked to do.
Right.
Remember, he preferred that I was off the roster.
Right.
Allowing me near the bench was too much for him.
Right.
But yeah, I somehow got a plate appearance. Multiple people must have been hurt. And I lined a about 15 hopper through the left side of the infield. And we scored 2 runs and beat Gunn, I believe, 7-6 that afternoon at Marchbank Park. So caught the final few innings, had the game-winning hit, and then after that, my baseball career was pretty much over, Murph. They were out of opportunities for me.
Do we go? You were sort of like the Blake Sable of the SIJV. Do you
exactly? That's a really good comparison. Unfortunately.
By the way, did you hear when we first started working here? We found somebody wrote and said, "Hey man, you guys are in John Madden's turf," and I just Googled John Madden in Marchbank. Is it Marchbank Field or Park? I'm not sure which way you go with.
Back then, it was Marchbank Park.
Okay,
but given the current state of affairs out there, it might just be Marchbank Field.
I Googled John Madden in Marchbank Park, and dude, he had done an interview on NFL Films about growing up in Daly City, and he called like Marchbank Park like the greatest place in the world for an American kid to grow up. And I was like, well, I mean, not really, but if Madden's loving it, then that's cool. So we the very first day we broadcast him here, we were like, we're John Madden. The ghost of John Madden is blessing us. Not to mention John Robinson, his homie in crime, who also was a great Rose Bowl winning coach at USC and great Rams coach for many, many years. So yeah, we got some history outside our window. We got Madden, we got Robinson, we got Crowley. We got that too.
Yeah, that's a great trio right there. That's exactly how
Barry Bonds probably played here. I imagine it's like a freshman or something like that, maybe Bonds.
Yeah, because it was an SIJV field, and I know that other teams have used it out there in Daly City. So I'm sure that. Well, here's the issue for Bonds: is he was probably never playing JV baseball.
Right, I was wondering about that. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe Pat Burrell at Bellarmine or something. I don't know.
Yeah, Pat Burrell, Kevin. You know who would have played there? Franny would have played out at Marchbank.
There it is, baby. There it is. All right. Well, listen, nice way to get our mind off the agony of the Giants. So many texts coming in on Matt Williams. So many texts coming in on the hit by pitch brouhaha. We got to get into that. But for the 6:45 crowd that's just getting in their car now and hasn't heard the Matt Williams discussion, we will break it down. Bob Melvin had a comment on it. We will discuss next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
will be out at the plate. Fortes took the throw and lunged back and got Jung-Hoo Lee as he tried to evade the tag. The Giants have tied the game on the hit by Bailey. Matt Williams definitely took a gamble there. Now the part of the gamble, Bailey on the throw was able to go to second. So you do still have the winning run in scoring position. Stowers was playing so shallow, he was hardly out of the infield. And so his throw was offline, but Fortes came back and definitely tagged out Lee as he tried to go inside and get to the plate.
Oh, boy. Yeah, I mean, so many things happened in such a very disappointing Giants loss to the Miami Marlins, 8-5. Yeah, that's right, 2 in a row to the Miami Marlins in the quote-unquote soft part of the schedule. You know, one of the fun things is when you come into work is the text line is still up, and you see the texts that are left over from the Bill Lasky postgame show. And some guy at 9:06 p.m. last night still has me in his head. Hey, Bill, can you get Murph to stop calling the schedule soft? He's killing the juju. I was like, buddy, I feel you, man. I feel you. I did. I said 5-1 in this 6-game stretch would be the way to go. And they are 0-2 in this 6-game stretch. It'd be a miracle if they finish 4-2 in this 6-game stretch. And by 6-game stretch, I mean these 3 at home against the Marlins, of course, which they've lost the first 2. Today's day game is, here's the word, ready? Salvage. You're going to frickin' salvage. The only salvage I want is frickin' Sanford and Son. All right? That's the only salvage I want to be at Fred Sanford's Salvage Shop and Quincy Jones's theme song. That's right. Dating myself yet again. And then off to Chicago for 3. So if they somehow, some way went 4-2, it would be barely salvageable. Man, oh, man. All stuff we can talk about at 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the text line, Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, of which there are a lot of really good texts, which I want to get to. But again, Carrie Crowley sitting in today, my 3rd different guest host in 3 days. Somebody I said, hey, Murph, just as long as you don't turn these into a series of Gabe Kapler-styled openers. All right? So you're not an opener, right, Carrie?
That's not the plan, Murph.
No.
The plan is Giants win today. I stick around tomorrow. But if they lose, you might be searching for a 4th host. I have no idea.
Is John Brebbia available? Is my question.
30 starts in a season, 30 innings in a season. That's John Brebbia. Good season there.
Oh man. So listen, well, Bob Melvin was asked about it, and obviously, with Bob Melvin and Matt Williams, you know, it's family. These guys were hum babies. I remember them as hum babies. I remember those guys being schooled by Roger Craig. I remember them in the late 80s as being part of very successful Giants teams, and they've stayed together. Like Mike Krukow and Dwayne Kuiper have stayed together. All these old hum babies stay together. So wherever Bob Melvin's gone, he brings Matt Williams, and I love that. On paper, I don't like it when Matt Williams is in a ferocious slump, because in this month alone, we had him hold Dom Smith at Dodger Stadium, a hold that even Clayton Kershaw said, oh, looks like we got a break there because Smith would have scored. Then June 17th, the Stephen Kwan no-send of Jung-Hoo Lee, where the ball was hit by Dom Smith in a tie game, medium. Would he have been would he have been safe? Would he have been out? The ball one-hopped the Cleveland catcher. You know, would it have been a different situation if Lee was coming down? Everybody said, oh, you got to send him. You got to send him. So Matty Williams says, okay, fine. You guys want me to send him? I'll send Rafael Devers on Tuesday night. And he was out by a mile. Everybody said, oh, Matty, that's not what we were talking about. We mean smarter sends. He says, oh, you want another send? I'll send Jung-Hoo Lee last night on a single into shallow left field. Kyle Stowers, the Marlins left fielder, actually made a poor throw. That's how bad the send was that the throw was very poor by Stowers. The Marlins catcher, Nick Fortes, had to sort of lunge away to his left to get it, and he still tagged Jung-Hoo Lee out. So when you hear it in the larger context, Carrie, about, I just listed 4 in June. Listen, you got veteran baseball heads saying third base coaches are damned if you do, damned if you don't. They're in a tough situation. Like, who was it? Somebody compared them to kickers. I think it was either Greg Popper or John Shea. Kickers are offensive linemen, right? You only notice them when they miss a kick. So to your mind, is it just kind of a bad stretch and Matty Williams is the guy, or there's a problem there?
No, I think it's two things at once. I think it's a bad stretch, and I also think it's a problem, and it's a function of the Giants' offense at this point. Like, I don't think we are talking about Matt Williams as the third base coach if the Giants are regularly scoring 5 or 6 runs a game, Murph. But this is a team that struggles to scratch 2 across on a given night, and that's true even if the Miami Marlins are in town. The Marlins have given up a ton of runs this season. So I think the real issue here is that Williams feels so much pressure in these situations that the Giants have to score. They've got to take advantage of the opportunity, because if they don't, how much confidence does he have in Christian Koss to get a guy home? And I know that he'd done it earlier in the ballgame with the sacrifice fly, but seriously, in those situations, against the Boston Red Sox on Sunday, the Giants were bunting Tyler Fitzgerald multiple times at the bottom of the order. They've got Koss down at the bottom of the order right now. When you get to 7, 8, and 9 in this lineup, it's almost like the old National League where you're game planning for the pitcher in the 9 spot. And so I think that Williams has made his fair share of poor decisions, but at the same time, the Giants' offense inspires such little confidence in their coaching staff and their third base coach that they're going to be able to come up with a situational hit, a clutch at bat, that he feels the need to go for this right now. And that, to me, is a problem that probably needs to be addressed by Buster, Zach, and the front office when they start to talk about more trades and more moves beyond just Rafael Devers right now.
Yeah, we'll have Zach Manazian on at 7:30, and, talk about that. It's funny, when we had Buster on right after the trade, and I said, it looks like you guys have room to maneuver to make another trade, and he gave me the Buster scornful chuckle. There it is, the next move question. Can we just enjoy this? Well, I've enjoyed 3 and 5, right? I mean, I was all in favor of this, and it's great, and I expect it will work out over the balance. Maybe the Giants will play better against the Phillies and the Dodgers than they do against the Marlins. I don't know, but it's not working out right now. And I told you guys, Devers was actually in a funk his last week as a Red Sox, too. June has not been good to him. His last week as a Red Sox, he went 3 for 18 with 1 home run at Yankee Stadium. But now as a Giant, he's 6 for 31. So since June 9th, he actually had a streak from June 1st to June 9th where he hit in every game. He had a hit streak going. Now, since June 9th, though, this is kind of baseball. He's 9 for 52, which is 173. So that's a fairly big. It's like a 50 at-bat skid for Devers. So that's getting back to what you were talking about with hitting. Anyway, I told you guys Bob Melvin had a comment. So here it is, Melvin, and this is his guy, Matty Williams, and this is 162. So here's Melvin.
Look, we're trying to win a game there, and give him credit. In left field, it wasn't hit that deep, and he charged hard to get it, had to get it perfectly and make a good throw. So, look, we're trying to win a game there.
So he's going to defend his guy, not going to bury his guy. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. I told you guys there was a lot of really good texts, and there have been. Let me get to you guys some of these on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 801 says, well, Devers isn't making a difference. Giants still can't compete with the best teams in the league, like the Miami Marlins. Oh, boy, look at that. Sarcasm. 707 says, we're back to when the Giants are down 2-0. Feels like the game is over. Well, 2-1 was the score last night, and it did feel bad, too. 530 says, have we really gotten to the point where we're blaming Matt Williams for the Giants' woes? 650 says, yeah. 650 says, yeah. Had he held him, there's one out, and Koss could have maybe laid down a bunt. 650 showing some deep knowledge, says, get Sonny Jackson in here ASAP. That's great knowledge. Or the late great Wendell Kim. He was a guy. Henry Schulman had a great line on Wendell Kim. I think it was Henry Schulman. But Wendell Kim was known for waving guys into outs, kind of like Matt Williams has done the last couple nights here. And they said Wendell Kim waved 2 riders. What was the line? Wendell Kim's so bad that he waved 2 riders into the clubhouse and they got thrown out. Does that make sense? All right, there you go.
That's pretty good.
All right.
I like that.
By the way, there was over the weekend, did you see there was a foul ball into the cove, a long shot into the cove, and the guy on the kayak was sort of a guy in his mid to late 60s, kind of portly, with a very receding hairline, a lot of skin, a lot of kind of a wispy hair thing. And Dwayne Kuiper just calmly said, foul ball near Henry Schulman in the kayak.
No way. Henry's been off the beat for 4 years.
I know, but the guy
he's still catching strays.
Henry has that certain look. You know what I mean? He's got a look. We all have a look, right? You know what I mean? We all have a look. This guy had the Henry Schulman look. Imagine Henry Schulman in a kayak. And Kuiper just said it, and there was it was like no big deal. It was on to the next pitch. Yeah, foul ball near Henry Schulman in the kayak. Yeah. By the way,
like that, like everyone's supposed to know that name.
I
too.
know. Well, I laughed. You would have laughed.
Yeah.
So there you go. Sometimes you do the inside baseball, right? 408 says Matt Williams thought it was Barry Bonds in left trying to throw out Sid Bream. Now that's like multi-generational. Bonds catching a stray. I get it. You know what's funny? If you go back and look at that, the throw isn't that bad. Sid Bream kind of busts ass, believe it or not. He had a tremendous jump. He was almost like halfway between second and third when the ball came off the bat. So go back and watch that play. Young Tony, do you even know what we're talking about, the 92 National League playoffs?
I got nothing, no.
Okay, well, this is it. Maybe here's our Young Tony. So, Carrie, you know, right? 92?
Oh yeah, of course,
Okay,
of course. But that's not the play at the plate that sticks out to me when you talk Giants Marlins through the years. I mean, there's 4 or 5 famous plays at the plate, Murph, that we could go through. If you
going JT Snow, Pudge Rodriguez?
Of course, I'm doing that. I'm doing Scott Cousins, Buster Posey.
Scott
I mean, the
Cousins,
Giants are
Buster.
haunted by that one.
So Giants Marlins home plate incidents. Yeah. Well, Tony, in 1992, the Pittsburgh Pirates, who were Barry Bonds was MVP Barry. They had Andy Van Slyke. They had Jimmy Leland. They had Doug Drabeck. They were awesome. They were really good. Unfortunately, so were the Braves. So in an epic, climactic National League Championship Series, the Pirates, all they had to do was hold the fort in the 9th inning. They were going to the World Series for the first time since '79. And who was it? Orlando Cabrera? Everybody talks about Sid Bream. People forget who got the hit. So I think the Pirates are up 1, runners at second and third. But the guy on second for the Braves is a guy named Sid Bream, who was to call him lumbering, who would be the comp? Like if the Giants, who would be like the worst base runner you want out there for the Giants? Wilmer Flores. Great call. Very good call. Sid Bream had Wilmer Flores vibes. And he was on second base. And Orlando Cabrera comes up with an incredibly clutch hit into left field, fairly shallow. And Bonds was not known for his arm. And the Braves send Bream, and it's like sending Wilmer Flores. And Barry's throw is, it's not he catches a lot of strays for this throw through the years. This is, I mean, hell, it's 2025, and we're still freaking talking about 33 years ago, dude. And the throw is not, it's not a rocket. It's not as bad, I think, as history says. And Sid Bream freaking books it around third, slides in safely. Braves win the National League Championship on a walk-off single. And Barry Bonds is known forever as the guy who couldn't throw out Sid Bream / Wilmer Flores on a single to left. So you should go look it up, buddy. I'd actually like you to watch it during a break and tell me what you think about the throw and everything. So are you down with that, buddy? So, Carrie, are you one of those people who thought Bonds should be embarrassed for that throw?
So I that's not my standout recollection from that moment. I don't think Bonds should be embarrassed by that throw. I'm curious to hear Tony's take on it, but I do believe that's one of the plays that helped Buster Posey, a young Buster Posey, fall in love with the game of baseball. So that play give the Giants their franchise savior, the guy who came through, because he was a young kid in Georgia at the time, just falling in love with the sport, and they go to the World Series based on that errant throw from Bonds and Sid Bream scoring. I think that's the one that Buster cited as one of his first baseball memories that made him fall in love with the sport.
That's interesting. I wonder if that chaps Barry. He's like, oh, yeah, really? You're walking around saying that? All right, buddy. And me thinking of bringing up, oh, man, when I host with Carrie Crowley, I think of my greatest moments as a Sacred Heart Cathedral fighting Irish. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
So, 415 says we still have too many incomplete players on our roster. I'm not sure what that means. 209 says, if you're an old head, you know this is the old June swoon. Well, 3 and 5 last week. 707 says, don't forget, Murphy left out the details. Sid Bream had a big knee brace on as well. It's a true story, dude. Trucking around third with a knee brace
That's brutal.
on,
I forgot that part.
Oh, my God, dude. Incredible. Well, anyway, so that's where you're at with Matt Williams and the deal here. 707 says, in that play, you got to give love to the Pirates catcher. Was it Spanky Lavalier? Was that who it was? Mike Lavalier? Did he make the no, 650? It was not 1991. It was 1992, buddy. Don't come down my road. 831 says, I'm giving that RBI in the 9th to the baseball and not Bailey for hitting the bat at a high velocity and not the other way around. I don't know what that means. 650 says, I'm frustrated that I'm frustrated that when Gabe was here, he was into analytics and launch angles, and now with Miami, he has players that nickel and dime us with hits. By the way, do you know this guy, Humberto Hernandez? He went 2 for 5 with 4 RBIs last night. They got guys
the reason I know him, Murph.
Yeah.
The reason I know him is so when they put the big graphic on the scoreboard that's like Dodgers coming to town, it's Ohtani versus Webb. So I'm logging on to MLB TV last night trying to get the Giants down in Arkansas, and I see it's Logan Webb versus Heriberto Hernandez. I'm thinking, this is the Marlins. This is the face of the Miami Marlins, and this is the team the Giants are going to lose to. I mean, I've never heard of him. I don't think he's rostered in my fantasy league.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. In fact, I look at they're all kids in their 20s. As you mentioned, they have a lot of catchers, and we should probably discuss this, actually. Actually, what we should probably discuss before we get to the catching situation is the third base situation as to who plays third today. I'm presuming that Casey Schmidt will not play third today because he got dinged pretty bad, and he seemed to be pretty overt about the pain he was in and the swelling that was going on. Now, the X-ray was negative. So that's good news, but they're going to have further tests today. I mean, like right now, top of your head, who's playing third? I mean, they're going to put Devers out there, right? I mean, that's
no, it's Christian Koss at third, Brett Wisely at second base. And so your 7, 8, 9 is going to be Koss, Wisely, Bailey, or Koss, Wisely, Kisner, because they'll probably go Kisner for the day game. So there you go. Bottom of the order for the Giants. Get ready.
Carrie, dude, Koss, Wisely, Kisner. I mean, what are we doing here? Murph. So what are we doing here? I mean, this gets to, we're going to talk to Zach Manazian at 7:30. Well, that gets to the catching situation. Where are you with how long you can put up with Pat Bailey hitting 190 for the quote-unquote defensive run saved?
Yeah, I think you look around Major League Baseball and you look at the greater context, and there's about 2 good offensive catchers. And one of them is obviously Cal Raleigh, who could win the American League MVP, but the vast majority of teams have a catcher with a sub 620 OPS right now. So I can stomach it a little bit, but I also think Giants need to be more competitive in terms of the guy that they've got paired with Patrick Bailey right now. It was starting with Sam Huff. It was Andrew Kisner. There's no one pushing Patrick Bailey for playing time right now. And you look at a team like the Miami Marlins, they got 4 guys with an OPS at that position higher than what Bailey's given them right now. I think it's an obvious place for an upgrade at the trade deadline. I think you need someone who at the very least makes Bob Melvin think every single day about who he's going to pencil into the lineup right now at the catcher position, because Bailey has just been so poor offensively this year that everyone talks about the defense. We used to say, Buster didn't even need to bring his bat to the yard to make an impact on the game. Well, it turns out it was a pretty nice luxury when he did bring his bat to the yard. And we're finding out what that would look like right now. And I just think it's one of 4 or 5 spots on the roster that they really need to consider seriously addressing at the trade deadline.
Okay, I want to get into some of those on the other side, too. By the way, I was so hyped on Buster saying it's time to go. Well, now it's time to slow. It's time to...
Matt Williams taking that too literally.
It's time to know. I don't know, man. 3-5 in their last 8. 3-5 since the Devers trade is a nutty stat. All home games, too. All home games. And by the way, speaking of home games, do you think Willie Adames had some San Francisco regret last night? Those were 2 balls that you thought might have been out.
Murph, 96.5 off the bat, a 180 expected batting average. I think Willie Adames thought that he hit that ball a lot harder than he actually did. That's not a home run in 27 of 30 parks in the 9th inning. I don't think that's the Marine layer knocking it down.
Okay, so you're calling... He did... I mean, was it just one of those classic, you just missed it? Because he crushed that thing. We all thought it was gone.
Yeah. I mean, off the bat, 35-degree launch, it looked perfect. But you look at the raw numbers, and I hate to be Mr. Exit Velocity. It just wasn't good.
Do you hate to be Mr. Exit Velocity? Do you?
I do. I don't like to play into the exit velocity thing. I think it's a way that Major League Baseball has tried to control the narrative with a lot of things. And talking about hard hit balls, I like a team that can get clutch hits. I like a team that can go the other way when needed. The Giants did it on Sunday with Elliot Ramos and Casey Schmidt hitting the ball the other way against the Red Sox. It was bad.
Go the other frickin' way. I was at that Sunday game. I was so excited when Casey Schmidt and Elliot Ramos went the other way. I was so excited. I was yelling it. They're going the other way. I was so excited. I'm going today. Bringing my lovely and talented bride. That'll be a good one. Just, a veteran married couple sitting there watching the Giants make out after out after out. We'll see if they can change the narrative today. Man, oh, man. Okay, guys, on the other side, Carrie Crowley says there's 4 or 5 different spots to address the roster. Get your list ready, Crowley. Next on The Sports Leader.
Powers at the wall to catch it up against the wall. Tagging from third is Smith. He'll come in and score. Tagging from second is Schmidt. He goes to third and slides in. Adames, oh, so close to a game ender. The Giants get a run. It's 4-3.
It's a game of inches. It's a game of inches. Giants lose 8-5 to the Marlins. That's right. You went to bed last night thinking the Giants were going to win that game. No. They lost to the Marlins for the second straight night. This one in extra innings. Giants go down 8-5. Lot to kvetch about. Lot to moan about. Matt Williams with a very dicey send that has most people up in arms when he could have kept the Giants in a tie game with a runner on third with one out. Instead, kills that situation. Camilo Doval in the 10th inning gets absolutely slapped around. His second consecutive bad outing, the Boston outing on Saturday, which he barely escaped. So something going on there, perhaps? Question mark, question mark. Things to discuss with Zach Manazian at 7:30 when the GM comes on. But it is me, Brian Murphy, sitting in with my third consecutive host on 3 different days. Third different host in 3 days. We had Marcus on Tuesday. He goes on vacation. FB Santangelo came in yesterday. That was fun. Then he flying to Chicago to go cover the Giants-White Sox series with Joe Rizzo. So we bring in the kid out of St. Ignatius, the pride of the Sunset, Carrie Crowley. You hear him, of course, on weekends. He'll be doing pregame this weekend for the Giants and the White Sox. By the way, Carrie, I say pride of the Sunset. Is that more? I used to say it about John Curley, but I found out he was bougie and lived in West Portal. Big difference, right? Right? Big difference.
I mean, I don't know how big of a difference. I'm also from Lakeshore Park, so not really the Sunset.
See?
But no one knows Lakeshore Park.
Well, define Lakeshore Park for me, please.
So Sunset and Ocean, basically. So I don't think you call that the Sunset District.
So you're looking at it
Harding
Park.
You're a mile up from Ocean Beach.
You're looking across the lake.
Step out into the middle of the street, and you can see the 18th at Harding Park.
Right, and then there's a bridge, right, that takes you from where you live over to the park, over to the golf course.
You just cross over Lake Merced. Yeah, it's beautiful.
Beautiful. Lakeshore Park. How about that, buddy? All right, man. Listen, we have Manazian coming up, so you got to get this in quickly here, buddy. You told me there's 4 or 5 different spots in the Giants roster that needs improvement at the trade deadline. That's a lot for a team that's theoretically, if they win today, is on a 90-win pace because today is game 81, and if they win, it'll be win 45. So for a team on a 90-win pace, that's in air quotes, what do they need to do?
I think unquestionably start pitcher because Landon Roop's going to run up against an innings threshold, and he's probably not going to be able to give you much in September, October if the Giants are fortunate enough to get there. And then I think you're also going to need to look at the relief pitching because you put so much stress on Doval and Walker and Rogers and Miller and Rodriguez. You're going to need to bring someone like a Javi Lopez or Ramon Ramirez in, maybe 2 guys in terms of relief pitching. We've heard the rumors about a backup infielder, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa from the Pittsburgh Pirates is someone the Giants are reportedly watching. Wouldn't shock me if they try to make the improvement over Christian Koss and Brett Wisely. And then we also talked about the catcher position. I mean, they need someone who's competent enough to platoon with Patrick Bailey right now and be more of a threat at the plate than Patrick Bailey is. I think that, Andrew Kisner and Sam Huff have tried to come up and give the Giants a little bit more offensively. That hasn't been the case for this team. And so you're probably looking outside at major league options. Maybe an organization like the Marlins is one that you steal a catcher from, someone who can bring in a little bit more of a stick than you've got behind the plate. And that right there, that's 4 upgrades that the Giants are looking at the trade deadline, Murph. And I don't think they can afford to go through with without at least 2 more guys coming in. I think at the very minimum you need a starting pitcher and probably help in the bullpen.
So you're gutting this farm system that doesn't have much to gut?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, if you
look, you're not trading Bryce Eldridge. You're probably not trading Carson Whisenhunt, although he's thrown so many innings this year that I don't know if the Giants can count on their top pitching prospect to come up and help them in August and September because of what he's done down at AAA. So maybe he's someone that you dangle out there, but you have to keep in mind, no top 100 prospects are traded at the deadline anymore. So I think when that's the case, you can go comfortably into your farm system and trade former 3rd, 4th, 5th round draft picks. And realistically, in the last 10 years, how many great draft picks have the Giants had? How many guys are you going to be really frustrated to trade for major league help? I think that, you're going to find that other organizations maybe aren't willing to trade with you because you haven't drafted premium talent, but top 100 guys don't go at the deadline anymore. If you're trading for a rental, say Tyler Mahle, a starting pitcher for the Texas Rangers, Buster Posey calls up Chris Young, I think they can get away with guys down in single A, low A, Arizona Rookie League and give up some lottery tickets and hope that doesn't come back to bite them in the future.
Okay, Carrie Crowley's laid it out. I agree with you on all four spots could use help. So, but if you can only get one, is it the one you listed first, starting pitcher?
I think starting pitcher, unquestionably. You need to go into a potential wild card series with more than just Logan Webb and Robbie Ray who can win you a ball game. And maybe Landon Roop's that guy, but I really do think he's brushing up against that innings threshold. Hayden Birdsong, I would love to see the next step in his development. but I don't know that he's there yet, and I don't trust Justin Verlander in a Game 3 right now. Do you?
No, not yet, but we'll see. I mean, obviously, you kind of...
Not yet, but he's 42.
I know, but you have that...
Is he going to get that much better?
Well, you have that idea that he might be, if you get to October, and again, that's a big if. We just discussed they've already slipped down to the third spot with the Padres, and the West is beginning to slip away, by the way, which looks so good. The Friday night that Casey Schmidt hit the grand slam off of Yamamoto, they were tied with the Dodgers, and now they're 5.5 out. So a lot happened in the last 2 weeks. So was it 2 weeks ago that it was 2 weeks ago that he hit that grand slam on Friday, June 13th, didn't he? So tomorrow's the 2 weeks. So in 2 weeks, the Dodgers have made a lot of hay, and the Giants traded for Devers and went the wrong direction, which is shocking. Buster must be like, you got to be blanking. I'm out here trading for Devers, and we're going backwards. What's going on here? In fact, we'll talk to Zach Manazian about that in just a couple minutes here. So, yeah, I agree. Landon Roop will run up against an innings thing. You have taken away Kyle Harrison. I don't know. Listen, the bullpen's been unbelievable, but they have given up runs in 5 consecutive games. And I've noticed, at the start of the year when they had Kyle Harrison and even Hayden Birdsong in the rotation in the bullpen, seemed like luxuries. And the luxuries seem to have gone away now, and now you're looking at like Joey Lucchesi, and now you're looking at like Spencer Bivens, although they kind of like Bivens a little bit.
Bivens is good. I like him.
You like him, but I
think he's solid.
Just quickly on Doval before we get out of here, what are you going to write off Saturday against the Red Sox and last night as no big thing, or is he back into one of his Doval funks where he's been that guy where you're like, he loves me not,
Yeah, I really worry about the inconsistencies because when they come quickly for Camilo Doval. Like, he unravels. It's not, he gave up a run here, he gave up a run there. It's like he can't find the strike zone, and then when he does, he's only comfortable with one of his 2 pitches, and so guys can sit on that.
Yeah.
And I think you see something like you saw on Saturday against the Red Sox, and then you see what happened last night against the Marlins. Like, it goes so fast for Camilo compared to other closers around the sport. So
you're right.
That worries me.
2 walks last night, and you're right about the Marty had a good tweet last night about how he's just abandoning his fat. He does rely on one pitch. The guy who got that hit, was it Norby, I think, or who got the big knock that put him ahead?
Yeah,
it was Norby. 3 straight sliders. He's like, okay, fine. Here's another one. This one's hanging, so I'll go hit it. So there you go. All right, well, listen, man. Well, we're pretty grumpy for a 44-36 team that traded for Rafael Devers. My gosh. So what we'll do now is this is our little sign of the weekend coming, because Surfside gives us the weekend calendar and the poignant sounds of Brian Wilson, who we lost, of course. The Bay Area Sports Calendar is sponsored by Surfside. Here we go. What are you going to do this weekend? The California Classico. That's what you're going to do. It's finally here. San Jose Earthquakes hosting the LA Galaxy 7:30 p.m. on Saturday night at Stanford Stadium. Jerry Rice will fire the pregame siren. It's going to be a postgame drone show. Oh, and after coming up short against Sabrina Ionescu in the Liberty last night, Greg Silver's Golden State Valkyries will face the Chicago Sky at 7 o'clock on Friday night. Say that again, Young Tone?
Brandon Prajemski was there again, cheering him on, dude, standing the entire time at the end of the game.
He's unbelievable, but he might want to hit the gym and work on, some of those jumpers. He shot about 28% in the playoffs. Hey, before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. I'm just kidding, Pods. I like you. Anything is podsable. And that's the Bay Area Calendar, brought to you by Surfside. Giants General Manager Zach Manazian next on The Sports Leader. Carrie Crowley sitting in today is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. And the Executive Show is sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Zach, you are learning something that Mike Krukow and Dwayne Kuiper have learned over the last 20-plus years, is that when we do a morning radio show on KNBR, sometimes you can do it on a total high, and sometimes you can do it on a total low. And unfortunately, this is the latter. So after a frustrating extra inning loss, we say good morning. By the way, Carrie Crowley, former Giants beat writer, is sitting in for Marcus today. So on the UMA guest line, Zach, how would you rate your mood this morning?
Oh, man. Let's see. Well, I can tell you for a total low, I remember going on a 13-day road trip. I was with the Texas Rangers at the time, and we won the second game. We lost the other 12. And so I would definitely say I've had much lower times in baseball than where I'm at right now. We're 8 games over. But obviously, anytime you lose a series at home, it's frustrating. And but I try to remind myself to have a short memory, and we got a game today, and try and go out and win it.
Yeah, you have a day game today, as a matter of fact, with Hayden Birdsall getting the ball against the Miami Marlins, trying for the dreaded salvage game after losing the first 2. If anybody missed it last night, Giants losing extra innings to the Marlins for the second straight night. So big picture, Zach, everybody was so happy, including me. I wrote about it for the website about Rafael Devers. It was a bold move. It was a brash move. It was a gutty move. It was an impact bat like you needed. And you're 3-5. And I know it's big picture, et cetera, all that. But to what degree of frustration is there that, it hasn't turned around immediately at home? And Devers in particular hasn't really settled in. He's hitting 194 as a Giant. How is there a level of frustration?
No. I mean, if you're asking, would we go and rewind and not do the trade? All of those, kind of the past tense was, I would hope, if you take a step back, you could say that really you still feel current tense. You are excited still. One thing about this trade, and I've mentioned this several times, relative to most deadline deals where you're acquiring somebody and then they move on at the end of the season. We have Rafi for 8 seasons after this. So, he's a proven hitter. Obviously something we felt that we needed, an opportunity we couldn't pass up. So, would I rather be 5-3? Would I rather Rafi be hitting 394 instead of 194? Absolutely. And losing isn't fun. One thing that I was thinking about last night, because these games, they hurt. And one of the reasons they hurt is I think the expectations that are there now are that this is a team that can go out and win day in and day out. And I don't want to shy away from that. I think that's the standard that we want. So it's tough, but like I said, you got a game today, and I'm pumped that Rafi's in the lineup. So still very, very excited about acquiring him and what he means to our current team, what he means to our future.
Giants General Manager Zach Manazian joining us on the UMA guest line. A reminder, the Executive Show is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org. Zach, you just talked about the acquisition of Rafael Devers and how the expectation is to go out and that this team can win every single day. And I wonder, now that you've made that trade, and big picture, you're sitting 8 games over 500 in a jumbled National League wildcard race, how much does that shape your desire to be aggressive over the next 6 weeks leading up to the trade deadline? How much does that make you want to put your foot on the gas pedal even more?
Look, that's a little bit of my nature anyways, and Buster's definitely come in that way, and he's really, since the day I interviewed with him, somewhat challenged me and the rest of our baseball ops group to be aggressive. Look, you don't want to be reckless, but also, I think we all see an opportunity here that this team has a chance to do some great things. So yeah, if there's opportunity there, you definitely try to seek it out and try and prepare for really everything that comes your way, because you do think there's a chance to win a lot of games. So Definitely want to be aggressive and want to be open-minded and try and be creative just to create more opportunity to improve the team. But having said that, I personally still have a lot of belief in, the guys that are in that clubhouse. I think our coaching staff is tremendous, and I think we have a really good group of players. So, with respect to the people in that clubhouse, we're always going to be looking to get better, but I don't want to slight any of them either because, we're halfway through the season and, they have us right there. We may be in a playoff spot or a half a game out right now, but I still think we're in a pretty good spot going forward for the second half of the season.
Zach Manazian is voice you hear, general manager of the Giants on the executive show. Tough loss last night to the Marlins, 2 in a row. Frustrating. Offense. 5 hits last night, and we can go through any number of offensive stats that are frustrating. What's your big picture take on this, Zach? Would you say that the team that you and Buster have built is not getting it done offensively? And would your message to the fans be, hey, in about a month when the trade deadline rolls around, we're going to continue, after getting Rafael Devers, we're going to continue to try to improve this offense?
Well, I think the message I would say to the fans is we're always going to be trying to improve. Whatever's out there, we're at least going to check on it, whether it's free agents, trades, so on and so forth. And I've maintained that really since day one. It's important for us to really run down every possibility to improve. As far as our team and where we're at, I've said this a number of times, and definitely with you, Murph, and Marcus and Carrie, you've probably heard me say this as well. Is just our ballpark and our team, our foundation is being a team of pitching and defense. And, I don't know if I necessarily expect us to go out there and average, 6-7 runs per game. But I do expect us to pitch well, and I do expect us to play really good defense. And I think that the difference right now, what I'm seeing relative to early in the season is it's just the big hit, one big hit there, one big hit here. And, these games that we're losing late, are completely different. And, sometimes the ball falls and sometimes it doesn't. But if we pitch well and we prevent runs from scoring, we're always going to have an opportunity to win the game. It's just going to be sometimes we get the big hit and sometimes we don't. And, look, I think hitting's very difficult. And I think we're seeing it around the league with a lot of different teams. And we just got to keep working at it. I think we've had some players who I feel like are starting to show positive signs. I think Willie has. I think Jung Hoo's been a little bit of a slump, and I think he's shown some positives here the last couple of days. And those guys just keep working, and you just hope the tides turn at some point.
Zach, you mentioned some of the strong young starting pitching that you've received this season. You got Birdsong going again today. Roop shut down the Red Sox over the course of the weekend. I wonder, at what point of the season do you start to have the conversation about their innings limits, and how much can you push these guys? Because Roop's a little older than the traditional prospect. I know he made his debut a little later, and Birdsong had kind of a nonlinear route through the minor league. So at what point do you start to have those conversations internally?
Yeah, we haven't really had those. I think it's on everyone's mind to some extent, but also we're in a pennant race and guys are throwing well. I don't expect us to take the ball out of their hands. I can't even imagine what Purdy or Roop, what their reaction would be if I came and told them, hey, you're 15 innings over, you're gonna have to take it easy. So some of that is the situation dictating and really how they feel individually. Their bodies are all different, and how their arms feel is different. So, I wouldn't necessarily say we're going to adhere to a strict innings limit of, say, 20% increase or 10% increase. We do a lot biomechanically to try and gauge how their deliveries are evolving over the course of a season, and if their body's tiring. I have all the faith in the world in our medical staff. I think they're as good as it gets with Dave Greshner in charge. So, we'll follow their lead, and JP Martinez and Garvin are talking to these guys day in and day out. So, I think they're in a good spot, and not even really to the point where we're saying, geez, should we back these guys off because of their innings?
Talking to Zach Manazian after a tough Giants loss. They're back at it today, 12:45. Hayden Birdsong gets the ball as the Giants try to salvage one before they head to Chicago, Arizona, and Sacramento on a long road trip that'll take them through the 4th of July. A few little housekeeping items here. Well, actually bigger than housekeeping. That's an incorrect phrase. But a transaction question, and that is Casey Schmidt. Is there any news here at 7:40 this morning after he got hit on the hand? What do we know?
Well, he took an X-ray last night that was negative, so probably going to do some more testing this morning. I don't think anything's open yet at 7:45, so hopefully we'll get some more news here later this morning, and hopefully he's okay. He's one of those guys that's starting to show, that he can be a quality offensive player at the major leagues, and we need him right now. So hopefully that all checks out okay, and we should have more information, obviously, before the game.
This is sort of a hypothetical here, but if he had to go on the IL, which would be a possibility, is there somebody in Sacramento who can come up and play third? And I guess a lot of people are looking at, and probably not at third, but maybe second. Marco Luciano's offensive numbers are going up. Is this somebody on your radar?
Look, if he gets hurt, someone will definitely come up. I promise you we're not playing with 25. But yeah, look, those are, just to speak in hypothetical, I don't know if that's the best thing to do right now. Mm-hmm. I'd definitely obviously have a conversation with Buster and Bomel about who would come up as far as Lucy playing second base or third base. He hasn't done that this year. I don't know if it would be fair to go to him and ask him to do that, and I don't know if that would necessarily be the best thing for us defensively either. But certainly would have a conversation about all the options and try and get someone here and get them going.
Zach, part of the infield shuffle, it all started kind of when Matt Chapman went on the injured list. Casey's obviously stepped up and played a huge role for you guys during that time period. But at the same time, you made the decision to send Tyler Fitzgerald back to AAA Sacramento. It's something that some teams decide, hey, we're going to let this guy take a few days off in the major leagues, watch from the bench. What made you guys feel that the minor leagues were the best place for him to get back on track?
Yeah, I think we just felt like there was kind of a prolonged lack of production from Tyler that, look, we've all seen him play really well at spurts and the big league level, and it wasn't there. And I think, Bomel and the staff were perceptive and just noticing that it didn't feel like Tyler was as confident as he can be, as he should be, given what he can do on the field. So, it's difficult to say, was it the right time? Should it have been done sooner? Should it have been done later? It's always tough to answer that. But, when the decision came that day, we just felt like it was both best for Casey to go down to AAA, get some at-bats and rebuild that confidence, and for us as a team to just try a little different fit over there for the time being. So hopefully he gets things right sooner rather than later, and we see him back here because there's a speed component. I think we've seen the power in the past, those things like that, and he can be dangerous. So, but he's got a little work to do, and AAA hopefully is the best place for him to do that.
Speaking of, guys who are coming and going, Matt Chapman was mentioned by Carrie there, and his rehab. And I don't know, any updates on this? Is there, Matt Chapman gave beat writers some decent news the other day. Do you have more updates on Chapman's recovery?
Well, he's bouncing around the clubhouse like he's ready to go today. I can promise you that. He is anxious to get back. He is dying to play. And he's doing really well. So the splint is off. I think he's feeling good. I don't think he's quite there yet. I think he's hoping to come back before the break. I think there was some talk possibly prior to the Dodgers series, but there's nothing etched in stone. I think with a lot of these things, especially when it comes to the hand with so many bones in there and obviously just a lot of little bones and tendons and so on and so forth, you kind of hold your breath when guys are going through the quote-unquote rehab process, that once they perform, hit, field ground balls, different things, that they come back the next day and they're not super sore. So we're learning, every day kind of where he's at. And look, we need this guy long term and the rest of the season. So to bring him back early and potentially lose him long term would be pretty difficult. So we want to make sure he's ready. But I can promise you guys, I think he's driving Bowmel nuts, telling him every day, I'm ready. I'm ready to come back and play. But that's who Matt Chapman is. Just a team player. I think he's excited with where we're at and bringing Rafi in, and kind of just wants to be out there on the field with the boys going and competing. So, but yeah, we're all hopefully back sooner rather than later. But it sounds like he's doing really well, and hopefully before the All-Star break.
Yeah, a lot of folks eager to see Matt Chapman, Rafael Devers, Willy Adames all in the same lineup right now for the Giants. Zach, question for you. You watched Camilo last night and obviously struggled a little bit in his outing before this against the Boston Red Sox. There's been a ton of pressure put on this bullpen this year. It's been up to the task. It's been the best bullpen in the major leagues really to this point in the season. How do you look at their outlook for the second half of the year? You're going to hit the midpoint today. A lot of these guys have extremely high usage. What can you realistically expect from this group moving forward, knowing what you've already asked of them to this point in the season?
Yeah, I think it's a very fair question. Look, to go out and say they should be the best bullpen in baseball from game 1 to game 162 probably isn't entirely fair. But like I've said time and time again, my expectation is for us to pitch really well and to defend. So, my expectations for the bullpen are to continue to be one of the major strengths of the team. I actually think Bowmel has managed the usage, very well. And some of it is looking at how the bullpen has evolved, from day one to here. I mean, we had Purdy in there giving us 2 and 3 inning stints, and even in leverage. And I thought Harry did a really nice job when he was in there for multiple innings. And those guys are out, and we've moved some guys in and out. So, there might be a little bit still of arms change, forming a little bit of an identity. But, looking at Duvee yesterday, and Ty Raj yesterday, I think a kind of a bloop single that scores the 2 runs, a ground ball just inside the first baseline. I think Doval was 0-2 on 2 of the first 3 hitters, and sometimes with those extra inning games, you can put yourself in trouble trying to prevent 1 run, and try and make the perfect pitch, and all of a sudden it turns into a little bit bigger inning. So, of what I look at and concern myself with at this point in the season, I would say the bullpen's further down the list, because I think there's a lot of arm talent and guys who have done it. And but I had a mentor tell me once, anytime you're in a pennant race, you're going to be using your bullpen, and they're going to be pitching stressful, high leverage innings, and it is a huge load to carry for the team, and it's just something we're always going to have to monitor with how guys are doing, and try to look at it not totally day by day, because I think you can let a small sample kind of drive you somewhere you don't want to go. But overall, just really happy with the group. I think Bowmel, I think Garvin, JP have done a great job, and really expect them to be a strength going forward.
Just the last few minutes here with Zach Manazian, Giants general manager, after a tough loss last night. 12:45 game today as they try to salvage one of the finals of the homestand here. Couple housekeeping items here. Bryce Eldridge, very unfortunate. Hamstring injury, out 3 to 4 weeks. That's just awful for everyone involved. Can you just, how does this slow or delay his progress?
Well, yeah, obviously missing a month is going to slow it down. I would caution everyone. Look, it's unfortunate. We're going to lose players to injury, and he should be back. It's a hamstring injury. Murph, I hear you talk about, being awful. I think back, there was a prospect that I remember, maybe the best prospect I've ever seen. His name's Ruben Mateo. And I remember him lunging for first base, trying to beat out a ground ball, and he broke his femur in half, and he was never the same. And so when I think about awful, I think about Mateo not becoming the player that we all thought he was going to be, whereas, with Bryce, it's unfortunate, but it's a hamstring pull. he was heating up at AAA, which maybe is the most disappointing thing, is that he was really starting to get it going, and it halts that a little bit. But look, this is a great kid. He works really hard. He's everything we want in a Giant, and he'll rehab it, and he'll get back, and he'll be playing, and we're excited for that.
And then just down there in AAA, Wade Meckler, who was called up a year ago, showed some bat-to-ball skills. Bob Melvin spoke about him highly in spring training. And is he playing second base down there? Is this something that you guys are developing?
He is, yes. It's been a conversation dating back to maybe late last year, and a couple of people have brought it up. One person in particular that's been mentioned has been Ron Wotus, has talked about it, and really thought it was a transition that Wade could make. And for those of our fans who have seen Wade play, it's probably not going to come to them as a huge surprise that this is as hard a worker as you'll see. I think he was a walk-on in college at Oregon State his junior year, he ends up hitting third. So whatever you tell this guy to do, he is going to give everything he has. And we thought him adding second base to his skill set would be helpful for him to just accumulate major league time down the road. And, there's still going to be some growing pains like anybody learning a new position, but I think he's done really well. And I think people are pleased with where he's at. Could we see him playing second base in the big leagues this year? I don't know if I have an answer to that. But I think he's showing that it's something that he could do at some point. So the more versatility for a player like that, the better.
All right. Interesting. Something to keep an eye on. And finally, you're so old school, Zach. You were raised by, we sort of like to downplay this, but you were raised by Tommy Lasorda. And he's an old school guy. He's comes from the Earl Weaver, Lou Piniella, Billy Martin school, and there's been a lot of hit batsmen lately at Giants games, and I know the Giants have sort of taken the high road, and I know there's suspensions, like Suarez got suspended for 2 games for the Padres. But I'm just wondering, is there an old Lasorda DNA strain in you that is very upset when you see your hitters get hit?
Yeah, definitely. Especially when you've got guys going really well, and some of it is like, just take Casey Schmidt for instance. I mean, I think we all see how much he's developed over the last 2 years, and it feels like he's starting to really find it. And Casey's had some significant injuries with hit by pitches, and for someone like that, you just don't want to see something where there's a prolonged IL stint because of hit by pitch. So yeah, there's definitely a frustration there, and like I said, it's part of the pain of baseball. You don't want to lose players to something like that, and I saw Webby had a comment last night about these things tend to even out and police themselves, but it's a lot of gritty guys down there, and they're very competitive. It's a very close group, and they're very protective of each other as well. So I'd probably just leave it at that.
Okay. All right, Zach. Well, it's always good. We get wide-ranging from micro to macro, and we always enjoy the conversation. So get one today. Are you going to Chicago?
I am not. I will be in Arizona, but not Chicago.
All right. No deep.
But, I gotta tell you guys, getting on the phone, I was thinking the biggest disappointment for Giants fans this morning, maybe not the 2 losses, it's that I'm stepping in for Buster this week at KNBR. No. That's got to be a tough blow.
No. We had Buster 2 weeks in a row, and we got him the week he traded for Devers, so that was pretty good, man. So, well, hopefully, maybe you could give us a little peek how Buster's even keel, but is there a little, is there a little grind and frustration going on with him right now?
Yeah, he's definitely even keel, which is nice for me. But I mean, you guys all know him longer than I've known him. He is competitive, very competitive. He gets to the ballpark and he expects us to win. And look, in these roles, we want to try to maintain a very even keel disposition. But I wake up this morning, I'm not pumped. you know, but when I go to that ballpark and walk into Oracle Park, you know, I still get excited every day to go in there, and I think every day Buster goes in there, he sees it as an opportunity to go and beat the other team, and I think he has a lot of fun doing that. So, and I think we'll do a lot more than that, a lot more of that. I really do. So yeah, he is super competitive. I can promise you, you know, the losses, he does not like them. And look, to go out and try and trade for a Rafi Devers at this point, I think highlights just how competitive he is.
I still sort of a silly question on the way out here. Did you ever see Tommy Lasorda flip a spread?
I saw him eat a spread many times. I never saw him flip a spread.
Did you ever see
but
any?
I have.
Yeah,
I've been in the clubhouse long enough to see players flip the spread. This is when my dad would roll out the spread and like kind of in the middle of the clubhouse in those tables. And yes, I do remember one player in particular flipping the spread. But you know, I tell my wife as she becomes more and more knowledgeable watching baseball, be careful. Just be careful.
Dinner at home, right? We don't want to disturb dinner at home. All right. Oh, man. All right, Zach, always enjoy it. Maybe I'll run into you out there today. We're going out there, so thanks for the time.
Sounds good, guys. Sounds good, Mark. Right. Looking forward to it.
Zach Manazian. There it is. You know my flip. I know we're super late, Carrie, but my flip the spread story with Phil Roof at the Rochester Red Wings game. No, yeah.
Oh, I
just was being that. You know me. I'm that guy. I am that guy, and you know it. Kipe even said he wouldn't want to sit near me. I try to be funny at least, but I was at covering the 2003 PGA Championship at Oak Hill, which is near Rochester, New York. And we golf writers, we have so much free time. We went to a Rochester Red Wings game that night. And give me a couple beers. And I'm like, I don't care about the Rochester Red Wings, but they were playing poorly. And I was like doing some boning up on them. And their manager was a guy named Phil Roof, who was an old Oakland A at one point, utility man, journeyman through the years. And I was like, I just started. We were sitting close to the dugout. I'm like, Phil, you cannot be happy with this level of play. And then it's like they were kicking it around. I was like, Phil, you got to flip the spread. You got to flip. And it just became this huge mantra all week. And flip the spread. Flip the spread. So I don't know. It's always a good spread. I don't think anybody does that anymore. No way, right? No way. Yeah.
Too much respect for the actual spread. The spread's too good.
You're right. The spread is way too good. Because they used to just kind of wheel out deli meats, right? Just like deli meats on a table, on like a rolling table
every day of the week.
Right. But now you got to go into some like gourmet kitchen, and some high level chef is making you 5-star meals, so you can't flip that. All right, man, the clock, forget it. It's toast. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Carrie Crowley's in today for Marcus. Why don't we just go ahead and look ahead to David Samson, the interesting long-time Florida Marlins president, survivor, reject, and podcast host at 8:15 on the sports leader. That was it. That was the cut. You say our cuts are long. I'm waiting for Tony for the big hit. It's just a hit. One hit here, one hit there.
It's just a big hit.
There it is.
One big hit there, one big hit here.
I got you. We didn't communicate on that one there, buddy. Look at me and Tony kind of trying to mind the store here. We got Raph in here. He's thinking about his set list for the Sour Flower gig. We got Carrie Crowley in Arkansas. We got Marcus doing God knows what. We got John Joe Curley. By the way, is he still texting from Greece?
100%, yeah.
Honestly.
Dead serious.
Of course. Was he freaking out about the clock?
No, not like this morning per se. I just know I'm sure he would.
Yeah, he would. But you know what? We're here to entertain the listeners. And 26 minutes of Zach Manazian and flipping the spread. Listen, the spread flip story was so good. I heard from the legendary A's lifer clubhouse icon, Steve Vucinich, who's listening down in Arizona. What's up, Vuce? You know Voos, Carrie? Did you ever meet Voos?
Oh, yeah.
You did? Okay, good. I would have thought he was...
I had the privilege of meeting... Here's how much I've talked... I've probably been through that A's clubhouse 30 times, but he's such a legend that I don't think he would remember me. I've probably seen him
Voos knows all.
3 dozen times in my career.
Well, he's still listening. Yeah, he said this morning that he has a story. One time, Tony La Russa tried to flip the spread. It was a table in the middle of the clubhouse. It was just a big roasting pan in there for chili, sauerkraut, and hot dogs. And Tony knocked over the table, and everything fell and just landed perfectly on the floor. Like a little hot water spilled, and a couple of players got up and put everything back, and the guys went in, and there's nothing really hit the floor. Voos told that to Scott Oster, who once wrote it one time, and Tony got pissed that he got criticized for flipping the spread incorrectly, dude. We need to go. I don't know. Spread. I don't know. Can the Giants go flip a spread? I think Frank Robinson used to, and Kipe and Steve Nicosia, an old catcher for the Giants, made fun of it by bringing their lunches in a sack lunch or a thermos or a lunchbox to prove that they could have lunch without the spread flip. But anyway, I know it's a short segment because we have David Samson, who we were talking about the Marlins. I associated David Samson with the Marlins for years and years and years. He was the son-in-law of the owner, right? Is that right? Is that the deal? And anyway, he was down there trying to make baseball happen in Miami. So we'll talk to him about the failures of baseball in Miami, except for it's not the failures of baseball in Miami. They're running out a bunch of guys you've never heard of, and they're all changing their approach. In fact, that 2-strike hit off of Doval in the 10th inning, I don't know if you were like the change in approach. Who was that who hit that? Was that Hernandez who got that hit? The way he shortened up and went up the middle.
Hernandez?
Yeah. He shortened up and went up the middle, which, I mean, you kind of like, do you see the Giants not changing their approach? Like all through spring training, Carrie, we heard situational hitting. Pat Burrell behind the cage, runner on second, nobody out, give me a right side ground ball. Runner on third, one out, give me a fly ball right here. All this stuff that you need to do that we've been doing in baseball for 150 years, right? It seems like the Giants aren't doing that. They're like, even though they're talking about it, they're not doing it. And the Marlins yesterday kind of shortened up and got the little knocks they had to get. I mean, is it approach, Carrie?
It looked to me like they had this figured out in spring training in April, Murph. Like in the month of April, a lot of their comebacks were the result of really good situational hitting. It was the month where Wilmer Flores led the major leagues in RBIs, and all he was doing was just hitting the ball right back up the middle. Right now, it looks like they're a little pull happy, and I don't know if they're tired. I don't know if a veteran roster is worn down halfway through the season, but the approach doesn't look the same as it did 2 months ago, and that's why we're seeing these 2-run games, these 3-run games, where the Giants just aren't putting up the numbers that they once did, and they're not hitting the ball out of the ballpark either. So I don't have a solution for it. I don't know if you blame the hitting coaches. I don't know if you blame the players. It's the age-old question in baseball. Who gets the blame when the offense doesn't perform?
I mean, the elephant in the room is Pat Burrell, who we're all friends with and we all like, and he's a Bay Area guy, and he's great energy. He's FP was saying he's like really an emotional counselor for these guys too. He's like he's always in their corner. Shake your tees, that whole deal, right? I don't know. For years and years and years in baseball, when I've heard of hitting coaches getting fired, I'm always like, yeah, I mean, talk about true scapegoats, right? But then again, if they're scapegoats, like what role do they really serve? I don't know. Remember Donnie Ecker came in 2021. Were you on the beat in 2021 or no?
Oh, the savior, Donnie Ecker. I talked to him that was my last season on the beat. 5 years and 2021 was it.
Well, guess what?
Went out on top.
He just got fired from Texas.
Yeah.
I mean, so Donnie Ecker in 2021 is the greatest thing since sliced bread, and how are we going to overcome his loss? Texas stole him away. They fired him. They have one of the worst offenses in baseball. So I don't know. I mean, obviously they play a role. Otherwise they wouldn't exist. Or I don't know. Is it a primordial tale? Do you not need a hitting coach? You definitely need it. Barry Bonds was a hitting coach for the Marlins, right? Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And in that, he didn't.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't turn them into 762 home run hitters, right? So I mean, how much can a hitting coach really do? Can great ones make a difference? You think of Charlie Lau, Walt Rinniak, guys like that. I don't know. Or is it just they call it in golf, Carrie, the players used to say, I have a loft problem. You're like, oh, really? What's a loft problem? They said lack of effing talent, LOFT. Get it? So do the Giants have a loft problem?
They shouldn't anymore. Like, after Rafael Devers was acquired, it shouldn't be the same issues that we've seen. This lineup should be deeper. But Jung-Hoo Lee hasn't produced in 2 months. Obviously, right now, Matt Chapman's not in the lineup. You're not getting anything out of second base. Tyler Fitzgerald had to be demoted. Catcher is just a black hole right now. First base is regressing a little bit. Dom Smith's not the player he was 3 weeks ago when he was acquired off of the street, basically, after he opted out of the Yankees contract. So I don't know. I think there's a loft problem here. There's probably a coaching issue. There's probably a combination of a lot of things. When you lose to the Marlins, it's hard to just blame one thing, right?
Well, what years were you on the beat for the Giants?
2017 to 2021. So I went from 98 losses to 107 wins.
Who was the hitting coach at the end of the Bochy years there? Was it Bam Bam?
Was it still Bam Bam?
I
think it was still Bam Bam at that point, yeah.
So
yeah,
you wonder, is Bam Bam the guy who got all those clutch hits in 2010, 12, and 14, the same guy who skippered 98 losses? Or the same? It's like Bochy. I mean, Bochy was the manager who pressed every button right in 10, 12, and 14 and pressed every button wrong in 2016, 17, 18, right? So, I think in general, I mean, obviously managers can make a big difference in terms of when they take pitchers in and out, what lineups they write. Are they bunting? Are they stealing? Things like that can make a big deal. But hitting coaches, I don't know. I mean, if you remove Pat Burrell from his duties, all of a sudden are the Giants going to start hitting situationally?
No,
so
that's the thing. Like they are not going to dramatically change the capabilities of this offense if they were to make a change at that hitting coach position. It's not realistic to think that he's the entire problem dragging this team down.
Right. 707 says it's strange. It's a trend year after year. You put on a Giant uniform, you can't hit. It has to be something. I don't know how much the park is in their head. Seems like other teams, I still am looking for the stat. Can you help me on Baseball Reference? I don't know how to use the search engine.
Yeah.
How can we figure out other teams' homers at Oracle Park versus Giants homers at Oracle Park and or other teams batting
average? Do you want
average?
that this year?
Maybe. Sure. We'll start with this year, and then we can move on to other bigger windows, but if you can find that for me by the end of the show, because I think we got to duck out. Young Tone, do we have Samson? Because there's a question here about whether or not we have David Samson connected, because he's been connecting with him over social media, not on Twitter. Now Tony's gone.
Whoa, risky.
Risky. Yeah, we got him?
John Joe Curley walks out of the building, and
All
Tony
right.
takes some
Well, you're going to go
chances.
do that digging. I'll give you an hour and 47 minutes to find it. Okay, you don't have to find it right now. And David Samson, the interesting former Marlins president, will join us next on The Sports Leader.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we were talking about the Marlins being in town, and it's like, man, the Marlins, such a kind of a random franchise. And I was like, who was with the Marlins forever? It was David Samson. And he's got a podcast, and he's an interesting guy, and he was on Survivor and all that. And so we reached out, and David said, yeah, I'll hop on. So David Samson, who hosts the podcast Nothing Personal with David Samson, and if I have my facts right, was with the Marlins, gosh, from 2002 to 2017, a real long time, including the 2003 World Series year. So thoughts on baseball and life with David Samson. Dave, we've never had you on out here on our show on KNBR. It's the Murph and Marcus Show. I'm Brian Murphy. I've been doing this for a long time, and we have actually a guest host today, or a co-host today, Carrie Crowley, because my partner's on vacation. So it's Murph and Carrie Crowley welcoming you to San Francisco. How you doing, David?
I am doing great. I love San Francisco, but I loved beating you guys in 2003 so much. I have so many great stories about it. I got to start with just the number one. You don't remember, but it's a long time ago. But man, you guys were so good with Bonds, etc. And we lose Game 1 of the Division Series in 2003. And Peter McGowan, who was then your owner, he saw me in the tunnel, and I'd known him, for years. I got in the game in '99, and he congratulated me and said, "Man, you guys had a great season. You should be very proud." And I looked at him and I said, "Peter, you're only up 1-0. There's no way this series is over." And then we won 3 straight. And in Florida, when we won with Pudge, raising the ball because you guys built your roster totally wrong, so I had no pinch runner for JT Snow, and we knew it going into the game that you guys had screwed up your roster. I saw Peter in the tunnel, and I said, "Peter, you guys had a hell of a season."
Man, you are coming in firing. David Samson, shots fired out of the gate. I'm still not over that 2003 series. I mean, the Giants have won 3 World Series since then, and you're ripping open the wounds. And you know what I go to? Game 2. If you had seen him after, I have the box score up right here. If you had seen him after the 4th inning of Game 2, because the Giants are up 1-0 and had a 4-1 lead in Game 2.
Yes, sir.
You could not have been confident at that point in time, David. Giants are up 1-0. They have Bonds. They have everybody. They're up 4-1 going to the 5th inning. You could not have been confident.
It was the only first time of multiple times that postseason when I was preparing in my head what my speech would be to the players, because I was so proud of them. We did a managerial change. We had a young Miguel Cabrera, who was a rookie, and a young Dontrell Willis, and we had been a good team throughout after we fired Jeff Torborg and brought in Jack McKeon. But I was practicing my sort of speech. What would I say to the guys to thank them but say, man, I wanted more? Because I always want the players to know that there's either winning and then there's everything else. It doesn't matter where you lose. 29 teams are miserable every year, and I didn't want to be satisfied. And it was 4-1, and I remember so well because to me it was done. We were playing the team with the best record in baseball. That was you. And we were in San Francisco, which was always very, very intimidating to go into. Then it was called Pac Bell way back in the day. And I just didn't think, and all of a sudden we're back in it. We win, and then it was a crazy Game 3 in Florida when we had a walk-off with Pudge, and then, of course, winning it in Game 4. Listen, you guys had a dynasty, and you were the organization that we looked to over the next 10 years is what we wanted to be, because I spent the rest of my career chasing Amy, trying to get another ring, and was never able to do it, and you guys were able to win 3 in 5 years. I talk about the Giants and the organization on my show a lot.
That's good stuff. David Samson, who hosts a podcast. You guys can check it out. Nothing Personal with David Samson. 45 minutes, audio, video on YouTube, and sports, business, and entertainment, which David has worked in all. God, we could do this entire chat on the 2003 series, David. Because, I mean, honestly, I think of Jose Cruz Jr. dropping that fly ball, then the right field line, and then
biggest play of the series.
Yeah, it really was.
Listen, people don't now. Listen, a little nugget about that. First of all, my show is now 2 hours a day.
Woo!
I went to 2 hours, and that is a heavy lift, but I love it. But the Jose Cruz, he was in right field. It's a pop-up. Jeff Conine, who to this day is a friend and had a great career, 2 rings, he looks at that play as the low point of his career because he did not hustle out of the box. He ended up on first base only when we needed that run. And Cruz was a Gold Glover and just muffed it. And there's Conine standing on first, and we're losing our mind up in the suite. We're ready to murder him for only being on first when we needed a runner in scoring position. And he ended up getting himself to second on a walk with the next batter and then scoring, and it was fine. But, my God, that was the lowest point of the series, both for you and for me. And that's rare when it's the same moment that is bad for both teams.
It's so crazy. David Samson's the voice you hear. Yeah, the Giants had the lead going to the bottom of the 11th inning, and no ghost runner could have nailed that thing down. By the way, where are we with the ghost runner, David? What do you think?
I don't like staying in the ballpark till 1 a.m. I don't like having to make player moves because our pitchers, we use 9 guys over 18 innings. Then we have to call up a guy, give him major league service time, pay him at the major league rate because we have no arms, and we bring him up, and he's all super excited, and then we send him down immediately because then we're back to having our pitching right side up. So I love the fact that games are now 2.5 hours and they don't go deep, but it didn't exist when I was in the game.
Hate that take. First of all, we can actually do the math that shows that this whole mythical 18-inning game that everybody who loves the ghost runner does not exist. Most every game was settled by 10th, 11th, 12th innings, and now you're getting really important franchises and history of baseball written by a completely artificial development that changes, really, baseball history changes now because of this absolutely robotic, artificial, this deus ex machina that has entered now these ball games. Come on, David.
Hold on. Now, remember, the way the stats are, if you're saying that stats are wrong now, you don't get an earned run as a pitcher in the extra innings when that ghost runner scores.
No, I'm not worried about stats. I'm talking about wins and losses.
Impacted.
Like you're now losing games on absolutely outrageous artificial intrusions, and it's changing who makes playoffs and who doesn't.
So you would many of the things I'm in favor of because while I absolutely respect and love the history of our game, if you're not changing, you're not trying. And the other sports change things all the time in terms of the rules and where yardage markers are in the NFL and obviously the three-point shot in the NBA and different rules that make offense easier or defense harder. So I think tweaking your game is a necessary thing, and we just get criticized in baseball. We would sit around owners' meetings. This is a funny, true story. We would spend like an hour at every owners' meeting begrudging and bemoaning why the media is so critical of everything we do and the other leagues skate as they make way more meaningful changes than we ever did. And we were under this microscope. And by the way, you are the microscope. Think about what you just said and how you said it.
Well, no, Dave, it's a great point, though. You're right about that because baseball, I was a baseball writer and Carrie Crowley was a baseball writer. And there is definitely, I was also an NFL beat writer, too. There's definitely a standard that baseball writers hold the game to, the great game of baseball. And you see it in how Hall of Fame votes play out and things like that. However, I also went to UCLA and I learned from the great John Wooden who said, there can be no progress without change. Right? We all agree on that. However, said
it's
John
one
Wooden,
of my favorite things to say.
Not all change is progress.
Well, hold on. I hear you, and I'm going to agree, except to say that is a rear-view mirror comment. And you're right that not all change is progress, but the one thing you guarantee without change is not just it's not just neutral, you're going backwards.
I'll give you an example of a change I like, the pitch clock. So I'm not out here screaming at the clouds. I'm saying I like the pitch clock. I'm okay with even making the bases bigger for stealing and all that. But the ghost runner is a step too far. It has changed. It changes games and it changes pennant races. And there wasn't a problem that needed to be fixed. It wasn't like people were screaming, man, I hate the 11th inning. That wasn't like a thing. So you and I are just going to have to agree to disagree on this one.
Yeah, that's not true because GMs and presidents were complaining about it for the reason I said. We didn't like having to deal with player moves in that way and dealing with our pitching staff. We just did not like the way extra innings had become just get down on the knob, swing out of your tuchus, and try to hit a walk-off. And that's what was happening. and we just didn't like that as our game. So that change is supposed to, and it does more, but not totally, bring back the type of baseball that's fun to watch. Where get him in is something that we would talk about in the clubhouse all the time, because those little plays are how you win rings.
Well, David Samson's the voice you hear, of course, who was the longtime president of the Florida Marlins. Actually, Florida Marlins, who now are the Miami Marlins, which we can talk about. Also worked with the Montreal Expos from 99 to 02, which is a whole nother story. By the way, should baseball be back in Montreal, David?
No, it was a disaster.
Was it?
I mean,
people say it's one of the most beautiful cities one of the most beautiful cities in North America.
Hold on.
Yeah.
That's a different question. Montreal every year voted best road city by the players.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. You have fun. You don't know what anybody's saying if you don't speak French, and no one cares. You're speaking the language of love, great food, great everything. Just don't go during the winter. I'm in. The problem is that with the exchange rate, with the economics of baseball, the inability to secure public funding, which you have to get, even though you'll say in San Francisco they don't have it. But in general, the rule is you need public financing. So for Montreal to get a team again, they need to build a ballpark, and they need to figure out a way to get TV revenue, even though local TV revenue is becoming less important and national revenue is becoming a bigger issue. Having Canada is not a big additive notion for national revenue deals. So you've got a team in Toronto. You're not looking for another team in Canada. You see that when Edmonton plays in the NHL playoffs, it doesn't rate, and that is a problem in the U.S. But having Montreal as a stalking horse for expansion is a great idea, which is why you keep reading about it being a possibility.
David Samson's the voice you hear. We can talk about anything with you. By the way, we have two of our hosts here are major Survivor PhDs. We're switching gears here from baseball to your celebrity appearance in the TV show Survivor. One of them is a really competitive guy who's tried to get on. It's our afternoon host, Adam Copeland. He's tried to get on a number of times. And he told me when he heard that you were coming on, he said, you got to come at him for some tactical missteps on Survivor. Can you address these, David?
Bring it on. Like, what do you got for me? What, that I wore a blazer on a beach? Guess what? It's called the costume department.
So I don't know. I was not a Survivor PhD, but he said you were voted out second. Did you see that as some sort of,
Nope.
I don't know. Is that right?
I was voted out first. No, not right. That is some bad info right there.
Why were you voted out first?
So I told everyone I was in marketing with a baseball team, and it turns out they all knew that I was the president of a baseball team. I was on the Brains tribe, dressed like Thurston frickin' Howell, with a blazer and my buff as an ascot. And so it didn't exactly look like I was fitting in. And then as soon as the cameras started rolling, the first thing Jeff Probst said is, all right, you need to choose a leader of your tribe. And my Brains tribe chose me, and I knew in the first 4 minutes of filming that I was totally screwed. And then when I saw it play out at Tribal Council, it is so surreal when your torch gets snuffed. And the only thing I kept thinking is, for the rest of my life, I'm going to be known as the first boot in Survivor. And I was despondent. And then I wore it as a badge of honor.
Well,
if you're not going to win the $1 million, why stay around for 39 days?
So here I am all these years later bringing it up. What year was that, what you were on?
We filmed in 2013. It came out in 2014. It was season 28 called Survivor Cagayan, and it was fantastic. I always wanted to be on Survivor ever since it started as a sort of mid-season replacement when I was in Montreal, and I would watch it with our GM on VCR tape that our trainer, who was also our video coordinator, would tape this new show called Survivor. And I said, I want to be on that. And I had to get a ballpark, and I had to do all the stuff I had to do in my life. I finally said, I can apply because our team stinks. We're going to lose 100 games. So I applied and went through the process and got cast, and I loved every minute of it.
That is awesome. By the way, there must be something about Survivor that appeals to baseball execs, because I covered the Oakland A's in 99 and 2000. And one spring day, we're sitting around BSing with Billy Bean, of course, and he said, Man, he goes, all I know is I'm trying to find a way to get Richard Hatch into my front office. Richard Hatch was the first ever winner of Survivor. and Billy had admired his Machiavellian ways. And Billy was like, I'm dead serious. He goes, I need Richard Hatch. He goes, that's the kind of thinking we need. So there's something about it that appeals to baseball execs.
Yeah, listen, it's an interesting game because what you have to do is you have to size up your competition and you have to be able to scout. You have to be able to think ahead several moves, several days. And I was terrible at it, which is maybe why I only won one World Series ring, because I just got completely blindsided when I thought that even though I was going to lose, I thought that I would make it past the first vote, and it just didn't happen for me. But funny, Richard Hatch, yes, he did win Survivor 1. He also forgot to pay taxes on his winnings, and I believe he may have served a little time.
I believe so. He could not work for Billy when he was behind bars here, David. It's been fun doing this. By the way, my co-host, Carrie Crowley, wants to pipe in here with the one. Carrie, you got something.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, David, Murph talking about Billy Beane and the A's, and I know you've got some opinions. We see the show that John Fisher and folks put on in Las Vegas the other day. Do you think the A's ever make it to Las Vegas with a stadium there?
Well, I've been on an island saying that the A's will not get it done in Vegas. The stadium cost, it has been increasing. They have no sources of funds quite yet. Oh, and by the way, the parcel is so small that the only thing I can promise you is that what the renderings look like is not what the final ballpark will look like. Will Fisher do it? He did all the things from a PR standpoint that would make you believe it's happening, except I've built a ballpark. There's so many things that happen like an iceberg below the surface that you have to do to get a ballpark done on time and on budget, that doing a groundbreaking and saying see in 28, that's about as useful as, having not done it at all. The real work comes when you're dealing with the budget and while you're building it and making sure that it stays on schedule and on time. And it's hard. It's an everyday grind. And they haven't started that grind. Groundbreaking is purely performative, and they did a good job indoors with golden shovels. And I personally associate golden shovels with shoveling, doo-doo. And that is something that we are going to wait and see. The good news is that it's binary. Either the ballpark will open in 28 or it won't. We won't have to guess.
Great stuff, Dave. By the way, you guys, you built Marlins Park, right? Lone Depot Park.
Yes.
Yeah, and so are you?
Yes.
Extremely proud of that building.
Yes, I am. I'm despondent that not enough people go, but I'm very proud that we built it on time and on budget. And don't let people fool you. They can say they built something on budget because they changed the budget from when the project starts and they move it up. Like the A's Stadium, it started at 1.5. Now it's up to 1.75 or 2 billion. And then if you build it to that, you can say, hey, we were on budget. We set a budget when we started before groundbreaking of $515 million, and we got it done under 515. Like it came in at like 512, and it opened exactly when it was supposed to in March of 2012 with an exhibition game with the Yankees. And it's anytime someone makes a memory by bringing a family member or someone they work with or a friend to a game in Marlins Park, even though there aren't many of them, the fact is that I believe that I was a part of that, and it makes me proud.
It's awesome, and I know we've gone long. David Samson, the voice you hear. Of course, check out his podcast. By the way, it's on YouTube, and it's called Nothing Personal with David Samson. Obviously, very entertaining guy with a lot of thoughts on different topics. But why? Why are there no baseball fans in Miami?
Isn't that a funny question? Because when expansion happened in Tampa and Miami, the thought was it's a slam dunk because spring training is so successful. What they forgot to tell me is that all the rich people in Miami aren't there during the summer, because why would anyone be there during the summer when it's 8,000 degrees?
Right.
So therefore, they don't want to buy season tickets. If you're good in September, October, they'll come. And if you're good when a season starts, they'll buy individual tickets in April, but then they'll disappear. It's also, there's no corporate base there. So the corporate sponsorship dollars that the Marlins have, very, very low. And on top of that, you have a problem because we didn't win enough. We had good teams, but we could never get over the top. And when we went into the new ballpark, we really overspent, brought in a bunch of free agents, and got them all wrong, and the team was terrible. So we never got a chance to get the momentum that you really want in a new ballpark. And so it just didn't work. But, of course, someone bought the team for a lot of money in 2017 when our owner sold it. And so there's always the hope that that market is going to be the market because it's so popular for people to live in. But again, during the summer, you're not going to find the rich and famous people at all.
And in fact, just a lightning round here on the way out. Does that make your friend Peter McGowan, the late great Peter McGowan, rest in peace? When he, we mentioned him earlier in the interview. I'm a lifer here. So's Carrie. This is the hardest city in the world to get anything done. There's opposition everywhere. That Peter McGowan built that ballpark and the fashion in which he did it is probably one of the greatest feats in San Francisco Civic history. Do you feel that way from the outside?
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but by the way, do you remember what the threat was when you guys were in Candlestick and there was no deal for a new ballpark?
Of course I do. St. Pete.
There was a real threat to move to Tampa, and that was before expansion. Tampa was used by all sorts of teams. Yeah, yes, it was. So that's really my view of a lot of business deals and certainly sports deals and stadium deals. You got to get right to the edge of the cliff. And I mean hang on by like your last cuticle of your fingernail, and then deals get done. But you can't do a deal when anyone feels comfortable. You can only do a deal when no one feels comfortable. And in San Francisco, that deal got done, and no one was feeling comfortable.
Man, oh man, now it's still a miracle. We'll go out there today to watch the Marlins beat up on our Giants. We get sick of this. Hey, just from afar, Buster Posey takes over the Giants and trades for Rafael Devers. As a guy who used to run a club, knowing what goes into things like that, is there admiration for that? I mean, it hasn't worked so far. They're 3-5 with Devers, but still getting a bat like that 6 weeks ahead of the deadline, and just for a first-year president of baseball ops, your view of that?
Listen, first of all, don't judge anything after 8 games, obviously. Mm-hmm. Second of all, the real issue is that when you look at the Giants, and obviously the division they're in is almost an unfair division, but if you look at their pitching, superb, top of the league, but their hitting, it's just not close. And so the thought is you got to do something to get your hitting into the middle, make it average, because you combine that with a great pitching staff and you got yourself October baseball. And they don't have much time because it's not early anymore. We're sort of getting toward the end of the middle of the season. And as we approach the deadline, I think Buster has to look and say Devers is a great ad, but we shouldn't stop tinkering because he alone is not going to make the difference. And just look at your, a little bit south of you, and you can get Trout and Ohtani on a team and never play a playoff game. And you've got 2 of the top 5 players at one point in baseball. So Devers shouldn't be the only move. The only criticism I had is that I'm concerned about that contract. And I get why the Giants would want to do it. I totally get it. But time passes quickly. And you're going to be at the end of that contract for a couple of years saying to yourself, wow, we're now paying the price. Hopefully we will have won. So if you win with Devers, it's all worth it. If you don't win with Devers, it was a bad trade.
Yeah, well, it's awesome, David. Fun talking to you, man. Everybody should go check out Nothing Personal with David Samson, his 2-hour pod. You haven't recorded it yet, have you? Are we warming you up?
Yeah, it's live, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Eastern.
Oh, you've done it.
Every day. And then it's on DraftKings Network, and it's also YouTube, DraftKings Network, and you can find it anywhere you get your podcasts. It is a daily show, and you very well know it's not easy. It's me talking about topics that interest me and reviewing movies and trying to make people understand that the mysteries behind things that people say in sports are not so mysterious. They're just often misleading, so I try to clarify it based on my experience.
Fun booking, man. We enjoyed the heck out of it. People on the text line have enjoyed it, too. So you're making fans, David. Hopefully you get a few new subscribers on your show. And thanks for hopping on with Murph and Carrie Crowley out here in San Francisco. And enjoy your summer.
Hey, I appreciate it. Let's do it again.
There he is, David Samson. We blew
thanks,
up
David.
we blew up the clock yet again. We're just crushing the clock today. I don't care. So what we'll do is cooler of content at 8:50. And then we just booked Keith Smart, who was the 41st pick of the Warriors draft many years ago and a former Warrior head coach. Next on The Sports Leader. And me, Brian Murphy. Carrie, is there something about you being in Arkansas that has me just destroying the clock, buddy? We went so long with Zach, and I'm
2 hours ahead out here, so you're just a few minutes ahead back at the studio.
I just feel like with nobody in the room with me here, I can just kind of do whatever the heck I want. Feels like a Christmas vacation show.
Yeah.
But that was really fun with David Samson, right? I knew we were talking about like guests to have on. I just sort of spitballed that one to Tony. I didn't know. I was like, that guy, I associate that guy with it. Because who do you associate with the Marlins? Really nobody, right? Giancarlo Stanton.
Jack McKeon?
Well, see, it's funny. We could have talked about that. He said they made a manager change into 3.
Wear the Marlins hats.
Yeah, there he is. I'll tell you what, the curse of Gabe, man. He's lording over everybody. By the way, this is all sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. And we're still giving away those 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival, October 2 through 5 at Discovery Park in Sacramento. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour to see the likes of Good Charlotte and Bring Me the Horizon. So I will never, I don't care what owners and GMs tell me. I don't like the ghost runner. And we didn't get to the point where I was willing to compromise. I'll accept it in the 13th inning. But you got to play regulation baseball through 12. I'll compromise. Where are you?
I'm a ghost runner head. And I really do believe that it's good for the regular season, but I think it should not be used in postseason play.
So we're going to wait.
I think
let me jump in here, buddy. So you're going to play under 2 different sets of rules?
Yeah, I am. And I think it's completely fine.
Boy,
I do.
well,
I think the NFL should have different overtime rules in the postseason than it should have in the regular season. I just think like we should adjust these things for the biggest moments in sports. We should also understand that there's 162 games.
I want to reemphasize
162 of these.
I want to reemphasize, buddy. You're talking to an old man here. I got gray in this beard. Never once.
I got gray in my beard.
Never. Do you really? Never once in my 100. If I had to list 100 problems I had with sports in the first 50 years of my life, nowhere on my top 100 problems in sports would be extra innings in baseball. It never even crossed our minds that you needed this ghost runner. It's like, what are you talking about?
It's not for the fan that they made this rule.
Well, it doesn't even matter. Rosters existed forever. It's like it was and now it's created a really strange artificial device that is altering pennant races. I'll never back down on this one, buddy. You know who agrees with me is the young kid, Boucher.
Fine.
Waterboy agrees with me on this one. He hates it. He loathes it.
You know what, Murphy? You're very persuasive, so I get the sense that if Waterboy was working on a different show, he might feel differently.
No, that's not true.
You spend enough time
he
around you and the particles flow.
No.
That's a good call.
Okay. No, that's not true. He takes stands against me all the time. Yeah. There's give me a Waterboy.
For a moment, but I think he gives in at times. I listen.
I didn't even bring up the DH to David Samson, which is to me, that's a problem. Having the DH in the National League.
It's a problem to me, too. I miss pitchers hitting. I do. And I know that I'm in the minority.
I just miss baseball. You know what I mean? It's like 9 guys. It's like we're playing a game. Not every guy has to hit a home run, but we're 9 guys, 9 gloves. Let's play and let's see what happens, you know? And then you're going to have to make some decisions along the way, and you might have to lay down a bunt here or there, or you might even get a swing in there, and Bumgarner might leave the yard, or you might strike out, or you might pinch hit. Or you might remove a pitcher, or you might leave a pitcher in. I mean, we're playing baseball, right? We're not playing freaking beer league softball.
Where are you on the balanced schedule? Because I think this is one and the same. I think that going to the DH in the National League.
Well, there's no more leagues.
Balanced schedule.
There's no more leagues.
So
exactly. This whole year when I'm doing stats, like where's the Giants bullpen rank, where's the Giants offense rank, I'm going 1 through 30. It's the NFL now.
Oh,
it's not like the Giants are 7th in the National League. What do you mean National League? There's no National League. There's no such thing. National League style ball, there is none. Even the All-Star game. No. I mean, it's been ever since interleague play in '97, the All-Star game lost its luster. But now it's really lost its luster because you play in every team, each year you play every team. So it's like, wow, what's Paul Skeens going to do against Aaron Judge? Well, I don't know. I saw it in May. You know what I mean? So, so anyway, there you go. Little couple rants there for you, buddy.
I'm with you.
Cooler of content. We have some stuff. What's out there on the interwebs to make you chuckle? George Kittle's cropping up on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Cooler of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
Might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, it's been a crazy day. We have Carrie Crowley in Bentonville, Arkansas. Is that the home of Walmart, by the way? Yes, sir?
Yeah.
Are you there,
But
bud?
as you know, we work in opposition to the Walton family in my family, Murph. So.
Oh, is that right? Tell me more about that.
Oh, yeah.
What's going on?
I mean, you know, Crowley family, long, proud union history in San Francisco.
Ooh,
you want to know why
this.
Walmart's not in San Francisco?
Ooh,
Unions.
I like this. We're getting spicy.
Some people won't like that. The text line will blow up, but
Hey,
I'll tell you.
I like it.
This
I like
dates
what you're
back
saying,
to the
buddy.
50s and 60s.
Are we going back
yeah,
to...
we just believe we believe in paying the people who do the work.
Do we know
That's what we believe in.
Do we know who
in our
Harry
family.
Bridges is in your family?
I'm sure, yeah, absolutely.
Did you just fake that right there? Did your SI
you,
teacher?
you were better. You were better than that than anyone.
Did your SI teacher just say, Carrie Crowley, do you know the answer to this question? You're like, yeah, sure. Yeah, sure, I know. Harry Bridges.
Longshore and Warehouse Union, Murph, come on.
Are you looking it up right now? Are you looking up Harry Bridges? Yeah, you are.
Of course.
Well, dude, if you're going to get into the history of Union in San Francisco, you got to know who Harry Bridges is. He was one of the great. He was one of the great Union fighters in the history of our city. So there you go.
There we
man.
go.
All right.
Salute.
Man. It's interesting. Although I just Googled him for sure to make sure, and I didn't know he had some Australia ties, but he definitely
Australian born.
Yeah, I didn't expect that, buddy. But he's definitely a San Francisco guy too, man. And he moved permanently to San Francisco in 1920. So there you go. There's your lesson. All right, man. Wow, that was an unexpected turn on Walmart. But it is the headquarters. That is the headquarters.
Digression.
That is the headquarters there.
It is. Yes, it is.
You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Okay, so a little bit of basketball. We've done all baseball. Feels like we've done all baseball for so long. That's what the Devers trade will do to you. And, of course, the Niners being off for days and days and days. Although I kind of want tomorrow maybe, since it's a day game today and, most people will be well-versed on the Giants game by the time we do our show tomorrow. I know you're a big football guy, right? So we can get some Niners thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. We'll throw you some Niners stuff.
I can't wait.
Even though they're down, though they're dark right now, as we say, before they convene in a few weeks for training camp. So we'll get some Carrie Crowley 49ers thoughts tomorrow. In fact, we can go ahead and book a Niner guest tomorrow if you want, Young Tone. All right? We've already confirmed Randy Wynn for tomorrow morning at 6:50. How about that, buddy? Randy Wynn's coming on.
Big time.
He'll be in Richmond, Virginia.
Yeah,
he'll be in Richmond, Virginia, scouting.
Okay, checking out the AA team that Murph is off to one of the worst starts in Eastern League history.
No, I did not know that. Wow.
they were like 19-40 the last time I checked. You think this Giants offense can't score? Go down to AA Richmond and watch that team.
Are you serious? Oh gosh. Is there
I don't know that they have a tradable player on that roster right now.
Oh boy, that's good knowledge. Is there a correlation between awful minor league teams and just, you'd think, simple, bad team, bad players. No, I wonder, is there a correlation between teams that have like really bad minor league records are the worst teams in Major League Baseball, or is that independent?
I think if there is a correlation, it's got to be like 2 years in the past. So whatever your minor league teams were 2 years ago, that should tell you what your major league team is like.
So what you're saying is 2027 is going to suck. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, 2027, it's going to be Devers, it's going to be Chapman, it's going to be Lee and Adames, and if those guys don't produce, Giants, sorry, don't have anything.
Who knows what old Buster can do? Who knows what he can pull off?
Yeah.
Speaking of, and if it all is bad, we're just going to have to shake it off. Hey, there's our turn to the cooler of content. So are you following the tight end university situation down there in Nashville?
I am, of course. Who doesn't love some George Kittle content on the weekdays?
Well, Kittle is everything, right? He's every man. He's the most likable guy ever, and now he has penetrated into the circle of Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift, who, I mean, what are you going to say about T-Swizzle? She freaking went to tight end university. I mean, you got to give her a lot of credit. I mean, I'm a fan. I'm not like a crazy fan, but I've just, admired from afar just her ability to kind of crush it. And she seems like a good person. She seems like she's always, looking out for little kids and things like that. And I don't know. She doesn't offend me like she offends some. Some get offended by her.
No, certainly not. Some people, are just blow up social media at the sight of her on an NFL broadcast.
I don't know what's going on with that. Is it because she made a political endorsement? I don't know, but whatever.
Who knows?
But her tracks. What are you going to do? I mean, I'll Ride with Love Story was used in The Bear season 1, episode 7. By the way, is The Bear back for a new season? Am I missing that?
I believe season 3 just started. I was seeing some mutterings on social about that, but I haven't checked it out myself.
Okay, I got to see that for sure. But anyway, yeah. Well, this one, you know what? I went ahead and put this on the 12-year-old All-Star playlist last year, and I was like, I see what and they, the kids, because we had batting practice music and all that, and we do everything from bangers to current, whatchamacallit, not Kendrick Lamar.
To Brian Murphy's classics.
But the kids like this one, man. They do. They sing along.
Yeah,
they do. They sing along to this one too.
I believe it.
Isn't your generation sing along to this in bars late at night?
This is a big millennial hit.
Like if it's
right
like
here.
1 in the morning,
this is
in
played
the
at
bar.
every wedding I go to.
Okay, and you guys are all singing by the end, right? Yeah, I got you. Anyway,
yeah, absolutely. We're at North Star and Touch Tunes. Your guy Matt DiBenedetti's playing this song for the entire crowd.
Will he? Honestly? Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You're not kidding.
He plays the hits. He's a DJ for the people.
All right, this is good stuff, man. Meanwhile, Taylor Swift went to tight end university, which was pretty surprising. And I guess George Kittle, he just throws this incredible party. It's turned into now like a corporate event, like Bud Light's sponsoring it, And and I guess Kane Brown was playing a show there. So you guys down with Kane Brown? Isn't he the country rap
Heaven?
guy? Yeah.
I think that's Kane Brown's song.
Well, he's playing a gig there, and Taylor Swift's there, and it's like a Nashville bar, and it's like people are ready. And T Swizzle's such a woman of the people. After a couple of vodka cranberries, she's like, "I'm going down," and she impromptu came down to the stage. And do we have the video on this or just the audio? Oh, only the audio. Oh, I thought the video was kind of necessary, but we didn't roll it in. We didn't prep it up, huh, Tone? This is her at the tight end university. This is singing "Shake It Off." Everybody enjoy it for the next 15 seconds. Bring it down there. So there it is, a little pop culture for you. The place went crazy because it's a small bar and grill in Nashville, and George Kittle and Claire Kittle are now in the inner circle. They were hanging with Travis and Taylor up on the balcony up there, like in Love Story. There's a balcony, I believe. So what do you think, Young Tone? Do you approve of Taylor Swift crashing tight end university and playing her tunes? Carrie, you like that?
Oh yeah. I mean, the first thing that came to mind for me was, if George Kittle had to pay for this, and obviously this is a donation of Taylor Swift's time to tight end university, how much do you think it would cost to get Taylor Swift to come and perform at tight end U?
Yeah.
I mean, that's you're getting like 3 games of Kittle's salary there, right?
Apparently she had to like write the chords real quick on on the back of a sheet of paper to give to the band so they could kind of do it. And so, it's all good times. Kids having fun. I like to see it.
$100 for a song in Nashville. That's what you typically have to play. Well, that's for a song that they don't like. $20 for a song that they do like and know. So maybe she tipped the band $100 each.
Good stuff, man. Hey, this is all sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Meanwhile, George Kittle put Brock Purdy on blast. Now, Brock apparently has bought a new home in Nashville, and Kittle tells a whole story about it, by the way. He kind of invades Purdy's privacy here. Which one, Tony? You want to go with cut G or cut? Which one? 624G or 626G? Kittle airing some dirty laundry. Check it out.
I do have to air some dirty laundry with Brock.
What do you got?
He's supposed to be here today,
Come on,
instead he's golfing Now, granted, it was a charity thing. He did something with Tim Tebow's foundation, which is fantastic. I'm happy for him. And they auctioned off a round of golf with Brock Purdy like months ago.
Yep.
They scheduled it for today at 1 o'clock.
Yeah. They did not consult you.
And I asked
what was
Brock,
the phone call like from him?
Oh, no. So he told me it was a charity golf tournament. He's like, I can't move it. I'm like, oh, it's a whole thing. I get it. And then 2 weeks ago, he's like, oh, no, it's just like one round of golf and they're flying in for it. I'm like, so you could have done it on Monday or Wednesday. Teed off at 9 a.m. Brock, you don't get a shirt this year. You don't get anything.
This is a very poor man's Brock Purdy.
Brock,
right
take
here,
the money. I'll take the jersey.
There it is. His breaking balls. See, Brock's now got the money. He's going to get his balls broken. That's the bottom line. So, charity golf. He misses tight end university, and Kittle puts him on blast. Meanwhile, he also gives us some details on, if you guys want to be nosy neighbors of Brock Purdy, he reveals his new purchase in Nashville here.
So,
Is that true? Was that a gift from Purdy?
No, he didn't get me a car.
He didn't? But I know he got that same type of vehicle for his offensive line.
No, he got all the offensive line, Sequoia. He got 5 Sequoias and 5 Tundras for the boys. They all got, I think, the best part about that, too, is like everyone's arguing online, like, oh, my God, he spent his whole contract on these. No, they got free leases. I think everyone gets a 2 to 3 year lease for a Toyota car. I was like, Brock, get one for your tight end that blocks.
Right.
And he was like, well, how about you just ask Trent Williams for his? And I was like, how about you ask Trent Williams for it because it's your gift? And I was like, how many times do you think Trent Williams is going to drive that car? You know, he should just buy me a Toyota.
What do you get, 250 something?
Yeah, 53 a year for 5, I think.
That's amazing. Just a quick round of applause.
Yeah.
Shout out.
And he bought a house in Nashville, so he's a neighbor.
Oh. Is he out by you?
He's like between me and Franklin.
Okay.
He has a river on his property and like 2 fully stocked ponds.
God.
He also, the house that he got too, not to like air out all your stuff, Brock, but I'm going to. They got it from like a former, I don't know if it was like a rock star or a country music artist, but he built like a 25,000 square foot barn to store his tour buses in.
25,000?
Yes, it's huge. It's got bedrooms in it.
Mm-hmm.
It's got a full basketball court in it. It's insane. So like I think they're gonna renovate his house and then he's just gonna live in the barn.
Dude, Brock Purdy. Note to self, as we like to say, go buy property in Nashville. Because now listen, we're not gonna get the 25,000 square foot guest house, but you're gonna get something for your money, that's for sure. So Brock Purdy wisely investing in real estate out there, man. I don't know, Carrie. What do you think?
Better community. Nashville with Brock, with George Kittle and Bruce Bochy, or the Atlanta Gulf community with Ryan Vogelsong, Javier Lopez, and there's another former Giants player.
That's a good, Jeff Francoeur, former Forever
Jeff
Giant.
Francoeur,
and it was
Buster.
Buster was part of that until Buster said, "I want give me San Francisco." Oh, man, that's so tempting to hear about that real estate. You get rivers on your property. And oh, my God, here we are just grinding it out to rent a 600-square-foot studio. That's what Jeff Kent said. People in the Bay Area are so dumb. You're so stupid. We actually have that soundbite. You remember that famous one? You guys are so dumb. What'd you pay for real estate? Oh, boy. But we love it here. We'd never be anywhere else than the fog of Pacific, or Daly City, I should say. All right, well, there you go. That was a fun, cooler content between Taylor and Kittle. Okay. Keith Smart, he was the 41st pick of the Warriors, then never played a game for him, then came back to be their head coach. So some NBA draft second round preview next on the Sports Leader. Monday, July 7. We'll all be off next weekend for the 4-day weekend, but in the meantime, it's fun to have the likes of FP Santangelo, who joined us yesterday and will join us next Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Carrie Crowley, of course, today and tomorrow. And Carrie will be doing Giants baseball this weekend, too. But we turn our attention from baseball to basketball, where the Warriors draft tonight in the second round. Of course, they traded their first-round pick in the Jimmy Butler trade. And one of the gentlemen who was selected 41st by the Golden State Warriors, no, not tonight's pick, the one they had back in the 1980s, Keith Smart, who, of course, wound up being head coach of the Golden State Warriors, too, and still lives here in the Bay Area. And Sam Gordon of the Chronicle chased down Keith. And we said, oh, man, let's call Keith. And so he agreed to hop on, which is nice to have him on KNBR. Keith, welcome to the morning show on KNBR. Brian Murphy and Carrie Crowley. How you doing, Keith?
Brian, I'm doing fine, man. How you guys doing?
We're doing good, man. We're kind of sitting around watching this draft go down, waiting for the Warriors to pick 41. What are the odds, right? 41. You, Eric Paschal, and whoever they get tonight, right? So you'll have a special bond with the pick tonight, right?
Man, I tell you, it was awesome at that time, and here we are, 37, 35, 36 years, or 7 years, when my name was finally called, or the Warriors finally called me, and being the pick to come out here to the Bay Area, and eventually start coaching, as you alluded to, and here I am, still here in the Bay Area.
I love it, man. Hey, man, once a Warrior, always a Warrior. And so tell us about the life of a second-round draft pick, because there's so many varied ways to go. I mean, there's the Nikola Jokic path, right, where you become MVP of the league, and then there's other guys who who don't make it out of summer league. I don't know. I mean, like, did you kind of feel like it's a blessing to get drafted? It's an incredible honor and a thrill of a lifetime. But at the same time, you almost know you have a little bit of an uphill battle. What was the mindset?
Well, I think guys like Nicola, guys like that, they have already played some professional basketball already overseas. When you come out of college and you're a second-round pick, and at that time when I came out, you're going into an environment where it's a must make the team. And today, kids, I've had a chance to coach on various levels, and today's young men, they all have workout guys, trainers, specialists, people who are talking to them to do the right things. Where at that time, you didn't have that. You just focus on, you got drafted, you came out to the team, and you had to figure it out from there. And whereas now you have someone in line now already figuring things out for you. And now, some players in the second round are getting guaranteed contracts. And if you don't have a first round, you become that first round pick for that team, although you got picked in the second round. So they happened with a player that I coached a couple years ago, Jordan Walsh. Boston did not have a second round pick, but they picked him didn't have a first round pick. So they picked him in the second round, but they made him into a first round guy. So the player who gets selected by the Warriors with the 41st pick has a really good chance to make the team.
Well, heck, the Warriors, obviously Draymond Green, second-round draft pick. And then even just last year, they took Quentin Post in the second round. That guy was getting meaningful minutes. And Trace Jackson Davis is another one, too, your fellow Indiana Hoosier.
Yes.
These are all guys getting meaningful minutes. So should Warriors fans look at a guy tonight as maybe a guy who could help this coming year?
I think in this case now, you look at a player coming in the second round at this particular number or a little bit behind him because that player gets the opportunity. He's a little older. He's probably more mature when he goes into the play. He's not going to be bothered. And he probably has worked out for 5 to 12 teams, So he's understanding how and what he needs to do. And then when he come into that environment of getting ready for training camp and the practice and stuff like that, he has a different mentality than what some of the first rounders. Because you see some of the first rounders don't pan out well. I remember joking with Steph Curry a while back. We played when I was at Arkansas. We played in a tournament here in the Bay Area in San Francisco, and he was hurt at that time. And he came in and talked, and I asked him about his experience with the summer league, and he said, "Man, you remember I shot 36% from the field in the summer, So some of those guys understand that going into the summer league, even the best player, the best of the best, remember those bad moments, and I think it's going to be the same thing for the second round pick here.
Keith, what was an indication to you when you were coaching that a guy that you had drafted would be ready to contribute as a rookie? What did you look for during summer league training camp that kind of told you, okay, I might be able to trust this player on the court?
Yeah, that's the one thing that every coach is looking for because you're going to play so many games and you want to put it into blocks, okay, the first 10 games, first 20 games, and then 40 and so forth. And you want to see, can this guy get on the floor and play? And something that I mentioned to Steph a while back was that, as a lead guard, handling the ball 80 to 90% of the time, you want to limit your turnovers. You're going to have turnovers. But when you play that position as a point guard, because that was at that time they were leaning heavy toward point guards, and you got to give credit to Don Nelson and Larry Riley when they made that pick, because we were somewhat leaning toward Tyreek Evans, but at the same time we already Nelly had already pegged that we're going to take Steph Curry. So I think the biggest thing, you don't put a lot of emphasis, something that I learned over time. You don't put a lot of emphasis on summer league because a lot of times the players who are picked, they haven't played games in a long, long time, since their college days. They've been just doing workouts and stuff like that because they don't want to get hurt. Very light pickup, control workouts and stuff like that. So when those guys get out there, they sometimes they struggle. And but you look at the body of work they had when they were playing in college, and when some guys that were overseas, you look at that body of work there, and that will let you know that hey, he's going through this. There's an adjustment period, and now we have to get him up to speed, and then you go to another adjustment period when you go from training camp, summer league, to now you're being around veterans, guys who have been in the league for a period of time, and you got to make that adjustment.
Keith Smart is the voice you hear, and of course, he's the legendary Indiana Hoosier national champion from 1987, and then a Warrior draft pick, and then eventually a Warrior head coach. And he's coached a lot of places and has a lot of basketball stories. Lives in the Bay Area too, so it's great to have. You mentioned Steph, so I wanted to sort of get off tonight's draft pick and go back in time. I mean, you're one of the few people in the world. You coach Steph Curry. I mean, back then. Terry or Keith, pardon me. I was looking at the story about Terry Teagle. Keith, you had a kid who we didn't know what we had. Were the ankles a little bit iffy?
Yeah.
Can you take us back to that time, Keith, and tell us what it was like to have Steph Curry in 2010 and 11?
That the time that I got a chance to coach him when Coach Nelson, who was prepping me to become a head coach in the NBA, and having Steph. We already knew that he was going to be a star because that was the first thing that Coach Nelson said was that he's going to be a franchise player. Coach Knight, bless his soul, even said that he's the best passing guard that he's seen in a long, long time. And when you see a guy do a behind the back pass with his left hand, you knew he's special. And he can put that ball on the money. And so as he moved through the league, you just knew there was going to be a matter of time to where he got a little stronger. He got a little bit bigger, and I think he came to the right place at the right time. But I think any other team that may have drafted him, he still would have been a good player. I think any other team that he may have got drafted in would have pigeonholed him to be this type of player. I think coming to the Warriors, where the style was open, fast-paced game, you can shoot, no one look over at you funny or something like that. And I think that puts Steph in a different category because he was able to play how he played. And the biggest thing that Coach Nelson always talked about was ask the player, who do he think he is? And if he tell you he's a 7-footer and he's 6'2", you better believe he's a big guy because that player believes in who he is. And so the same thing with Steph was that I'm one of the greatest shooters, the best shooters in my class. That's kind of what he talked about. And sure enough, he became the greatest shooter of all time. And so having him, one thing you saw with Steph, and even in his evaluation, was that he was really hard on himself. He wanted to get better. He had this jovial way of how he played, very infectious to other teammates. And you've seen that through his career. He has fun on the floor when he played. My regret is that I wish I would have been around him a little bit longer to watch his growth. But I've seen him from time to time. I still text him from time to time when I see him do some things or when he gets injured or something like that. But, once he found the right shoe with his ankle at that time, then I think it made the biggest jump in his career because now he was healthy to go out and perform.
Keith, if you can take us back to that 2009 draft. I mean, you'd mentioned, there was some interest in the organization for Tyreek Evans. He goes 4th overall. Johnny Flynn goes 6th overall right after the Wolves had drafted Ricky Rubio. What was the reaction in the room when you guys knew that you were getting Steph Curry?
Well, a funny thing because I have some friends who were in front office in other teams, and some teams were picking behind us or before us. And so we already knew that we were going to pick this guy. If he was there, he was being picked. We were going to pick him. And so as we're moving around, we on the phones talking to different teams, and it's amazing how information can travel all around the league. And we mentioned some people calling and asking, hey, who do you guys like? And Nelly will come in and say, hey, whoever you talk to, just tell them you like this guy, And it will go around the league. Different teams will call you, hey, man, we heard you guys like this player or that player. But we had our eyes set on drafting Steph Curry. Nelson made that very clear. And then when we drafted him and everyone was – and the team that was behind us just knew we were not going to draft him because that wasn't the information that was out there. Nelly even flew to Mississippi to see Monte, which all the reporters picked up on and thought, okay, well, he's going to Mississippi, Jackson, Mississippi, so they're not drafting a point guard. And sure enough, we drafted him, and Nelly knew how to play him. And then I got the chance to coach him in the summer league, and he had some big games in the summer league. And coming from summer league, you got a chance to see the way that he can play and how he's able to play, how he can shoot the ball, how he moves without the ball. He still was going to get into that frame of putting some size on. And I think today, like I said, I've done high school, college, and pro, And I think a lot of times people say, well, he has to put on weight. And one thing that we didn't do was try to force weight onto him right away. And I think that really helped him.
It's just fun talking basketball with Keith Smart, of course, a national champion at Indiana, long-time coach, NBA coach, just coaching Utah Prep now, the kid who's going to BYU, the star there. So just last one, just on the Warriors currently. Two main questions on this team right now. Number one is, are Steph and Jimmy too old to get it done? I'll start with that.
Well, I don't think not today. These young guys can play. I mean, they take extreme care of their bodies. They go out and perform. They know how to pick their spots. These are good players. They know how to pick their spots. So they're not too old in a sense. 38, 35. That's 29 and 27 now. So that the way those guys go out and prepare themselves to play. The biggest thing that I think every team needs, and Warriors included, is their bench. And I never forget Dwayne Wade and when I was at Miami, Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh, they said, "Don't eat the young. We don't eat the young." Meaning they don't put the young players down. They said because we got to help develop these guys, because by the time we get through 35, 45, 50, 60 games, our bodies are beat up. That's where you need that young players playing to kind of carry those games. And we saw some of the young players helping us win games back then. I think now you must have a strong bench, not so much as you move through the lateral part of the season, but in that doldrum time of the season where you go from 35 games to 55 games. And now that's who you need your bench playing. So I don't think they're too old. I think Jimmy Butler and Steph, Draymond Green are all that way, but I think it's important to have a nice, strong bench to carry you through the season so that these guys don't play so many heavy minutes. And, with fans and how these guys perform and play now, you have to have another player that Jimmy takes a player and says, okay, you got to be like me when I'm out of the game. I'll never forget Baron Davis said, I was going to take him out of the game one time, and he said, "Coach, don't take me out. Let me push the lead up by another 6 points, 6 to 8 points. Put the backup in, and then now if they get it even, I'll come back in the game." And that made a lot of sense to me, and I think that's the same thing that holds true for younger players playing behind those veterans that can help carry them.
And then this is kind of a big one to leave to the end here, but Jonathan Kuminga and Steve Kerr, it's just very obvious, very public that they don't see eye to eye, and Kerr's agenda for Kuminga has been different than what Kuminga wants. How do you solve it, Keith?
I think the biggest thing that players have to do and coaches have to do is that they have to get into a room, just the two of them, and ask the question, what is it that you want? And ask the same with the agent. What do you want for this young man? And I think the same thing with Kerr. I think he's come along. He was on a veteran team. But you saw in the playoffs where this young guy is really kind of a go to his own self. And I think you got to let him just play the game. And I think he's a smart enough coach. He's going to figure those things out. But, the allure of going into another environment, playing over there, being well compensated for that, I think that kind of gets in the way. I think Kuminga is a very talented kid. All he wants to do really is play the game, but there are so many other pieces that are involved in it, and I think it's going to come down. Some team may tell you, hey, you got a great chance to play a lot of minutes over here. And sometimes it works out, but the majority of the time, the highest percentage, it doesn't. That's why you see so many guys who left to go play other places in free agency, and they get traded again only because they didn't work out how they want to play. They got the compensation, but they didn't get the minutes and the time and the shots that they wanted.
Interesting times, man. We'll see what happens with them. But, Keith, it's fun to catch up with you. I'm glad Sam Gordon chased you down. I didn't realize you were the 41st pick. So,
man, I know, man. So long ago, and here it is coming back around again.
That's
and like I said, I'll be so happy for those guys.
Exactly. Well, it's great to hear your voice, and it's great to hear you. Well, you're here in the Bay anyway, so people see you around the Bay Area. So, thanks for hopping on KNBR, Keith. We appreciate you.
Okay. Hey, no problem, man. Anytime, guys.
There he is, man. Keith Smart, who hit the game-winning shot in 1980. Are you familiar with the '87 Indiana Hoosiers? Young
I
Carrie?
am because of the game-winning shot. That I mean, I couldn't tell you anything about that team other than Keith Smart's game winner, but I do know that.
He did, and Bobby Knight did not call timeout because he was like, "Don't let the defense get set up and get the jump shot there."
Trusted his players. No analytics. No analytics
there you go. All right. Well, listen, we'll end it on the other side. Listen, it's been a nice break between Keith Smart and Cooler of Content and David Samson. We've gotten away from the pain and agony of last night, so let's finish our show with pain and agony and look forward to today's game next on The Sports Leader.
out there by a sliding Kike.
This could be close.
We got a play and held at third base. You were all over that. You could see it developing.
Yeah, that was a bad hold. I think he probably was safe there, so we'll take that.
Swing and a fly ball along the left field line. Racing over to the line to make the catch is Kwan. Here's the throw now to the plate. And Jung-Hoo Lee, who had bluffed down the line, then turned around and went back to third base. The ball was just in fairly shallow left, but he had a long run to get over there to the line. But he caught it and righted himself quickly to make that throw in.
Here's the pitch. Swinging the line drive down the left field line. That's a fair ball, and Devers is on the move. The ball kicks out, and they're going to wave at Devers. Here's the throw home. It's a good throw, and they got him. So Matt Williams taking a chance, and Devers was thrown out.
Bailey lines it into left field, base hit. Lee coming to third, they're going to send him. The throw from Stowers. Lee will be out at the plate.
Oh boy, that was a what you call a montage. Oh, by the way, you're playing Summer Wind, simply the greatest song in recorded history. This calls back to a story we told from earlier in the day of my 40th birthday party at then Pac Bell Park. That or I guess it might have been AT&T that young Carrie Crowley was at when I was there, and my lovely and talented bride had this played over the PA because she knew the guy. And your message here, Tony, is that we're trying to like create some sort of good vibe amidst all the pain. Is that what we're going on here?
Yeah, just kind of cheer you up.
Okay,
because I know we're going to be,
Thank you.
criticizing Matt Williams for his sends.
Those are 4 incidents in the month of June. The first one was at Dodger Stadium. You heard Clayton Kershaw himself say, yeah, that's a bad hold on Dom Smith. That's a tough one. Number 2 was the non-send of Jung-Hoo Lee against Cleveland. Now, I think a fair number of people, of the 4 we have there, I think if you had to do a poll, that's the one where people maybe say Matt Williams was most in the right. There was a fair number of people who said that was a good hold. Okay, and I remember came in the next morning saying, I'm thinking you got to do that because you're already tied. At worst, you're going to extra innings and go try to score. But no, some people said, no, that's okay. Then the last 2 were the last 2 nights. It was the Tuesday night send of Rafael Devers on the Ramos double. That most everybody thought at the time was, oh, boy, what are we doing? Oh, he's out. And then last night, and this was the controlling thing of the first hour of the show, it was the send of Jung-Hoo Lee on the Pat Bailey single to Kyle Stowers in left field. And that one, I think, was probably the worst of the 4. Probably the worst of the 4 because we saw how shallow the single was. And, if you're a third base coach, and we talked to FP about this, he did it in San Jose. He said it's so hard. Oh, by the way, did I tell you guys Carrie Crowley's co-hosting today? He's in for Marcus Boucher. Carrie, FP told a story yesterday. He said he was so bad at it that he waved a guy. He said he waved a guy home, and he was in such a bad spot, the guy had to swerve around FP to go score. He's like, dude, I was so bad. I was literally getting in the way of guys as they came around third, which was a really funny image. But would you say of the 4 last nights was the worst?
Yeah, I think it's the most egregious because a perfect throw gets him by 50 feet, and a terrible throw, which is what we saw, a terrible throw that pulled the catcher up the line and then forced him to go inside the baseline to tag out Jung-Hoo Lee by about 10 feet, still got him in plenty of time. So, I just don't see a percentage chance beyond about 10 to 15% there where Jung-Hoo Lee is coming in safely. And, you can look at the other plays. Dominic Smith probably scores 60% of the time on that one at Dodger Stadium. Maybe it's 70% of the time. You look at the Jung-Hoo Lee hold from the Cleveland game where Stephen Kwan threw it home. It's maybe a 50-50 play. I kind of thought that he should have sent him and should have given him the opportunity there. And then, you look at the Devers play, and Devers was injured. He's dealing with a sore groin right now. Bob Melvin made that public. I don't know that you want to stress your lumbering designated hitter to try and score a run, but last night I think just was the worst of the 4 by far, especially considering 1 out in the inning. So there would have been an opportunity for the Giants to potentially pick up the game-winning sacrifice fly there. It just, to me, made no sense based on the circumstances to go for that. And I don't know the intel on Stowers. I haven't been binging Marlins games all season, but with where he was positioned in the outfield and where Lee was when he gloved that ball, one of the worst sends that you'll probably see this season from the Giants.
Yeah, it seems like, you judge people on the buttons you press. It's like, Bruce Bochy. Yeah. Bruce Bochy pressed every right button in 2010, 12, and 14 in October. Conversely, it's funny. I was just talking about this with my kid. In 2016, Game 4 against the Cubs, Bochy actually, believe it or not, pushed the wrong buttons in the ninth inning of that game, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's like, so even the great Bruce Bochy.
I mean, there were 3 seasons where Bruce Bochy pushed the wrong buttons.
Well, that might have been.
Go back to 2017, 2018, 2019.
I think 3 seasons they pushed the wrong roster. I think in 2017, 18, and 19. But really, when you're in the mix and you have these chances and you have these moments. But, man, I mean, listen, Matty's been a guy forever. He's been around baseball forever. He's forgotten more baseball than we'll ever know. And right now he's in a slump. Doesn't mean he's going to always make the wrong decision. But, man, right now it's like, you know, they say the old line, you fall into – there's actually a sort of a PG-13, right? You fall into a barrel of blanks and come out. So, we won't talk about that. But people are frustrated. They're out there, too. I mean, 510 says Matt Williams was a great San Francisco Giant, but he's not a great third base coach. That's somebody saying that right now. But another one says, 831 says, these would not be issues if the Giants could hit. And that's what you said. You've sort of defended Williams that way.
I just think there's so much room to be done from a hitting perspective. You can't be winning these games against the Miami Marlins 4-3 or 3-2. This is a team that you need to score 6 or 7 runs against. There's no excuse for games against the Marlins to be this close, for the games they played against the Rockies and Coors Field just earlier this month to be that close. This is on the Giants offense at the end of the day.
And I mean, there was a moment Jung-Hoo Lee was up with runners at second and third, and he struck out on a cookie. It was like a fastball, like a knee-high fastball, the kind of thing he usually slaps in the Tony Gwynn hole, and you score 2 runs. So all that stuff's happening. All right, so it's been a day of mixed emotions. We've had a lot of angst and anger over the misfortune of the Giants, who are now 3-5 since the Rafael Devers trade. I just cannot wrap my brain around that. Buster Posey said it's time to go. We were all excited, and now it's time to slow. Man, oh man. So the Giants have now fallen 5 back in the loss column to the Dodgers in the West, and back out of the automatic wild card. I think they're tied for the 3rd wild card right now. They got work to do, and they were supposed to make hay against these teams, but they have not so far. We'll see what happens today at 12:45. We got to let you go, I know. So back tomorrow, Carrie? You back for more hijinks and laughs?
Back tomorrow. Back and ready, Murph. Can't wait.
Back. All right, you go do your thing. We'll sign off with young Tony. What did he learn today? Next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. casinos. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Man, young Tony has had a chance to promote this Aftershock Festival, and he continually goes to all the small things by Blink 182.
This was a Raph request.
Oh, okay. Well, if Raph did. Raph might be one of the most good vibe coworkers you're ever going to run across. So if Raph wants it, then I support it. Raph, think of a different one for tomorrow. All right, buddy? Think of a different one for tomorrow. All right. He's going, yeah, thumbs up, because Raph's always giving a thumbs up. Everybody go see Sour Flower, Raph's band. Is there a website? Is there a website can they go? Or social? Insta? What do we got?
Sourflowermusic.com.
Wait, say, dude, louder, please, my friend.
It would be sourflowermusic.com.
All right. What about Insta? You got some social or no? Yeah?
Yeah, we're on all the socials. Sour Flower band or Sour Flower Music.
Sour, S-O-U-R, flower.
Yeah.
Not flour like in baking soda flour.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah. No,
Okay.
it's some flour.
Flower
like,
power.
Right, that's
Flower
it.
power. All right. Call Raph right now. Tell him that you're going to go to the Sour Flower show. Are they playing the Aftershock Festival? That's my question.
They probably should, dude. Get some good people in that band.
2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival right now. Call Raph. 415-896-KNBR. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR wins 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival, 10-2 through 10-5 at Discovery Park. This is all furnished by Danny Wimmer. Presents. Grab the official rules at KNBR.com. And tickets on sale now at AftershockFestival.com. I'll give you 2. The All-American Rejects and Bowling for Soup will be there. So there you go. There's 2 right there, buddy. Bowling for Soup. There you go. The silly, wacky name. All right. Well, listen, what did we accomplish today? We want to thank Carrie Crowley. He had to dash off. You know, Carrie is the sports editor of the San Francisco Standard, which is quite cool. We love our journalism around here, which means he's editing the copy of luminaries like John Shea, Tim Kawakami, Danny Emmerman. And I was telling him I like to brag here. I'm going to brag. Can somebody get me some credit here, please? Is that a friend of mine who I went to UCLA with, a cool guy named Chris Kenny, who was a basketball player. He was a walk-on basketball player at UCLA. His daughter, Jane, graduated from Cal and was looking to get into sports writing. She was the sports editor of the Daily Cal and all that stuff. So, you meet with these college kids and you tell them, what you tell them? You tell them, there's no future. Don't get into this business. So I try to mix my message of, hey, this is great. I'm so excited for you. Here's what you should do with, there's no future. Don't get into this business. But I told her, and I said to her, hey, are you familiar with the San Francisco Standard? She's like, no. I said, well, you should be. It's a new online newspaper funded by a tech dude who's got some dough. I said, maybe Carrie Crowley will take your call. And I'm putting one on Carrie Crowley's plate there. Like, hey, now you got to deal with a kid who wants a job, right? Well, he said, he goes, Murph, send her my number. He said, we don't have anybody covering the Valkyries. And if this recent Cal grad wants to go cover some Valkyries, and she did, and she's crushing it. She's written really good stories on the Valks. So I feel good. It's a success story. So just kids, you never know. Don't give up. Always show up like you, Tony. Your rules of life.
It's not what you know, it's who you know, Murph.
Well, that's true too. But you gotta, if you give you that little window, you gotta kick the door down. Well, that's a mixed metaphor. If they crack the door open, you gotta kick the door down, right? And also, you gotta show up. You gotta show. I was recently on a podcast, the Run TMC podcast, where I blabbered on and on for an hour and 40 minutes. Way too much of me. But I was telling them about my start in covering high school football, and you know what it was, dude? Showing up and hitting deadline and spelling names correctly. This is all we ask. Just a basic level of competence. It's like my buddy Coach Jim, who was an outstanding high school baseball player at Lick Wilmerding, wound up playing at Cal. He was talking to a Cubs scout when he was in high school. You know what the Cubs scout said to him, Tony? He said, young man, all we're looking for are guys who can play catch. Do you know how many times I've said that to teams I've coached? About 10,000 times. All we're looking for are guys who can play catch. You got me? I'm looking for you. I'm looking for, can you play catch, buddy?
Oh, 100%.
Okay.
I can do a lot more than that,
well,
too.
Then we say, what is a throw from shortstop to first? Playing catch. What is hitting your relay man from the F? Playing catch. What is spelling a pitch to a catcher? Playing catch. What is a catcher throwing down to second? Playing catch. All we're looking for are guys who can play catch. So there you go. All right, speaking of playing catch, is that what young Tony learned today?
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
Okay, it's with mixed emotions that we do this one because young Tony did not know this, but I don't mean to have this come off as any kind of negative. By the way, this is all sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Somebody wrote in when we brought this up earlier today. They're like, dude, you got this big interview with Barry Bonds, and now this is how you're treating him? No. It's all in history. It's not documented. We're not dogging anybody. But what we're talking about is the Kyle Stowers throw on Jung-Hoo Lee and how shallow he was. And we were talking about, famous throws from left to get guys. And somehow, some way, we wound up talking about, and Barry, plug your ears, the 1992 Pirates-Braves NLCS climactic finish. Winner goes to the World Series. Pirates are about to go to the first World Series since 1979. Braves are going to go to their first one, since Eddie Matthews, like 59 or something, 58, 57. And all the Pirates have to do is get it out, but there's runners at second and third. And the runner at second is Sid Bream. Tony, you didn't know about this. Francisco Cabrera singles to left.
I was 5 years old at the time, 2003.
So Barry Bonds famously does not throw out Sid Bream. We have the video. And again, we're not dogging Barry. He's a great player. But this is an example of what happens when you send a guy and it works out. Take a listen or view it on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter.
Francisco Cabrera comes to the plate to bat for the pitcher. He hacked at the 2-0, now the 2-1. Line drive and a base hit! Just as the score of the tying run. Bream to the plate. And he is safe! Safe at the plate! The Braves go to the World Series! The unlikeliest of heroes wins the National League Championship Series for the Atlanta Braves. Francisco Cabrera. And Atlanta pulls out Game 7 with 3 runs in the bottom of the 9th inning.
Ooh, a couple interesting things there. Number one, I think I got to give Barry a break. He was playing pretty deep. He was pretty deep. So it wasn't the easiest throw in the world because it's kind of a not that hard hit ball. And he's throwing from really deep. And that said, by the way, is that Spanky Lavalier? Is that Mike Lavalier who's making that tag? Did he clip Bream's cleat before he touched home plate in replay? Here's the thing here's another thing about this, Young Tone, is that this is the beauty of baseball before replay because it just happened and everybody celebrated. Let's see here. He's probably safe, huh? Front foot gets in.
I think he's safe.
But they would replay it and we'd have to stand around for 10 minutes. Whereas opposed to just letting the organic moment happen. Bonds is pretty deep when he throws that. Also, I'm going to say Bream ran harder than you think. Believe it or not. He ran hard because everybody's like, oh, Sid Bream, dude. He's got a knee brace on. But he ran harder than you think. And first of all, why'd the pitcher fall behind 2-0? And have to throw a cookie. All these things go into it. And why are there 2 runners on? So anyway, that's a different send than Matty Williams sending Jung-Hoo Lee last night. So, all right, you learned it, buddy. You learned it, right?
I had no idea. And that throw was a little bit up the line, I will say, Barry. I mean, he was there with the distance. It was just not accurate right on the plate.
Yeah. It's baseball, baby. All right. Hey, Barry, thanks for the 762. All right. Well, great to see you, Raph and Tony. Fun stuff. And Carrie, we'll do it all tomorrow. We're going out to the ball game today. Hand it over to Papa and Silver. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
They wear the Marlins hats.
I do have to air some dirty laundry with Brock.
What do you got?
He's supposed to be here today, and instead he's golfing. Brock, you don't get a shirt this year.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
This is his 13th start of the year. The 1-1 pitch is pulled down the right field line toward the foul pole and off the foul pole. It's gone. Mike Yastrzemski straight down the right field line, leads off the game with a home run.
The 1-1. Drive into the gap and nobody's there. Is Jung-Hoo Lee's going to have to track it down. Both runs are going to score. Lopez is going for 3. And the throw from Costa third, and they got him. So Lopez drives in both runs.
The pitch is poked up the middle, base hit. Ramirez will score. Coming around third, that's Hicks, and he'll score. and it's 4-2 Marlins. Bailey lines it into left field, base hit. Lee coming to third, they're going to send him. The throw from Stowers. Lee will be out at the plate. Fortes took the throw and lunged back and got Jung-Hoo Lee as he tried to evade the tag. The Giants have tied the game on the hit by Bailey. Matt Williams definitely took a gamble there. Johnson hits a pop-up, shallow left center. Back goes Lopez, and he'll catch it. The game is over. So for the Giants, an extraordinarily disappointing loss after a rally in the ninth inning, and hopefully not a loss that turns into something much, much worse. Bob Melvin's talking to Casey in the dugout, and Casey looks like something really is wrong.
Tough one on a Wednesday night for the San Francisco Giants. Papa and Silver will take you all the way up to Game 3. Pregame starts at 11:45, so we got lots to pack in less than 2 hours. And as my guy Young Tony said to me, we're getting set up. He said, this is a thick open package, thick with 3 Qs, might I add. And the reason we kind of went there is because last night felt like 2 whole games in and of itself. It felt like there was more that happened in innings 8, 9, and 10 than 1 through 7. Mike Yastrzemski with the leadoff homer. You heard that there. Ends up being 2-2. Tyler Rogers, who we've been raving about as a possible all-star, gives up his first run since May 19th. And then the extra innings and Jung-Hoo Lee getting tagged out. It goes to extras. Camilo Doval gives up a couple too many hits. They lose it 8-5. And the Giants, as it stands, are looking to avoid a sweep with the extra layer of what's going on with Casey Schmidt's wrist. Good morning, Papa.
Good morning, and I wish we were saying good morning, getting hugs from the Golden Girls like we were last week. They lost 2 against Cleveland. Logan Webb on that day game won it. We felt the vibe from our Golden Girls, Barbara and Mary Jane. So Walter's out today, and he does everything for us. So we're in studio trying to pick up the pieces and get you ready for hopefully salvaging the final game. And I do wonder about a bit of a bean brawl today after what Logan Webb and Elliot Ramos had to say. So some common denominators in these 2 losses. Matt Williams getting a runner thrown out at home plate 2 games in a row. We got into it extensively, sending Devers and how that all went down. To have it happen in back-to-back games is tough, and they're not going to make a change. It is Matt Williams. He has great instincts for it. But you don't want to get jammed out at the plate. And the thing with this play was Kyle Stowers, who made the throw, and that was a 97-mile-an-hour fastball from left. He was playing shallow. Mike Krukow just pointed it out. They're jamming up the defense. Yep. I'm like, whoa. Ball gets in the gap or you're going to lose the game here. So I'm not saying play deep, but play more straight up. You could see that they were shallow across the board, not just in left, but center and right. And that's one thing. Tim Flannery, one of the best to ever do it. Wodey's done it. I'm sure Matt Williams checked where the outfielders were. But Bailey hit that ball well, and you were able to tie the game. But Stowers, just as shallow as he was, as cleanly as he picked it up, and Jung-Hoo Lee, the grandson of the wind, sometimes he doesn't run like the wind. Got thrown out trying to steal second base. I would like to see more instincts and steal ability. He's fast, and if the ball was inside, the catcher had to make a nice play on it. But just where he was set up, I think that's pre-hit, and just judging the velocity of that, I'm not, obviously he got thrown out, and this is now 2 games in a row. But the bottom line here is 5 hits again. That's all you're mustering right now. It was 5 hits last night, and it was 5 hits again on Tuesday night. So 2 games in a row, just 5 hits. General baseball rule, it is not good if you're getting nearly as many hit by pitches a game as you're getting hit the pitch a game. 3 times they got hit last night, and it is unacceptable, obviously.
And 3 is what they had going into the bottom of the ninth.
3 hits, but yeah. I mean, just looking at it, they got, Jung-Hoo Lee got hit. The one to Dominic Smith wasn't a big deal. He hardly even winced, and he went down. By the way, Dominic Smith, some situational at-bats not coming through. The ball getting under his body on the dive. I want to see the lineup today. I assume Wilmer will be in there today. I'm not sure.
We actually have it. It just came out a couple of minutes ago. So I'll tell you.
Well, here's the key thing. Is Casey Schmidt in the lineup today?
Casey Schmidt is not in the lineup today, and Brett Wisely is going to be your second baseman. So you got Yaz leading off.
Who's playing third base? Koss is playing third.
Koss is playing third. So it's going to be Yaz, Devers, Ramos, Flores, Lee, Adames, Koss at third, Wisely at second, Kisner catching.
That was to be expected. And now, we're going to find out. Bob Melvin will talk to the media at 11:05. We'll turn it around. I got John Shea on, and we'll find that on social media. So obviously the ninth inning unfolds, and Dom Smith gets hit. Casey Schmidt got drilled, just drilled. His reaction, and I feel badly because we had him on Monday, and I asked him about stepping up on the plate. And it was something that you noticed last year when he came up after the 4-3 call. Pat the Bat had him way up on home plate. I noticed it right away. But he got hit in the face in the minor leagues. That's why he wears the big flap to protect his front side. A lot of hitters do, but Casey does. And he also got hit in the wrist, so he's got a history of it. We asked him about, you're stepping up onto the plate. How do you deal with that after getting drilled by pitches? And then he even steps up more with 2 strikes. But he got drilled right on the top of the hand, it looked like, the left hand. And it could have been more of the wrist, but his reaction was not good. He was mad. Obviously when he went out to third base, Jim Lynch is so good as a director, seeing everything, whether it's in the crowd or at Tony's Pizza, in line at the Slice House, and then seeing Casey Schmidt rubbing his left hand. Baseball players don't like to show that, put a little dirt on it. But so what's the deal? The imaging last night was negative, but there's a lot of bones in that area. You heard Zach Manazian talking. It is tough. So, we'll see. He's not in the lineup today. We didn't think he would be. I am monitoring Tyler Fitzgerald to see if he's going to come back from AAA. They played a day game yesterday, the River Cats. They were almost perfect gamed by the Dodgers. They went late in the game. They only had 2 hits in the entire game, and Tyler Fitzgerald did have one. So if they have to make a move and put Casey Schmidt on the IL, you don't want to play this game light. You will see what they do as 11:05 rolls around in an hour. But they for the game right now, and I asked about Koss playing third. They said he's pretty good there. I've never seen him play there. He's got a couple of errors in 55 games in the minor leagues at third base. You'd think he could play it, but we've seen the middle infielder, different throw. Wisely's fine at second base, but if you lose Casey Schmidt on top of losing Matt Chapman, what do you do? So it's just happening too much. I mean, Elliot Ramos has been drilled 10 times this year, and the Guardians were just drilling him in the arm. You see it over and over and over again. 9 times they've been hit the last 9 games. And some of the comments, Logan Webb's comments, it's up to the pitchers, Bob Melvin's comments, Elliot Ramos's comments. Now, Hayden Birdsong's a young guy. You're in no position the way you're getting as many hits of the baseball as you are hit by pitches. Lately, 5, last night for base hits, and 3 times you got drilled. So you don't want to give away free bases. You're not in that position. We'll see where the elements are today, Greg, but I do wonder about some time of just a purpose pitch. And why didn't Camilo Duvall do it last night? That's the kind of game situation, and he gave it up. Tyler Rogers off the end of the bat. Again, the ball that went under Dom Smith's body, I mean, he was so good defensively for so long. They're going to make, it wasn't an error, but it's a play I think he should have made and could have made. It would have been a huge difference in the game, and it's off the end of the bat for Rogers and 2-run score. And Otto Lopez is in their lineup again today. What a situational hitter. Their hitters change with 2 strikes and 2 outs. This may be a lineup like, who are these guys? It's like Blazing Saddles. You don't know any of them. But as you watch them more and more, they know how to play situational baseball. They did it to Duvall. Well, why didn't Camilo Duvall, after it got to, 8-4, just drill somebody? You have to be told that in some situations. Now, today, and it's a tight game, you may not have that opportunity. And are you blaming the Marlins exclusively? You're not going to see them the rest of the year. But just telling baseball, stop drilling our guys. And, when you come up and in and hit a guy in the hand and you wind up breaking something, hopefully Casey's okay. The first thing we look for, and you were all over it, he's not in the lineup today. We didn't think there's any way he would be in the lineup today. Could he even grip a bat? It is his glove hand. It's different than Matt Chapman's hand injury. But right now, you're behind 2 third basemen organizationally. It's getting a bit thin there. So we'll see cost there. But if they have to put him on the IL, do you immediately send Tyler Fitzgerald back down I-80, activate him? And then who's your everyday third baseman? Cost? Who's the best third baseman in the system that's not already on the Major League roster? And right now, you're minus Chapman, who's on the IL, and maybe in an hour or so, he'll be joined by Casey Schmidt.
Yeah, so we're going to be monitoring this Casey Schmidt situation. Zach Manazian talked about that with Murph and Carrie Crowley earlier this morning. So we'll play some cuts from Zach as well. And the phone lines are fully open if you just want to ask any questions, if you just want to vent about last night. Jung-Hoo Lee getting thrown out. Giants went for the win, but this base running thing has kind of become a problem along with the lack of hitting pitches. It's all about hit by pitch. It's not hit the pitch, as Greg Papa noted out there for you. One piece of positivity, because we got to have something good for you on a Thursday morning. 415 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, who I believe is our girl Mary, says today is Barbara's birthday, and the Golden Girls are celebrating in a suite. So happy birthday, Barbara.
Yeah, they told us. We told them we wouldn't be there, and I think they said ahead of time they were not planning on going down to 58 Social. They would be in a suite today. So happy birthday, Babs.
Happy birthday to Barbara. 808 KNBR if you'd like to join the conversation. It is Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Coming to third, they're going to send him. The throw from Stowers. Lee will be out at the plate. Fortes took the throw and lunged back and got Jung-Hoo Lee as he tried to evade the tag. The Giants have tied the game on the hit by Bailey. Matt Williams definitely took a gamble there. Now the part of the gamble...
There was one of the key plays of last night. Giants went for it, which would have been stealing the game after being down 4-2 going into the bottom of the ninth. Willy Adames, for a moment, looked like he hit a walk-off grand slam, had a couple of swings all the way out to the warning track in left field. He did get the sac fly. Patrick Bailey did get the single to end up tying it. Went for the win. Jung-Hoo Lee was tagged out, and we are here to process it all. Good morning, Papa and Silver, with you all the way up until 11:45. Giants looking to avoid a sweep against the Miami Marlins. Words that we were not hoping to be speaking on 50,000 watts here after the first couple of games, but this is where they are. The Giants are not hitting, and we are opening up the conversation to all of you. You want to talk about Jung-Hoo Lee getting sent home? 808 KNBR. You want to talk about Camilo Doval struggling since coming back into the closing role? 808 KNBR. You want to talk about the 10 hits over 2 games in general as a whole and needing an extra inning to get one of those hits? 808 KNBR. Let's go out to Dwayne in Stockton, who's going to get the phone lines rolling for us on a Thursday. What's going on, Dwayne? You're with Greg and Greg.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Long time no talk, man. I got to keep it real today. We need a new third base coach because now that's in everybody's hands. As the runners are coming towards third, I don't think there's a lot of confidence. You can't just wing it out there, bro. It's not going to go your way. That was an obvious hold last night. If he holds them where first and third was 1 out, pinch run for Bailey at first, I think that's the right move. So that was an obvious mistake. And sending Devers the other night from first base, come on, man, that's going to be a challenge, man. That's a risk. And we got to make better decisions at third base. So, unfortunately, I think we need a third base coach. Now, as far as hitting, the other day I was talking to Murph, and we were talking about how there was only 16 guys in both leagues hitting 300. I just checked, and now it's down to 15, and I think at the end of the season it's be under 10. So, that's ridiculous. Murph called it pathetic. And I'm with him because if it winds up being less than 10 guys hitting 300 in both leagues for an entire season, then that's not going to be good for the fans. And there's a lot of factors to that, right? But that should also lend to our brand of baseball. So we have to make better decisions situationally, man. So I'm a little upset about that thing last night. Murph and I also talked about, guys that used to be more accountable at the plate and could handle the stick. And we named a lot of left-handers. I want to name some right-handers today. Paul Molitor, Derek Jeter, Edgar Martinez, Buster Posey, man. And what those guys had in common is that they would make adjustments and go oppo, bro. They would go opposite field with 2 strikes. So I think it's pathetic. the hitting over the whole major leagues, and I think the Giants have got to make a move. I want to ask you guys, why can't Devers play third?
All right, well, Dwayne, we're going to take your answer off the air because we got a couple more on the line. But Dwayne, bring in the heat, bro. Bring in the heat. I love it.
Dwayne, that was one of the best callers we've had. You made great points. Stay there. Just the lack of hitting is because of the advancements they've made in pitching. And there's a facility up in Seattle called Driveline, which you'd think would help them hit line drives. But it's just the pitching analytics are just better. Guys are throwing way. The average major league fastball used to be in the high 80s, then low 90s. Now you see starters 95, 96. They have killer breaking pitches. It's the machines they use. It's the way they train. The commissioner did change some rules to try to balance, going to a pitch clock to speed the pitchers up a little bit, widening the bags. There's things that are coming back a little bit, obviously the torpedo bats, but batting averages have been down, really going back to levels when they lowered the mound. I mean, 1968 was the year of the pitcher in baseball, Bob Gibson, in the 1.12 ERA. They literally lowered the mound 5 inches. It was 15 inches. They lowered it to 10. I do wonder about adjustments that way, to get more hitting. You would think baseball, who runs the baseballs and corking of bats, would try to get more offense. The batting averages are down, but runs scored have been relatively flat. The right-handed hitters you're talking about are all guys that manipulate the bat. They're not just groove, swing, T-ball hitters that can't move the bat head. Paul Molitor is one of the best to ever do it, and Paul Molitor at the end of his career had no stride at all. It was amazing, and he got to 3,000 hits that way. Buster, the inside-out approach. That's why Dominic Smith and Wilmer Flores epitomized that style of hitting, but neither one of them have any, they don't stride when they hit. They're the complete opposite of like Stephen Kwan. When Kwan gets in the box, his feet are 4 inches apart. He's like standing on each other, the big leg kick, and then he's out to 40 inches when he swings the bat. Watch Dom Smith, watch Wilmer Flores. They're already wide, and they don't stride. Wilmer just goes back and then comes forward. So they put the ball in play, but you're suffering, slug. You're giving up slug for that. So as far as Matt Williams, Bob's defended him twice. To have 2 runners thrown out of the home plate in back-to-back games is difficult. The one last night bothered me greatly. The one with Devers, I wanted to be at the ballpark, Greg, like you were, to watch Devers running. I saw him run. It's the best I've ever seen the guy run to get on base to stay out of the double play. I saw him bust it going to second. I didn't like the way he cut the base to third. It was too much of a hard angle and not the velodrome bank. And then it looked like he slowed down. So that's maybe a late call. The one last night, Stowers was playing shallow. He was in. He was not at medium depth. He was in. The ball was hit right at him. I worked with Tim Flannery in a TV studio for a lot of days and nights and sat with him watching games and before games on the bench with Wody. Did Stowers have to move his body at all to field the ball that was hit by Patrick Bailey? If he has to go away from his arm side to pick it up, maybe you send him. If it's the other way to the backhand side, the ball was hit right at Stowers. He got a perfect hop. The guy has a hose. He has a right fielder's throwing arm in left field. He threw it 97 miles per hour, a little up the line, but he got it there so much in time that Jung-Hoo Lee was out. So, and that would have been the winning run there. That's unfortunate. So as far as replacing him, Matt Williams is a giant. He was there with Bob Melvin when they were teammates together. We remember Matt Williams managing the Washington Nationals. I remember when he took Zimmerman out of the game. I couldn't believe he took him out of the game, and the Giants came back, and that was the Brandon Belt extra inning game they won. But he was a manager for a long time with the Washington Nationals. Bob Melvin knows him going back to the Diamondbacks days. He was with him in Oakland. He was with him in San Diego. One of the first things that Bob did when he got this job was hire Brian Price to be his pitching coach and hire Matt Williams to be his third base coach. So you don't make a rash decision based on that. They're not going to pull Matt Williams from third base. But is there more of a conference about it? The one not to send Jung-Hoo Lee a couple of weeks ago was the right call, we all thought. The one with Devers turned out wrong. That one was more debatable, but still, he got thrown out. He's not a fast runner. The one last night, just based on where Stowers was pre-pitch position, where the ball was hit, it didn't seem like the right send. So they're not going to make a change with Matt Williams. But how do you address it? What directives do you give him? And for Bob just to tell the media after a lot, you're not going to air out your guy, but to say, we're trying to be aggressive, we're trying to win the game. No duh. Obviously, you're trying to win the game. We know that. But to get a guy jammed out and thrown out at home plate 2 nights in a row, that I don't want to say they decided, but the game last night, if you held him up there, you still got to win the game later, and there may be other factors. So I think there has to be more culpability. Maybe Matt will take it, and I think he did it after the Devers play. I don't know if he even talked last night, Greg, but the one last night, just all the elements were there to not send him. I really wonder, and Matt's got great instincts. He's been around the game forever. He's coached third a long time. He's played third a long time. Just what did he see that decided him to made the decision to send? Because it looked like Stowers had a play that was right in front of him to do what he does, and that is throw a hose to home plate and throw out the runner.
Yeah, and look, if I'm just going to play the other side of this for the moment, and look, we can do both saying that was a bad decision. There's been a couple of bad decisions by Matt Williams. We defended him on not sending Jung-Hoo Lee last week when Stephen Kwan caught the Dominic Smith sac fly from left field. I defend that decision. I did not like the one, especially in real time, having a good view of it from the Giants suite and the first baseline, rather, to send Rafael Devers to try to go 270 feet. He did run his face off to go and avoid that double play, but then you're asking him to go 3 bases, and that play wasn't particularly close in that one. Last night, I didn't like the send. I wouldn't have done it. Hindsight is always 20/20. That said, you got Christian Koss coming up. It's going to be 1st and 3rd. You're trying to win the game right then and there. And Matt Williams is a Giant. It's not all the Matt Williams discussion. It is part of it. But Giants base running as a whole has certainly been an issue, and it's going to get magnified when your team's not getting on base to the degree that you would want to see a team that is still 8 games above 500 doing so. So I appreciate that call from Dwayne for sure. We've got Ryan. We've got Pugsley on the line. Dalton Johnson is going to be joining us at 10:50, so we're going to do a little bit of a pivot coming up. But your calls next. Continue this discussion on base running. Matt Williams, you want to talk about Camilo Duvall, you want to talk about the offense. It's all coming your way. Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
The Giants hitters keep getting hit. And Schmidt is barking at Fauché. Got him on the hand. And hopefully he's all right.
Well, that was a tough one last night, and Casey Schmidt was the second of two batters to get hit. Dominic Smith got hit in the foot, not too big of a deal, but then Schmidt got hit in the wrist, and Matt Chapman is already down. Schmidt was starting to swing the bat really well, and if you missed it earlier, he is not in the lineup today, so Bob Melvin going to address reporters coming up in about a half an hour, and so we'll get you the latest from that. Mike Yastrzemski will be leading off. Devers hitting in the 2 spot at the DH. Ramos third. Wilmer starting at first base at the cleanup. Jung-Hoo Lee hitting 5th in center. Willy Adames 6th. Christian Koss will be starting at third base today. Brett Wisely will be going to second base. And then Andrew Kisner behind the plate with Hayden Birdsong on the mound. 808 KNBR, your calls. And we take it right back out to the phone lines where Ryan in Napa would like to join the discussion. What's going on, Ryan? You're with Greg and Greg.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Yeah, I think the whole Matt Williams thing is just a red herring. It's like a symptom of the issue. It's not the issue. It's like if your arm, was infected, you're not going to cut your arm off because, you treat it. And the way to treat it is with better hitting. And that's the problem the Giants are having. And obviously, like you guys said, hindsight's 20/20, and whether to send people or not send people, I like it. I think it's a more exciting form of baseball to send someone. If you had a 50-50 choice, I say send them, especially with the scarcity of hits that the Giants have been having. I was at a game where Jung-Hoo Lee didn't get sent, and that could have cost the game. So it's easy to say after the fact, oh, you should have sent him, and they would have sent him in the extra innings and whatnot. And so, yeah, I think everyone jumping down, calling for Matt Williams' head is just the wrong focus. They need to get hits, and it's not a management thing. Posey can only do so much. I mean, he's paying these guys millions of dollars to hit, and if they're not doing their job, then what else is he going to do? And so. Yeah, I think all this frustration is just taken out on the wrong thing. I mean, of course, there are adjustments to be made. But, yeah, I think it shouldn't all fall on Matt Williams.
Hey, appreciate the call, Ryan, and we'll take your answer off the air. And you're right, it does not fall all on Matt Williams. We are fixating on a few different details because there have been a lot of send or no send decisions to be breaking down really since that Dodgers series when they were interviewing Kershaw on Sunday Night Baseball, and he's like, oh, man, that's a bad hold. Listen. I don't agree with the decision to send. Stowers got the ball in left field before Jung-Hoo Lee had even rounded third, made a great throw. It really wasn't a terribly close play, and Jung-Hoo Lee tried to dodge out of the way, which would have been incredible if he pulled that off. All that being said, I can understand the mindset of the aggressiveness, and I also get the antsiness when the Giants had really struggled to hit the ball for the entirety of the game. So we can do the whole woulda, coulda, shoulda. That's going to get attention. But to Ryan's point, Matt Williams sending Jung-Hoo Lee and trying to win the game right then and there, it's not a decision I agree with. It's also one of about 4 or 5 major reasons why the Giants are struggling right now and why they lost last night.
All right, during this homestand, we've had 3 plays that we talked about, and they've involved the opponent's left fielder, who are 2 of the best left fielders in baseball. And usually you think left field is the position you put your least skilled player in. Obviously center is your fly ball chaser, and your right fielder's got the big throwing arm. Stephen Kwan of Cleveland, who we know obviously from the Bay Area, still lives here in the South Bay and grew up in Fremont. What a player he is in left field. His footwork was just exceptional on that play down the line. So you can debate it all you want on the way the ball came in and the way the catcher took the short hop. Jung-Hoo Lee would have been out. So the decision that Matt Williams universally was the right one. This is Matt Williams. He's coached third. He's managed. He's played third a lot. These last 2 nights, and I think in particular last night's decision is a poor one. You don't want to get runners thrown out. You can't just say, oh, we want to be aggressive. No, you don't. In football, you don't want to turn the ball over in the red zone. You don't want to turn the ball over in the red zone. If you don't send him, Patrick Bailey, he wound up going down. The throw came to the plate. Bailey went down to second base. So Christian Koss hit a line drive right after that. You would have had a situation maybe to get that runner in later. So to just say There are other issues. Yeah, they got to hit better. And right now, the bottom of the lineup is a bit of a concern. Wisely's got to be able to hit. He does not have a hit yet this year. He's not a great defensive player. He needs to figure out, and if there is an injury with KC, Wisely's probably going to stick around for a while. We'll see if Fitzgerald comes back from Sacramento. Kisner's a good receiver. You got to hit the bottom of the lineup. Adames is coming out of it a little bit. We would have hit a grand slam to win the game last night. Maybe in the daytime it goes out. The offense and just getting Devers is not going to solve all your woes. And Raphael's not hitting well right now. And he is pitchable in certain situations. So all that is obvious. But when you're playing so many one-run games, and for a while there they played nothing but one-run games, you cannot have runners be thrown out at home plate. Matt Williams works as hard at this as anybody. So he is aching over getting Devers thrown out of home plate and the play last night as well. You just can't have it be done. Now, to say you're going to pull Matt Williams has done this a long time. Mark Hallberg is coaching first base now. He did coach third base for this franchise and took over. I remember on opening day when he first took over, we had like a third base coach roundtable. Tim Flannery was there and Ron Wotus was there, and we all talked about it. And everybody thought Hallberg had great instincts for it, but Bob Melvin loves Matt Williams. They go back years as teammates, and obviously wherever Bob has been, as we've detailed, he's had Matt there. And this is Matt Williams, after all. But you cannot have runners thrown out at home plate. It is not acceptable in any situation. Maybe if you're up big in a game and you want to jam a runner, but in we're talking late game win or lose decisions. And you have to analyze everything. And I'm sure Matt, right after the game, went back in the video room and looked at everything. And why did I send him? Stowers was shallow. The ball was hit directly at him. He has a good throwing arm. Is Jung-Hoo Lee going to run right through it there and be able to avoid the slide? A lot of factors there. So, yeah, the hitting, we know what the hitting is. They need to score more. They need to get more than 5 hits a game. But you cannot accept and just say, we're trying to be aggressive. You cannot have runners thrown out at home plate when you're having a really hard time scoring runs. These represent runs. And if you're not going to make it there, obviously, let the next guy go. It's like a turnover in the red zone in football. If you can't score on second down or third down, throw the ball away, kick a field goal, try forward on fourth down. Just send and get them throwing out at home plate. Just kind of deflates the entire baseball team, and it takes points off the scoreboard.
Pugsley in West Sacramento. We'll squeeze you in because we got Dalton Johnson coming up at 10:50. So let's keep it quick. Pugsley, you're on with the Gregs. How's it going?
Thanks for taking my call, my friends. I'm with Matt Williams. Pop just said, can't get thrown at home, but I know what he's trying to do. It's a team that can't hit. We're wishing for errors or bad throws to score. And like yesterday, bunts, the last 4 bunts have produced runs. Yesterday, first and second no outs, Costlay's a bunt down, run scores. Next inning, same thing, first and second no outs, and then we let him swing away, trying to hit the 3-run home run. Just bunt again, score 1 run. This team, it's frustrating to watch what's going on. Our pitching is just, doing so well, 2 and 3 hits a game, just not doing it. But in the bunt situations, we need to lay that bunt down, first and second no outs. 2 innings in a row, but we only did it once when our last 4 bunts have produced runs. So that's what my most frustration is. And Matt Williams, yes, he probably shouldn't have sent those guys, but I understand what he's trying to do. He's going, geez, we're only scoring 1 run a game. We got to try to do. Maybe they'll make a bad throw, but that's what I'm all about.
Hey, well, maybe if the Tyler Fitzgerald ends up coming back up, they can get some bunts back down. Sorry, that's my dark humor of the day. Appreciate the call, Pugsley. We're going to run in just a bit because Dalton Johnson is going to be joining us, and we'll squeeze a little basketball talk in as the Warriors get pick number 41. Is it going to be Jokic during a Taco Bell commercial? Yeah, probably not. But
Eric Pascal, I'll take Eric Pascal overall. A great point. Dominic Smith, first and second, nobody out in the 6th inning. Unproductive out. I don't want to be down on Dom Smith today, but the ball gets under his body. When he was thriving here defensively, he's making all these plays. He's got to get that ball in the infield. It cost you a couple of runs. What was the play there? Do you want Dom Smith to bunt? I don't know, but you want Dom Smith to make a productive out in that situation and not just fly out to left field. The other point that Pugsley Adams made there, the line about we're going to make them make 2 throws to beat us. Were those really hard throws? And I mean, this is not AA baseball or college baseball or AAA baseball or lower levels. These are major leaguers. Are you not anticipating? I mean, what's the scouting report on Kyle Stowers? The guy is a hitter. He was lining everything off of Logan Webb last night. We talked about him being a Marlin all-star. He's a good outfielder. The throw he made to Otto Lopez and the relay they made, Otto Lopez is a good player. Second baseman, shortstop. I want to trade for the guy, or Xavier Edwards, their second baseman. Is it out of the realm that they could make 2 good throws and nail you at home plate with Devers? And the one last night required 1 throw. It is just right at Stowers' body, picks it up clean, does not have to move his body either direction. It's like I was watching the Combine last week. I never seen the baseball combine. It's interesting. And they had Manny Ramirez's kid, a junior, doing it. They were hitting balls directly at them. They charge the ball. They crow hop and they throw home. That's exactly the play there. Kyle Stowers is an established major leaguer. He's not a draft eligible. He may be an all-star this year. So the whole point about let's make them make 2 throws or make it really? Are we expecting Tim Flannery and the RTIs, the runs thrown in? There are times you want to do that. Would Flan have sent those runners home? And I don't want to compare anybody, to previous one or Wendell Kim or going back to Ron Wotus, but I know what you're saying. There's a bigger problem here, and maybe it seeps down to the cranium of the team, and we got to jam runners in. Is it just we're going to send runners and hope they make an error? These are major league players that have proven. Miami's, I know their one-loss record's not impressing you, but aren't the way they're playing here impressing you? And you don't want to get swept by this team, there's no doubt. And I do wonder, we'll get into it more later on, based on what Logan Webb said and Bob Melvin said and even Elliot Ramos. Does somebody need to get a bow tie pasta today? Do you just need to drill or back somebody up, come in and light somebody up, push them off the plate? Who's that guy you want to go at? You need to send a message, and how will Miami respond if you do that? I think that should have been Duvall in the 10th inning when it was 8-4, whatever it was. It's the margin for error here. If there's a situation in the game today where you're not playing for 1 run and you're hopefully you're up 8-0 late in the game, you bring somebody just come in and drill somebody, and it's a message to Miami, it's a message to Chicago, it's a message to the Dodgers. Stop hitting our guys. You haven't taken anybody down yet. But if they find out Casey Schmidt broke a bone in his wrist or his hand, they are going to be royally pissed off today.
Oh, yeah, I think they already were. And you saw the reaction from Casey Schmidt. And I'm thinking, wow, the same kind of chill Casey Schmidt that joined us on the phone a couple of days ago, taking one hand and slamming the bat on the grass. Yeah, that's a tough look. All right, 808 KNBR. Who would you drill for revenge? Any KNBR employee? Derek's off the table because that's the easy answer. We'll talk to Dalton Johnson next on The Sports Leader.
Portland Trailblazers select Cedric Coward from Washington State University.
So the Portland Trailblazers select Colin Coward here. This is a young man with the ultimate bet on yourself story.
And I felt last night, there's the old saying, video killed the radio star, and the new CBA has killed basketball stars.
I mean, you got that right, Colin Coward. The new CBA killed basketball stars. If you're getting picked at number 11, with all due respect, I do love me some Colin Coward, and I do love me some Malika Andrews, but had to have a little bit of fun here after a morning when it's been a lot of what happened to the San Francisco Giants. We're doing a quick pivot over here. Giants pregame starting at 11:45, so that's the big focus of the day. But Warriors pick at number 41, and here to join us is our good friend of NBC Sports Bay Area, Dalton Johnson. And Dalton, as I say good morning, you also got a YouTube page up and running now. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I'm super excited about that. You know, just a way for another extension of everything, right? Obviously, we have our social media channels and everything, and you know, I love that I'm able to talk with the fans on the pre and post game shows, on things like Dubs Talk Live, the podcast. But yeah, really excited to get my YouTube channel going, and I think that look, I'm not going to have all the bells and whistles like it's in studio by any means, but I think that's kind of the point. Be a little more engaging, have fun, be relaxing with it, and kind of figure it out as we go. You know, I mean, obviously, this was a good time to get it going with the draft, with free agency, and then just kind of get a good cadence. You know, maybe during the season it'll be a weekly thing, you know, bi-weekly, a couple times a week, who knows? But I just want to find another avenue to have some fun with the fans, be able to give them a little more insight about the Warriors and myself as well too. So definitely excited to just have another avenue to have fun with this whole thing.
Now, you'll be great at it, and you'll get all the names pronounced correctly. And in the modern globalization of basketball, that's hard.
Oh
Malika, she shocked me when she went Colin Coward there, which was amazing. But we were going back and forth between her broadcast on ABC and Stephen A-Hole. And Bob Myers was busting me up on ABC. So the first round, there was some movement there, but the big one's going to be number 41. Now, do we anticipate the Warriors sticking and picking at 41, Dalton, or maybe moving up? I mean, historically, 6 of the 9 years, last 9 years, they made a trade in some form to acquire another draft pick or slide around a little bit. Is that what we're thinking they're going to do? Mike Dunleavy Jr. will stick at 41 and pick, or are we hearing other avenues here?
Well, I mean, Dunleavy's certainly active, and we know that. I mean, last year, with what they did with 52 overall was pretty wild, right? I mean, the morning they traded to OKC for Lindy Waters. They get it back later in the day, add Quentin Post, a rookie who definitely exceeded expectations and was kind of an NBA-ready type of player, and that's the kind of player that I expect the Warriors to go after too. And I think that 41 is a really kind of good, happy medium spot for the Warriors, because obviously college basketball has changed so much, the landscape of it with NIL and all that, right? Where the Warriors, the whole pre-draft process, they're bringing in guys who were seniors, 4-year, 5-year. They brought in a couple of 6-year seniors. I don't even know if that was a real thing. It's crazy. It's 22, 23, 24-year-olds. So, I mean, I actually really like a handful of these guys that are still left on the board, guys that you see big boards from like 35 to 50. So, with one pick at 41, I like it. If they added a second-round pick, I'd like that. I like that too, because if they could add cheap players that could crack a rotation, we know obviously how valuable and important that is for the Warriors right now with everything that's going on with the aprons and the CBA and all that. It feels like you need to be some kind of modern math whiz to just understand the competitiveness of basketball now. It's crazy.
Dalton Johnson joining us. And yeah, we were talking with Marcus Thompson yesterday about the second apron and how it's really the Joe Lacob, Steve Ballmer kind of rule that has been implemented by the NBA. But as far as just the Warriors' big picture, we don't know what's going to happen with pick number 41. And maybe it's someone who contributes in a big way. Maybe it's not. But as far as just this roster right now, what would you say the biggest need is with what they currently have? Would you say the most pressing need is something more along the lines of a shooting kind of 3-and-D wing? Are you thinking maybe a rim protector? Are you thinking maybe a stretch big in addition to Quentin Post? Where are you kind of at with all the, 4th, 5th, 6th man on the rotation talk?
Well, it wasn't surprising that when Mike talked with us on Monday, he brought up, obviously, we just saw what happened in the finals with the Pacers and with Oklahoma City. He brought up the defense. We saw the swarming defense that OKC had. And, I mean, the Pacers defense, too, I think was even underrated at times, too. And, and that's why I do think a 3-and-D wing type of player at 41 makes sense. Someone like a Sion James from Duke, I'm really, really high on. He's kind of like a Lou Dort clone almost, like the way that their measurables are and everything. But I also am really, really high on the fact that I think that more shooting, the better for this team. If you can get someone that can come off the bench, that can get you a bucket, that can make some 3-pointers, I think that matters to me right now. I get the defense part, and they do need point of attack, like sure, a rim protector, all that. There's a handful of areas of need, of boxes that need to be checked. But when it comes down to it, we saw what happened to the Warriors offense those final 4 games. And yeah, Steph Curry might be one of the most, maybe the most unique superstar that we've ever seen. But this team needs shooting, and maybe they believe in that internally. Maybe they believe, hey, look, the injuries that Moses Moody and Brandon Pajemski sustained down the stretch really did hurt them in the playoffs. But what we saw them as once Jimmy Butler got here, maybe they believe in those players because their three-point shooting actually was pretty strong, especially Pods once Jimmy came on board. But I'm really high on needing someone that can get you a bucket. So if you're looking for like a 3-and-D, a defensive player at 41, someone like Sion James, who I brought up, if you're looking for a go get a bucket, just be able to shoot the ball, Kobe Brea from Kentucky, that's my guy too. I mean, he's not the most athletic. He might not be a defensive stopper, but that dude knows how to light it up from long distance.
Yeah, let's talk about Sion James a little bit. Duke obviously was well represented in the top of the draft with three guys going, the three celebrated freshmen. But Sion James, watching them play so much this year, just being enamored with Cooper Flagg, is the great connector in everything they do.
Exactly,
he's so smart, great back picker, getting dunks. He makes the open shot. The ball does reverse. And you talked about, a guy that played 4 years at Tulane before he transferred to Duke. The one question I have, and I do see some of the clips where he'll pick a guy right off the dribble. The main thing when they traded Andrew Wiggins last year, DJ, is they just didn't have a ball stopper consistently. Gary Payton II could do it a little bit. Kuminga tried a little bit. This guy, because even Duke plays so much zone, where he'll switch out and he's all of a sudden in the baseline, which I think because the Warriors played a lot of zone after they got Jimmy. I like Sion James. I like everything he does. He's a mature connector, has great basketball IQ. Is he that GP2? And you mentioned he's 6'5", 6'6", long arms, like Wiggins, where he can guard the basketball, where it's no longer a problem, where guys are beating the Warriors off the dribble. Could he be that kind of defensive stopper in time in the NBA?
That's a really good question because I do think he obviously has the physical tools to do that. Like he's a brains. I mean, again, he looks like a football player that was handed a basketball and can go, oh, I can do this actually, right? But can he flip his hips good enough to be that point of attack guy? Can he slide and get with the quicker guards as someone who is 6'4.5", 6'5", super muscle bound at like 220, right? So that's the question when I see some of these guys who look like they've just pure beast bod with all the curls it looks like he's been doing. But someone like that, you brought up GP2. There's a guy named Elijah Martin from Florida. He was on the championship Florida team.
Yeah, I remember him.
He played 4 years. I think he played 4 years at Florida Atlantic first, and then went to Florida. This is kind of like a GP2 clone where he's only 6'2", but he's a 6'8" wingspan. Like he's a pit bull that Jerry Stackhouse would be begging Steve Kerr to just unleash and get under you, be able to slide right there. Super freaky athletic. I mean, look at some of the clips of him just leaping in March Madness. He averaged, I think, 14.5 points per game at Florida. The shot, it's like 35, 36% from three. So he might be able to long-term have some more offensive upside than a GP2. He needs the right team to draft him. And that's why I think that the Warriors could be interesting there because I could see him almost being like the dunker spot like GP2 is. And as a rookie, just throwing him out there and being able to stop those kind of guards, stop the John Morants of the world, right? So you're right. I mean, point of attack was very clear. And their defense was so good for that month, 2 months stretch after Jimmy got here because he's so smart and he plays such great help defense. But I think them being on such playoff mode from like early February on, that's where in the playoffs where you really did miss that point of attack guy. The team was wore out. We all know that, right? They can't be in playoff mode for that long. So the POA, it needs to be addressed. You need to know if GP2, if you bring him back, how best to use him, if he could be healthy enough, if he's like almost like a guy bringing out of the bullpen every few games kind of deal. So if you're looking for maybe a long-term GP2 for the Warriors, I think Elijah Martin would be a great fit for the Warriors there.
Great to have Dalton Johnson with us, NBC Sports Bay Area. And let's get to the big offseason item, Jonathan Kuminga. Now, we've been asking everybody about it. And look, I mean, the bottom line is this. Either he's your biggest asset if you're going to move him to go and get other pieces, or if you keep him, he's got the biggest potential to grow into the guy for the next generation. So, so much has been said about the CBA. It's hard to execute a sign and trade. There's not a market for restricted free agents. My question for you is there any timeline of Jonathan Kuminga for a sense of when and if something might get done, or do we have not really a clear sense of that either?
It still seems pretty cloudy to me. Again, obviously Mike on Monday said he wants it to be resolved sooner than later, because you don't want this to drag out, because Jonathan Kuminga can really dictate the Warriors' entire offseason, and you don't want to be waiting around for this guy as all these other teams are making moves. As we know, this is going to be one of the crazier off seasons that we've seen. It just seems like with the CBA, with the aprons, it's going to be trade. As we're talking about free agency, it's going to be so many moving pieces, and you don't want to be just stuck in the background watching it happen. So I think that the Warriors definitely do want a resolution sooner than later. Does that mean it's going to be day one? I can't tell you that by any means, but I do think that they obviously want it sooner than later, and it's just such a complicated thing, because I think we can both agree we don't think Joe Lacob wants to get rid of this guy for nothing in return. And we know the man who cashes the checks, that is Joe Lacob, the one who writes it, I should say, is a big fan of Jonathan Kuminga. And nothing that he said to Anthony Slater should be a surprise. He wants to be one of the guys and not just a guy. And can he do that with the Warriors? And if you bring him back, does Steve Kerr want to be asked about this every single day? Does Steph Curry? Does Draymond Green? Does Jimmy Butler? It felt like such a fatigue of the questions from us down the stretch that it's like, what do they want to do with this? Not just basketball-wise, but everything else-wise. And I'm not blaming Jonathan for that at all. It's just the reality that they have to answer: is all of this worth it in a basketball sense? And just the, I don't want to use the word drama, but just all the questions that surround it if he does come back.
Well, I certainly hope they keep him. He's a skilled guy, there's no doubt. He's just 22 years of age. He's going to get better. But I loved Anthony Slater's piece going to Cleveland and all the work he's doing on, P&Rs, where he's the primary ball handler, the pick setter, and then shooting. He's knocking down the threes at 56% and twos at 72%. Now, who's guarding him? But the fact is, whether it's just skeleton drill or dummy, he's getting up shots, and that's the area he needs to improve.
He puts the work in. He puts the work in.
Yeah, there's no doubt. The skill is there. Let me bring something up to both of you, because I don't want to trade Jonathan Kuminga. I do not. But I do wonder, what the league is going to say as far as paying him. And, for a while we thought Brooklyn maybe, but now they're not going to pay him. And now Pat Riley, does not get Kevin Durant. He's waiting on Giannis, and Giannis may be a wait and see till maybe even into August or later in July. So the name Andrew Wiggins is kind of out there. Now, you know what I think of two-way Wiggs. They don't win in 2022. He was the second best player on the team. I understand what Jimmy Butler did to change the composition and the culture, but I didn't want to trade Andrew Wiggins. There were so many times I missed him because of the POA, the point of attack defense. If you were forced to because of finances and you had to move Jonathan Kuminga, DJ and Greg, what would you think about reacquiring two-way Wiggs in that transaction? DJ?
I say yes. I do. And again, this is not a slight to Jonathan Kuminga. It's more about what they missed from Andrew Wiggins, and also Andrew Wiggins did not want to leave. He felt really comfortable here. He loved the locker room. He was a big Steve Kerr fan. Steve Kerr was obviously a fan of him as well. And again, I go back to someone just at a different part of his career where he's gone through what it's like to be the guy and have to have everything on your back in the pressure of that. We saw what his career was in Minnesota and what everything happened for him, where it changed in a positive way, going to Golden State, winning that championship for him, and being able to be a different type of player, being able to be more of that 3-and-D player, being able to be more of that third, fourth option scoring-wise. And I just think that you bring him back, he'll know exactly what it takes to win within this system. I think he'll be really comfortable. So, yes, it's such different timelines, and we know what the timeline needs to be with the Warriors right now, with what their biggest what their trio is. So I totally understand the excitement of Jonathan Kuminga, but I do think if you force my hand, hey, swap Kuminga, bring back Wiggins, I think that you would need to be in favor of that.
I think you said it really well, Dalton, on the fitting of the timeline. And I think Wiggins would be best suited to slide back into a role that would be a little bit more natural, both for him and Steve Kerr and a staff that's worked with him before. Whereas Jonathan Kuminga, I think, hasn't quite found that yet. He's looking to be more of a primary scorer or creator. Whereas, and we talked about this with Marcus yesterday, whereas, the coaching staff and Steve Kerr is kind of looking for things more like not getting lost on defense, a little more productivity on the rebounds. Like, we know the talent is there, but, oh, man, if I could get two-way Wiggs back with a Jimmy Butler there to be that second scorer or a little bit more of an authoritative player with the ball, I would take two-way Wiggs back in a heartbeat, no question.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like trading 22-year-olds for 29-year-olds. They're doing that way too much, but you can't keep doing that. Would that be just a straight Kuminga for Wiggins? Would Riley do it that way? Would the Warriors do it that way? How would you match the salaries? Now, Kuminga's contract would have to line up with Wiggins. Would there be other bodies involved, or would that just be a straight Kuminga for Wiggins, do you think, TJ?
It's a good question. I would need to look into it more and get into the trade machine as far as that goes. Because again, I feel like I need a different degree when it comes to even just figuring out basketball nowadays with all the numbers, the contracts, the aprons. I feel like I need to go back to school and get a refresher. Math wasn't my thing. Come on, So yeah, but as far as just let's say a hypothetical, just pure.
How about just basketball skill? Would that be cool just swapping them out man for man?
That's exactly like what I'm saying, right? As far as just a basketball swap, it just makes sense for me. And it might be best for Jonathan Kuminga too. I do not blame someone who is 22 years old, who was a number 7 overall pick, who was a huge high school recruit. Obviously, we know went to the G League. We know he's always had aspirations to be a Kobe-like player. I don't blame him for at this point being like, hey, I want to see what it's like to be the guy. He won his championship at a really young age here. Obviously, hopefully he has digested a lot of things from Steph, from Draymond over the years, from Steve Kerr as well. But I can't blame him for that. He looks around at the other young guys getting paid, at Franz Wagner being one pick next to him and being played thousands of more minutes than him because he went to a team like the Magic who could afford that early on. So you can't blame Jonathan Kuminga for all of this. But I think that Andrew Wiggins understands the now and the 1 to 2 years window that the Warriors could possibly have and what it would take to win for that to come out on the other side the right way for the Warriors.
No, I think that's incredibly said, and I don't blame Kuminga either for wanting to go and have that role, but I just don't think it's going to mix very well. It's a little bit of an oil and water situation when the Warriors kind of pick the direction by getting Jimmy Butler and committing to a little bit of an older core that, in fairness, did help them win immediately, and then, a couple of things got in the way. Steph gets injured being the big one, but we could do this a lot, and I'm sure we will have you again to talk a lot more Dubs. Really appreciate you coming by, as always, Dalton, and, keep that phone on you because we'll have you back soon, and I'll be checking out that YouTube channel as well.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate you.
Thank you, DJ.
Yeah, he is Dalton Johnson. You can read him on NBC Sports Bay Area. Always some really good insight and a great conversation for sure. Lots to get into. And here's the deal. We got a short show. So half hour left. Giants pregame starting at 11:45. So let's get back into what's happening with the Giants. Bob Melvin was just in the dugout moments ago speaking to reporters. Your calls also, I see Rick in Los Gatos. We'll get to you coming up in just a bit. It's Poppin' Silver on the Sports Leader.
pretty well. You know, Patty going the other way, 2-strike hitting, drives in a run. You know, we get some guys on via walk and hit by pitch and create some traffic that way. I think it's just leading up to it at this point. We're not getting enough hits to put some pressure on their pitching, and in turn, it puts a lot of pressure on our pitching.
A lot of base running talk in the first hour of our show. Also, lack of hitting talk is Fairly warranted, as you hear Bob Melvin addressing that in postgame yesterday. Papa and Silver hanging out with you. 11:45 coming up, Giants pregame, so not much time left for us on a short show with the day game. Real quick before we get back into the baseball stuff, I realized I had one more basketball question to ask you. So I am now a Portland Trailblazers fan because they drafted Colin Cowherd.
Yeah.
Are you a Charlotte Hornets fan because of the 4th overall pick?
Knipple?
Con Knipple.
Con Knipple. He went 4th overall. I could not believe that. I do like Sion James. He's the connector of those 3 freshmen. And when he got into foul trouble to left the floor a little bit, they still had people to come in behind. But I think he would be a good fit for the Warriors. We were talking to Dalton Johnson. The one thing about reacquiring Andrew Wiggins next year makes $28.2 million.
Oh, wow.
So how would you fit that in and stay under the aprons? I don't think it's possible. I mean, we talked about you could take less back than what Kuminga may. I don't think Pat Riley's going to be forced to pay Jonathan Kuminga $28 million, so it's not an equitable trade. You may have to move players under contract off the roster to do that, and I'm not sure you would want to do that. So that'll be a discussion we'll have maybe more tomorrow. But just talking to Dalton, I have heard that, and I would not be, as much as I like Andrew Wiggins, I did not want to trade a 22-year-old for a 29-year-old. Actually, next year it'll be Wiggs' age 30 season. But Wiggs does make a 3. As far as being able to play with Steph and Jimmy and Draymond, Andrew Wiggins could do that easily. But there was talk about Wiggins not being able to play with Kuminga. I'd like to reacquire Wiggins some other way. There's no way to do that. Or the one thing I'm thinking about is, damn, if they didn't make the Jimmy Butler trade, could they pry Jaylen Brown out of Boston right now and bring him back to the Bay? Wow, what a player. You talk about point of attack defense, go-to guy, how bright he is. You're talking about, the next generation of spokesperson for the team. Jaylen Brown is brilliant, tackles all issues, but that ship has sailed. You're not going to be able to make that. I'm trying to figure out a way to get Derek White. That's not going to happen. We'll watch the draft, see what the Warriors do, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. As far as the Giants, we did get word. We heard Bob Melvin from last night's media scrum. He did talk today, and Shay Hay has sent me the note. He is getting a CT scan referring to Casey Schmidt right now. He got an X-ray last night, and it was negative. But sometimes CT scans show things that X-rays don't. I don't know if he'd get an MRI on top of that, but right now he's getting a CT scan. There are no results yet. So maybe when you talk to the booth coming up in a little bit, we may know more. I don't think the Giants are going to make a roster move before the game, although they're going to play with 25 guys. Casey Schmidt cannot play today, to be sure. He is still sore. So really, this matter needs to be resolved by the time the game is over and they're bordering a charter to fly to Chicago. Do you put Casey Schmidt on the plane with you and think he's going to play on the south side, or do you put him on the IL? You get Tyler Fitzgerald here. He can meet you, obviously, in Chicago tomorrow. He's one of the few Rivercats to get a hit last night. They're going to be perfect game by Oklahoma City, the Dodgers AAA team, and he got a hit late to avoid that. So anyway, the update on Casey is he's getting more imaging done right now, CT scan now, but the results are not in, at least for public consumption. They may know, and if they do make a roster move between now and 12:45, that'll give you a hint of what's going on. But there's nobody on the taxi squad as far as we know, so right now the plan is to play Koss at third base, Wisely at second base, and obviously Casey would not be available to play today, and just go a man short from one game.
Rick in Los Gatos has been a patient waiter on the phone line, so I want to get Rick on with Greg and Greg before we get ready for Giants pregame. What's happening, Rick? You're on the Sports Leader.
Thanks for taking my call. I appreciate it, Tim. By the way, I love your show. It's better than a cup of coffee first thing in the morning.
Hey, we love you.
Here's the,
do both.
I'd
That's
like
what
to
we
hear.
do.
Thanks. I'd love to hear your opinion about this. You were talking about Jung-Hoo leaving thrown out at the plate last night. I don't think that play actually needed to happen. If in the eighth inning with nobody out, runners on first and second, they had the opportunity to bunt and move the runners along, and they didn't. And that happens a lot. I don't understand why they're reluctant to bunt. On Sunday when I was at the game, Patrick laid down a perfect bunt and they executed that play. But 9 times out of 10 they don't, and I don't understand why Melvin doesn't use that strategy. Any ideas?
Okay, I think you're going back to the 6th inning with the play we were talking about. In the 8th inning, they went down 1-2-3 last night, correct? So I think he's talking the 6th inning, and it was the Dominic Smith play.
Yes.
And I don't think I've seen Dom Smith bunt. Dom Smith's a great handler of the bat. I was expecting more in that situation, honestly. I thought he'd make a productive out. You know, that's when he was been here, all the sac flies, and so his first and second, Devers led off with a walk. Ramos got a base hit, and then Dom came up with nobody out. And I don't know if you want to bunt Dom Smith. Right now, without Tyler Fitzgerald on the team, you lack bunting ability. Who can bunt on this team? Patrick Bailey got down a really good bunt last night, the inning before. And he did do it in the 5th inning, right, when he got that bunt down. And Koss drove in the run with a sac fly. So they're bunting way more than last year. Remember last year, to bunt or not to bunt? That is the question. They didn't know how to bunt. They didn't know how to do
so
it
bad.
situationally.
It was painful. It was
Cost
painful.
them a game against Atlanta on a Monday with Yaz when he swung away and struck out, and then Tyler was supposed to bunt for a hit. So I think they bunt. I don't know what the analytics are as far as compared to baseball, but they're punting way more this year than last year. I think the one loss with Tyler Fitzgerald is he's by far the best bunter on the team. Who can get a bunt down? Can Jung-Hoo Lee bunt? I'd like to see him bunt for a base hit. Can he push bunt to third base as a left-handed hitter, get out of the box and roll? I've seen him try it, but he does not appear to be a great bunter. Patrick Bailey is a really good bunter with technique. Sometimes he gets his hands up too far in the barrel, brother. Don't break a finger, especially a right hand, either hand, glove hand with your catching ability. But Bailey gets a bunt down. But I think he's talking about the 6th inning. They did bunt in the 5th inning. They play small ball. They do. Yeah. They know, especially on cold nights at Oracle. You're not going to leave earth and leave the yard. So I think they are playing small ball and bunting more. And then we'll see. I mean, we're talking about Tyler Fitzgerald. If Casey has to go on the IL, is that the obvious roster move to bring Tyler Fitzgerald back? And then are you comfortable playing Christian Koss every day at third base? Who else can play third base here?
I mean, yeah, Christian Koss is the guy. And then behind that, I don't really know what we're talking about. And I mean, even if you bring Tyler Fitzgerald up, it's not to be playing third base. So are we just going full Christian Koss right now? Depending on what the fate of Casey Schmidt is, it is really interesting. And it's kind of a reminder of really 2 things. One, the Giants' injury luck up until this last really Matt Chapman stretch had been pretty good in the season. And then number 2, the point that we brought up with Alex Pavlovich after the Rafael Devers trade, the Giants, for as well as they've played and as many wins as they have racked up to this point in the season, the bench is really weak, and we're starting to see how thin it really is just right now. I really appreciate the call from Rick. And yeah, look, as far as the 6th inning goes, I don't think I would have bunted in that particular situation. You have Dominic Smith up, and then after that, you go Casey Schmidt. You're not going to bunt with Casey. By the time Jung-Hoo Lee went up to the plate, there was 2 outs, and that was a tough strikeout. He's really cooled off at the plate. Did draw a couple of walks, had the big one there in the 9th, and we all know how that one ended there in the 9th. But that's a good point. Have we ever really seen Jung-Hoo Lee try to bunt? I'm trying to think if it's ever happened.
Yeah, I've seen him bunt and foul. Yeah. I mean, Ichiro was so great, and he patterned his game after Ichiro. He wears 51. Ichiro would intentionally bunt the ball foul. They're like, why are you giving yourself up? You're the best hitter ever. You got to get 262. He would just do it, and he had the bat-to-ball skills, the hand-eye. I mean, Steph Curry's amazing. Ichiro Suzuki was right there. He bunted foul purposely to make the third baseman come in, and then he slapped the ball right by him like he was going, cross court with a 2-hand backhand. The other question would be, and I know what I would, I'm even surprised when Bob Melvin said last night Rafael Devers may play first base on the coming road trip. I'm like, why? And why? That would be the reason being would be to get Wilmer in the lineup and DH him. Dom Smith did go play right field yesterday when they made some moves there to pinch hitter. Was it Johnson for Yaz, which was interesting, or Wilmer for Yaz? We talked, how do you get Devers, Wilmer, and Dom Smith all in the same lineup? Are you comfortable playing Dom Smith in the outfield? He has played some outfield in the majors before. a little older athlete right now. But I was surprised when Bomel said he may play first base on the road trip. I'm like, whoa, we trust him there? But he said he has soft hands, he could do it. The other part of it would be if Casey Schmidt does go on the IL and Matt Chapman's already on the IL, would you ask Rafael Devers to play third base? If he can play first base, a completely new position, a position he's never played, would you want him to play third base? What would be the level of his third base play versus Christian Koss? I think Koss would be better, but do you really want to run a lineup out there every night where Tyler Fitzgerald's playing second base, Christian Koss is playing third base, and Andrew Bailey is catching? I think I know what 7, 8, 9 is.
Yeah.
Is that just wait to the next half inning to come up? I mean, it is about scoring runs a little bit. So if Casey does go on the IL, would we do what the Red Sox failed to do early in the year and politely ask Devers, you still got that third baseman's glove, Rafi? You packed that on the trip?
Yeah, that's how did that conversation end up going? I think it would all be fine. We'll see how it goes with Christian Koss and Brett Wisely at third and second, respectively, in today's lineup. On the other side, let's get ready to wrap up the show and get you ready for Giants pregame. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Instagram at KNBR.
Final 10 minutes or so. Papa and Silver Giants pregame coming your way. First pitch, 12:45. Hayden Birdsong will be taking the mound. Hasn't been quite as sharp in his last few, but a good chance for Birdie to get back on track and help the orange and black avoid the sweep. But in order to do that, they're also going to need to put the bat to the ball and get that base running errors sorted out. Before we get into our final thoughts here, I do have to tell you that it is time for the KNBR Bay Area Sports Calendar, sponsored by Surfside. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. Little California Classico going on right now. LAFC and the San Jose Earthquakes going to be playing at Stanford Stadium. That's going to be Saturday at 7:30 p.m. You can also watch that one on Apple TV, with the MLS Season Pass. Of course, the Giants are on the road, so you can watch that from the TV. Nothing local here. And then the Golden State Valkyries will be playing Sunday against the Seattle Storm. Beat them once on their home floor and almost went to overtime with the defending champion New York Liberty last night. Had a look to tie at the end, but lost by 3. Still a pretty awesome game all around, and they continue to thrive for a team that was expected to sort of be in a little bit of a pseudo tank, a forced tank, however you want to call it. Bottom feeding expansion franchise. They have not been that. So that is the Bay Area calendar, brought to you by Surfside. A lot of good sports still going on. It feels like a drier time of year, and then you remember that there's always something happening.
Never dry. We're off before noon, 11:45. Let it flow. Valkyries, one of the best expansion teams we've seen, and they're already valued at over $500 million. That is incredible. So the game today, Hayden Birdsong on the mound. The one line from Logan Webb, last night's starting pitcher, about 3 guys getting drilled last night, and in particular Casey Schmidt, and who knows? We'll see if they make a roster move, but he's not going to play today. They're waiting for more imaging, but there's a possibility he fractured something in that wrist or hand. But Logan Webb, right after the game, it's starting to get frustrating when guys are getting hit. So just pitchers have to do a better job of protecting these guys. Elliot Ramos, who's been hit 10 times, went on and on about at the end of the day, you always have to send a message. Bob Melvin said, well, I'm not going to answer it here, but obviously in certain situations, we got to protect our guys. So Hayden Birdsong, who's had some command issues, and I think in light of the way the offense is going, you don't do it right away. I'm not sure he's the guy. Somebody from the bullpen could certainly come in and do it. Xavier Edwards, just because Birdsong saw this team on June the 1st in Miami, Edwards had a 5-hit game, and 3 were against Hayden Birdsong. He went 3 for 3 with a couple of doubles against him. Partly, I'm kind of joking, just drill the X-Man right away. First pitch of the game, drill him. Now, he's going to steal second, maybe on you in third, and you don't want to fall behind, so I don't think you really seriously go that way. But do you want to buzz his tower? Do you want to make him dance? Do you want to put one at the hip or, put it at the feet? Do you need to send a message to the Miami Marlins? It's not all you. The Dodgers started this. The Giants have been hit 9 times in the last 9 games. They've drilled Elliot Ramos 4 times during this stretch. The Guardians got him twice. And then, obviously they hit him again last night. Enough is enough. Stop hitting our guys. And when the imaging comes in and they find out what's wrong with Casey right now, he is sore, they're not going to be happy about this. So I don't know when you do it, who you do it to. Ordinarily you'd say drill their best hitter. Well, who is their best hitter? They got rid of everybody in the lineup. Arise is no longer there. Jazz Chisholm is gone. Giancarlo's no longer a Marlin, right? He's not going to hit that guy. He'll take out your whole team. But is it up to Birdsong, the young guy in his first full year in the big leagues, to even do this? But when the ace of the staff, the guy who got drilled 10 times and 4 over the last 9 games, you're probably your best hitter and maybe lone all-star rep as a position player, he says it, the manager says it, It's got to be some response. And then you're never going to see Miami the rest of the year. They're going away. It's not all their problem. It's Dodgers, it's Guardians, it's Red Sox. They've all done it, but enough is enough. A message needs to be sent. Who sends it? When do you send it? How do you send it?
Well, and this also gets into a conversation which we can revisit in depth at a later date because we got a few minutes left here. But who's the Giants' enforcer on this roster when it comes to these kind of situations? With the 49ers.
The guy with the ball in his hands.
Well, yeah.
Pitcher.
But I'm saying which among the pitchers is going to act like the true enforcer? If we're talking 49ers, Dre Greenlaw was that enforcer. With the Warriors, it's obviously the other Dre and Draymond Green. Is Hayden Birdsong an enforcer? Is Landon Roop an enforcer? Is Logan Webb going to be that guy? Is Robbie Ray going to be an enforcer? I mean, this is a chance to go respond today. And I got to say, Casey Schmidt, I can't blame him for having that reaction because not saying it was intentional. You wouldn't do that in a closing situation.
No.
But, man, that was brutal.
They didn't hit anybody intentionally. But
No.
as Ramos said, if you can't pitch inside, don't pitch inside. So if you're not able to come in there with precision, then don't come in there. We're tired of being hit. As far as the enforcer, it's not like that here. It's the guy, we have a universal DH. I mean, ordinarily when pitchers hit, if you hit a guy, you were getting drilled. You can't do that. So you're going to go at whoever, I don't know, what do you want to hit? Otto Lopez? Do you want to hit Stowers? Stowers would probably be the guy. Try to hit him in his throwing arm so he doesn't throw out any more runners at home plate. He's a left-handed hitter, so it's exposed. I mean, the guys in the bullpen, it will be dependent on situations in the game. I mean, Tyler Rogers can't hit anybody with that submarine. What's he going to do? Randy Rodriguez could light you up. I thought Camilo Duvall should have done it last night. I don't even know. How do you do that? Do you give him a sign, drill the guy in the back? Do you give him a look in the dugout? You know, when it went 4-4 to 5-4 to 6-4 to 7-4, drill somebody, brother. You got Casey Schmidt still holding his hand over at third base. Your dugout's not happy. It's on you. This is the situation where we're so far behind. That situation may not. If you're in a 0-0 game, 1-1 game, a one-run game, do you have the ability to start drilling guys? It's about winning the baseball game. So maybe this moment does pass and you can't do it. Spencer Bivens, could come in. Sean Jelly, Ryan Walker. You got veteran guys that could do it. Eric Miller. I don't know what situation would be there. But, do you do it right away? And if Hayden Birdsong does it early in the game against Edwards, they're going to warn both sides. Do you want to get into that, or are they going to warn both sides? And then you do that. Now it's hard to pitch inside. Hayden Birdsong's already got, a situation with command issues. So I don't know. But this is the way baseball polices itself. When Logan Webb says it's up to our pitchers to protect our hitters. How do you do that? Who does that? Is it up to Hayden Birdsong? And he drills a guy right away, gets warned, then comes inside later and he gets thrown out of the game. You don't want that to happen. But this is where a clubhouse and a culture of a baseball team unite. Enough is enough. How do they respond?
And respond they're going to have to do today to avoid a sweep before they end this homestand and get on the road. It's Birdsong going up against the guy we talked about with Craig Minervini yesterday, Jansen Junk. Similar journey to Hayden Birdsong, was doing a lot of relief, just going to be making his second start of the year, 29 years old. And by the way, I'm saving this. In fact, I'll do a little tease for your award-winning Diamond Notes. This guy does not walk people. He has pitched 27 2/3 innings, 2 walks the entire year. So, Giants, you're going to have to find a way to get on base the hard way. That's by hitting the ball.
Yeah, how many HBPs does he have? How many batters does he hit? If he's not walking people, we know you got great command. And he's not a junk baller. He'll throw 95, but he does live off the breaking ball a lot. So, fun show. We'll do a full one tomorrow, Greg.
Yeah, can't wait for it. We're going to be back for the full 10-2. Andy Baggerly is going to be joining us at 10:50. We'll be recapping this Giants game. And I'll tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. We get ready. Giants Marlins Game 3 and pregame starts now.